America's covert war in East Africa. Clara usiskin. America's covert war in East Africa. Surveillance, rendition, assassination. Contents. Introduction 1-1. A Zanzibar Ghost 7-2. The Spider's Web 21-3. A Giant Footprint and a String of Pearls 35-4. We forgive you, just accept you met Osama bin Laden 51-5. Goodbye Africa 63-6. Rule by Law, the Kampala Bombings Case 75-7. East Africa's Phoenix Program 89-8. Death Squads 109-9. Where there is a C-123-10. Civil Society Stifled 141-11. Motifs of Exclusion, Securitization and Collective Punishment in Kenyan Counter-Terrorism Operations 151-12. Cyber Wars 165-13. Big Brother Incorporated 177-14. Between Two Fires 185-15. Endings 197 Appendix 1, Appendices of Documents 201. I was 23 years old when 9/11 occurred, white, British, with little understanding then of how that event would come to define my working life. A few years later, in 2005, I began working as a volunteer at the London-based legal charity Reprieve on the cases of prisoners detained at Guantanamo Bay, and soon became interested in the network of other, more secret prisons that most detainees had been held at before arriving at Guantanamo. My job evolved into working as an investigator of the U.S. rendition system, by which the CIA and military were ferrying prisoners around the world for detention under suspicion of terrorism in extraterritorial U.S. military prisons and CIRUN facilities, and into the hands of third-party states with a reputation for mistreatment of prisoners. While my scope was global, I developed a particular interest in rendition cases involving East Africa, on the basis that very little was known about such operations in this region, and little research was being done on them, despite the fact that it was clearly an important location in the developing war on terror. In the years since leaving Reprieve, I've continued to work on both the war on terror in general, and the East of Africa specifically. I am neither African nor Muslim. My aim is not to provide an introduction to a region that many other people know far better than me, or an explanation of contemporary Islamism. Nor would I describe myself as a terrorism expert. Understanding the war on terror and its impact requires a multidisciplinary, transnational, and historical approach. My perspective and experience comprise one part of this tapestry, and I hope readers will go on to engage with other points of view. I've tried, in the writing of this book, to avoid the pitfalls of Orientalism, and I very much hope I have managed to portray my own experience and research without placing myself at the center of the story. One consequence of my identity as an outsider at the counterterrorism ball is that I've mostly felt like a kind of ghost at the feast, neither a member of the potential victim group, that is a terrorist, nor an employee of any government, security services, or private company carrying out the war on terror. My locus for being there has always been a strong belief in the rule of law, and a concern that the human rights abuses inherent to the global war on terror have sometimes been both perpetrated and tacitly supported by representatives of my own government, the United Kingdom. I only felt entitled to write about my work after personal experience of the sharp end of East African government security responses, when I was working on the defense investigation of Kenyan human rights defender Al-Amin Kimathi, who was facing capital charges in Uganda at the time. I care deeply about both human rights and the rule of law, which I think are worth protecting, and the realm of national security is where those sets of traditions and principles are most often compromised, both by those who seek to commit acts of terror, and often by those who purport to be fighting them. What I have learned in the process of the work recounted in this book is that in the national security zone, dominated by the divisions of the war on terror, there is essentially no third category beyond friend or foe, no protected space for justice and human rights. 3. My work on this topic around the world, in regions other than East Africa, has made it clear to me that certain common themes emerge across regions, albeit manifesting in different ways. As I zeroed further in on the war on terror in the region covered in this book, I began to see it as a kind of microcosm of the whole, while at the same time being completely unique. In some respects, East Africa's war on terror has preempted strategies and themes that later occurred elsewhere. If U.S. national security culture is hegemonic and viral, it collides with the various local environments to produce unintended, complex, varied, and out-of-control consequences. In reality, there are many complex factors, causes, and consequences contained within the war on terror, and the simplistic mainstream discourse around the issue serves to obscure that complexity. I believe that by examining some of the indirect and officially unacknowledged aspects and ramifications of the war on terror, the evolving, granular, local ways of describing the world and manifestations of the conflict, we can overcome the prevalent reductive narratives and begin to truly understand what is happening around us. Within its set limits, this book is thematic rather than geographic. It is representative of my own research odyssey and the characters and problems I have stumbled upon. This book is most certainly not a seamless narrative, or even a complete series of tales. The book is not a history, official or otherwise, or a holistic explanation. For example, little is said about the important history of Sudan in the global war on terror. Neither does the text speak of heroics, battles, or secret cells. These subjects are all covered elsewhere. As I have always worked on documenting violations carried out by governments, and am not part of the security establishment, I have necessarily taken an alternative perspective to the mainstream narratives dominating the national security field. I have tried, however, to take a position that is not oppositional, or one that disrespects victims of acts of terrorism. 4. What I have aimed to do is to pick out and examine some of the major themes of the war on terror as it is waged in East Africa and the Indian Ocean, by focusing primarily on the margins and the marginal, the apparently insignificant, or at least overlooked, phenomena, the scores of unknown and insignificant rendition, extrajudicial killing, and disappearance victims, the hapless Zanzibari sold for a bounty to the CIA by Somali warlords, the tiny British island in the Indian Ocean used for rendition operations, the detainee who was punished for his own fantasies, the refugee and coastal Muslim recipients of Kenyan police brutality reminiscent of colonial-era punishments, and the later adoption of some of those tactics by the United States, the human rights defender accused of the same crimes as those for whom he advocated, and the Somali journalist caught between Kenyan xenophobia and the wrath of al-Shabaab. The book shows, I hope, a few of the ways in which the war on terror in all its intricacy and complexity is unfolding in this region. This book's nature as a fractured series of descriptions, the gaps in its explanatory narrative are also, unavoidably, a product of the complex system of official secrecy surrounding national security matters, particularly in the United States and the United Kingdom. I've never had US, UK, or any other kind of government security clearance, nor have I ever knowingly received or repeated classified information not previously released into the public domain by the likes of WikiLeaks. All research sources cited in this book are therefore either unclassified by nature of their source, or from the public domain. The peculiarities of and challenges to knowing truth and delivering justice when secrecy has become the norm are explored later in this book. I'd like also to make it abundantly clear that I am not presenting the simple argument that American policy is the direct cause of everything covered in this book. Rather, I'm trying to make plain what might be described in Washington, D.C. as the COL. 5. Lateral damage in this realm of U.S. foreign policy, and to argue that in some way this collateral damage is part and parcel of, possibly intrinsic to, the global war on terror. Contrary to the dominant, overly narrow discourse around the war on terror, real-life consequences are often messy, and distinct from intended consequences. This is especially true in regions with an already weak rule of law, and when whole groups of vulnerable people, likely not even included in the original factoring, refugees, human rights defenders, those from marginalized ethnic groups, are caught in the slipstream of operations. I hope that by way of this unconventional approach I can communicate some of the diversity and unanswered questions of my own work on this topic and in this region, as well as point out some important work that is being done by others. Where readers identify gaps or disagree with my analysis, I hope this will stimulate rich debate and further research. 7. 1. When Suleiman Abdullah arrived at the darkness, so overpowering was the stench of rotting seaweed that he thought he had been brought home to the Indian Ocean island of Zanzibar. In fact, he was thousands of miles from the sea, in a secret CIA prison now sometimes referred to as Cobalt. One later, a trauma specialist would explain to Suleiman that olfactory hallucinations such as this can be the brain's way of dealing with extreme trauma, creating the illusion, when we are overwhelmed with terror and uncertainty, of something familiar to hold onto. Suleiman has since spent many years working to recover from the horrors of what happened to him after he arrived in the darkness. It is March 2003, and Suleiman is living in Mogadishu. He grew up on the island of Zanzibar, beside the sea, and became an itinerant trader, sailing between Somalia, Kenya, and Tanzania. His father was an alcoholic whose nickname was Morris because, it was said, he drank like a Morris minor guzzled fuel. Suleiman was called Little Morris, and later Travolta, because of his love of dancing. His childhood friend and next-door neighbor was Ahmed Gilani, later convicted in New York for involvement in the 1998 U.S. 8. Embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. In Mombasa, Suleiman often stopped over at a shop owned by the mother of one of Ahmed's acquaintances. Like many Zanzibar youth, he struggled with drug addiction. After the bombing, which he maintains he wasn't involved in and had no prior knowledge of, and for which, despite lengthy U.S. detention, he was never charged or put on trial, he stayed on in Somalia, worried that he would be caught up in the security crackdown because of the people he knew. In Somalia, he has got married and found work with a woman who, unbeknownst to him, has connections to the warlord in charge of Mogadishu, Mohammed Deer. Suleiman's abduction comes out of the blue. He is driving down the road with a friend when they stop to help a group of men whose car appears to have broken down by the side of the road. It is a trick. After stopping, Suleiman is attacked and bundled into the car. During the abduction, a finger, nose, and tooth are broken, and Suleiman is taken to a hospital for treatment. Pain from those injuries will haunt him for years. His broken finger is never reset by any of the many medics he encounters in his journey through the U.S. secret prison system. From his hospital bed, Suleiman is handed over to a group of Americans and Kenyans. He has no idea what is happening to him. 2. Suleiman is flown first to Nairobi, Kenya, on a plane he believes is manned by Kenyans. He is detained for just over a week in a facility near the airport, dressed in a light Somali kanga, with no other clothing. He is held incommunicado, with little food, undergoing daily interrogations, before being formally handed, around March 23, 2003, to U.S. personnel in a quiet corner of Moi International Airport. 9. From Nairobi, Suleiman is taken briefly back to Somalia, and from there put on a plane bound for Djibouti, the regional hub for American counter-terrorism operations. This is the beginning of the rendition process. In a manner eerily similar to that described in the unclassified accounts of many other CIA rendition victims, Suleiman describes being handed to a group of people dressed head to foot in black. His clothing is cut off him. Goggles are put over his eyes, and plugs shoved into his ears. He is cuffed and shackled, dressed in a diaper, tracksuit, and ear defenders. Contrary to the policy, Fig 1.4, Suleiman is beaten repeatedly during the course of his rendition. On the plane he is chained to the floor with agents sitting on either side of him. They thump his ear defenders whenever they want his attention. What the United States may seek to describe as a medical procedure in Djibouti, Fig 1.3, is so traumatic for Suleiman that he finds himself unable to speak of it. At some point, he senses the flash of a camera. The memories haunt him in flashbacks and nightmares. It is the most terrifying experience of his life. After a fairly long flight, Suleiman is forced off the plane and into the back of a truck. Someone's knee in the small of his back pins him down as he is driven along a bumpy track. He arrives at his destination, the darkness. The darkness was a prison notorious amongst U.S. detainees, so called because prisoners were held in constant, pitch black. In April 2003, the CIA's chief of interrogations explained that cobalt is good for interrogations because it is the closest thing to a dungeon, facilitating the displacement of detainee expectations. A U.S. Senate Select Committee tasked with oversight of intelligence matters reported in 2008 that detainees were kept in total darkness. The guards monitored detainees using headlamps and loud music was played constantly in the facility. While in their cells, detainees were shackled to the wall and given buckets for human waste. After Suleiman arrives in the darkness, one song is played repeatedly. It's a love ballad, which Suleiman later identifies as My Love by the Irish boy band Westlife. The interrogators tell him it's being played specially for him, since he recently married. But after his abduction, Suleiman will never see his wife Majida again. Darkness and noise were constants in the darkness. It later emerged that these conditions were intended both as methods of operational security for the CIA, and as background elements in the wider program of enhanced interrogation techniques, described so clinically by the CIA and U.S. government lawyers. 79 decibel noise is barely louder than a washing machine. The sounds of the darkness, according to Suleiman and other former prisoners, are far louder than this, an ear-splitting babble of pop music, cacophonous laughing, phrases in English, Arabic, and Kiswahili. Between the pop songs, Suleiman hears an echoing refrain in Arabic, "There is no God, there is no God." Other prisoners remember their own earworms, the Barney the Dinosaur theme tune and angry thrash metal, on repeat. The only lights that Suleiman sees during his time in the darkness are guards' torches, and the dim spotlights of the interrogation chamber. Far later, music will play a key role in Suleiman's recovery. He will work with a psychologist who'll take him on a journey to relieve his life and, ultimately, his torture. They will work on the beach in Zanzibar. A piece of string is Suleiman's life. Stones are events, and flowers are the good things that happen. The string is long, with lots of stones, and some flowers. A flower for his marriage, and the birth of his first child. A stone for his release from U.S. detention. Sometimes it feels as though it would be easier to still be in prison than to be out here, physically free yet confined in a mental prison of rollicking fear and anxiety, flashbacks, and nightmares. Reliving the torture involves finding some agency and self-confidence through revisiting traumatic memories in a therapeutic context. Earphones are placed on Suleiman's head, and his eyes are covered. He has a controlled flashback, and is back in the darkness. Music is played, tracks he remembers from the darkness and finds later with the psychologist on Spotify. He takes control of the situation, turns the cacophonous noise off, and replaces it with Bob Marley's Sun is Shining. He feels a sense of peace, and a warm internal glow emerges that stays with him for more than 3 days. Back in the darkness, the torture is only just beginning. Suleiman has no initial interview, Fig 1.7. He is not interrogated until he has been in the darkness for at least 5 days. At least 6 detainees including Suleiman Abdullah were stripped and shackled nude, placed in the standing position for sleep deprivation, or subjected to other CIA-enhanced interrogation techniques prior to being questioned by an interrogator in 2003. 5. Upon his arrival, he is stripped naked and taken to a freezing cold, pitch-black cell with nothing in it except a rug and a rusty hoop fixed to the wall. He is short-shackled hands and feet and chained to the wall hoop in an excruciating position. He can neither sit, nor stand up. He cannot sleep, and he is kept here for about a week, chained to the wall in a squatting position, in the pitch black, with deafening, constant noise. The first time he is fed is around 2 days after his arrival, when he is given a large bottle of water and some thin soup. Thereafter he is given the same food, every other day. Some years after his release, it slowly became clear that Suleiman was an involuntary participant in an experiment based on the theories of two CIA contractor psychologists, James Elmer Mitchell and John Bruce Jessen. Mitchell and Jessen's method for the psychic unraveling of a person was based on experiments from the 1960s by a psychologist named Martin Seligman, who subjected dogs to unbearable pain with the purpose of inducing a psychological state of absolute compliance. The experiments and exercise in animal cruelty demonstrated that dogs subjected to high levels of arbitrary brutalization eventually stop making an effort to escape or avoid further pain. They become withdrawn and utterly compliant, a state Seligman described as learned helplessness. 6 Mitchell and Jessen, with no robust science to support their position, hypothesis that the same thing could be achieved with humans. In a white paper commissioned by the CIA in November 2001, Recognizing and Developing Countermeasures to Al-Qaeda Resistance to Interrogation Techniques, a resistance training perspective, Mitchell and Jessen proposed that they could neutralize any resistance from prisoners by inducing the same state of learned helplessness in humans that Seligman had induced in dogs. They devised a series of techniques based on some of the methods they had used as instructors in a classified military training program called SEER, an acronym for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, Escape, which trained, volunteer, U.S. military personnel to survive capture by enemies who do not observe the Geneva Conventions. In essence, they took these simulated torture methods, removed the raft of psychological safeguards that had been set up in order to ensure no permanent damage to the volunteer participants, and proposed that they be used against real prisoners of the CIA. 7 Mitchell and Jessen's theory was that after the psychic demolition job of exposure to their techniques, the victim would 15. Become a tabula rasa, a blank slate devoid of resistance and ready to comply with the will of the interrogators. 8. The central premise of their program was that inducing a state of cringing terror in a dog is analogous to encouraging the disclosure of truthful statements from a human. Since this theory had no basis in any known scientific fact, the program was, amongst other things, an experiment. It was also, ultimately, a failure on its own terms. Since the CIA had tasked Mitchell and Jessen themselves with assessing its efficacy, there is no independent analysis available of whether the techniques they proposed did indeed induce the desired state of learned helplessness in victims. In its exhaustive inquiry into CIA detention, the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, a cross-party independent committee tasked with oversight on U.S. intelligence matters, eventually concluded that there was no evidence to support any claim that the CIA torture program had ever produced reliable or helpful intelligence. 9. Back in the Darkness, a CIA interrogator describes how the prisoners literally looked like a dog that has been kennelled. When the doors to their cells are opened, they cower. 10. The only time Suleiman leaves his cell in that first week is around 2 days after his arrival, when he is taken, blindfolded, by 2 guards to meet a man he assumes is a doctor, although he does not introduce himself. A medical examination is conducted. The doctor pays particular attention to the broken finger, and puts Suleiman's hand and arm in a cast. Later, Suleiman recounts, the cast is removed when moisture gets under it during water torture. Painkillers are prescribed, and thereafter delivered to him regularly. Suleiman stockpiles the pills, hiding them in his cell. After approximately a week, 2 guards dressed head to foot in black come to Suleiman's cell. In the pitch black they work with torches, unchanging Suleiman from the wall, cuffing and shackling him, and walking him to a dimly lit room. In this room there are around 7 or 8 men, all except one is masked. Suleiman is made to sit on a chair. The unmasked man, referred to by his colleagues as Viram, approaches Suleiman with a razor, and starts to shave his hair off. The razor is passed around the group of men and they take turns, leaving Suleiman feeling utterly humiliated. Now for the water torture, Fig 1.11. He is made to lie, naked and shackled, in the center of a large tarpaulin that has been placed over the floor. He is doused in ice-cold water, so cold that it leaves him breathless. He is kicked, slapped, and rolled up in the plastic sheet, shivering violently. Naked and freezing, he is taken to another room, where he is restrained, with a spotlight shining in his face. Questions are fired at him in English, which at that point he does not understand. For the first and only time during his many interrogations, there is a translator. However, the translator speaks Somali, not Suleiman's first language. After half an hour of questioning, Suleiman is taken back to the first room. His head is covered with a bag and he is placed on the plastic tarpaulin. Ice-cold water is thrown on him and the cloth bag sticks to his face. He is colder than he has ever been, and he feels as though he is drowning. He is wrapped up in the wet tarpaulin again, kicked and beaten, before returning to the interrogation room. After the water torture, Suleiman is stuffed, naked and chained, inside a small wooden box. It is pitch black and he vomits in pain. At the end of the day, Suleiman is taken back to his cell and chained, naked, to the metal ring on the wall. The din of the music is constant. He is naked and cold. No sleep. The next day, the treatment is repeated. On the third day, he is taken to a room with a specially constructed wooden wall. A foam collar, attached to a leash, is placed around his neck. The interrogator uses the leash to slam Suleiman into the wall. As he rebounds, the interrogator punches him in the stomach. After walling, there is more interrogation. Then Suleiman is shut in a coffin-shaped box, pitch black with music blaring. More questions, and then back to the cell. Chained to the iron ring, naked, freezing cold. No sleep. A chain attached to a large iron ball is placed on Suleiman's waist. Naked, with a bag on his head, he is made to drag it around the perimeter of the room. He collapses from exhaustion. He is strapped onto a wooden board on pivots and spun 360 degrees. This is a water board. It is sometimes used without the water. At the beginning of the third week, he is subjected to a new CIA torture technique, prolonged, standing sleep deprivation. 2 guards take him into a tiny, pitch-black room. By torchlight, they chain his arms above his head to a metal rod that runs the width of the room. They position him so that the balls of his feet just touch the floor, then leave him hanging naked in the darkness with the deafening music. This is a twist on the strapado torture method used during the Spanish Inquisition. To sleep is to invite searing physical pain as the body starts to drop. He is left hanging there for 4 to 5 days, taken down only for interrogations. He cannot sleep because as soon as he drifts off, excruciating pain shoots through his arms, shoulders, and back as his body weight is no longer supported. When he is finally cut down, his legs are swollen and his arm smells rotten under the plaster cast. Around the 4th or 5th week, Suleiman no longer wants to continue living. He gathers all of the painkillers he has stockpiled. But as he starts to take the pills, guards storm into his cell and stop him. Shortly after the suicide attempt, he is forced into shorts and a t-shirt, with his feet and arms shackled and his ears plugged. A hood is placed over his head, with goggles and headphones over the hood. He is pushed into the back of a truck and driven to a new location. The place Suleiman called the Darkness was one of a network of secret overseas prisons set up by the CIA in the years following 9/11. The location of the Darkness has never been conclusively established, a task further complicated by the fact that there have been successive prisons in Afghanistan with similar names. An investigator working with me to confirm the location of the Darkness was first led by villagers to a derelict prison near a village on the Kabul road, dating from the time of the Soviet occupation. Later Afghan dark prisons include at least one on the U.S. military Air Force base at Bagram, called Tor Jail by former Afghan prisoners. The Darkness, it is thought, was the same prison referred to as Cobalt by the Senate Select Intelligence Committee. The CIA's own code name remains classified, for according to the committee's report, Cobalt was the CIA's first prison in Afghanistan. It had 20 cells, and operated between September 2002 and April 2004, during which time 64 prisoners, including Suleiman Abdullah, were reportedly held there by the CIA. Other CIA prisons confirmed by the Senate committee included 3 more in Afghanistan, and facilities in Thailand, Lithuania, Romania, and Poland. 6. According to his testimony, Suleiman's next stop in the CIA spider's web was a location he now calls the Salt Pit. It is still not known if the Salt Pit and the darkness were in fact 2 parts of one facility. For Suleiman, there were no enhanced interrogation techniques in the Salt Pit. Indeed, there were hardly any interrogations there at all. In the Salt Pit, rather than perpetual darkness, there was fluorescent lighting. Suleiman was held in the Salt Pit for approximately 14 months, and remembers being visited by Americans who told him they were from the FBI, and from the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, asking him for full contact details for his family. The ICRC later denied ever visiting prisoners in the CIA prisons, thus suggesting that these people were not from the ICRC at all. One fellow prisoner in the Salt Pit was the German citizen Khalid el-Masri, whose case was later described by the CIA's Inspector General as an erroneous rendition. 7. In efforts to preserve their spirits and imagine a future freedom, Khalid and Suleiman discussed working together when they were both released. Khalid, a used car salesman, suggested that he might be able to send cars to Suleiman, to sell for a profit in Zanzibar. Khalid was released after just under a year in U.S. detention, dumped by a CIA plane on an Albanian hillside with his passport and belongings, and told to walk down a deserted road and not look back. 8. Khalid was the first CIA prisoner to attempt to sue the CIA in the U.S. courts for what was done to him in their custody. Tragically for him, his case was dismissed at the earliest possible opportunity, after the U.S. government raised the state secrets doctrine, claiming that any judicial examination, even of the publicly available evidence in the case, would create an untenable risk for U.S. national security. 9. At the time of writing, this remains the legal position for any former prisoners seeking to sue the CIA. 23. Directly in the U.S. courts for alleged wrongs committed in the course of their rendition and detention operations. Following his ordeal, and the failure of any state since to fully admit responsibility for it, Khalid suffered a catastrophic mental breakdown. 10. I first came across Suleiman's case in 2006. At that time, my work at the British legal charity Reprieve involved searching for information about prisoners who had been disappeared by the United States as part of the War on Terror. Finding these people was like assembling a jigsaw puzzle after hunting down each of the pieces. Evidence of Suleiman's existence was fragmentary. A 2003 CNN report that one Suleiman Abdullah had been captured by Somali and Kenyan security personnel, 11 and other media reports suggesting that there had been help from plainclothes American officers and a notorious Somali warlord named Mr. Tall. 12. A subsequent report placed Suleiman in Kenya, whose security minister announced that he was to be flown to the United States for trial, for offenses related to the 1998 U.S. Embassy bombings in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. 13. In fact, Suleiman never arrived in the United States, and none of the authorities involved in his abduction ever disclosed his whereabouts. He joined the growing list of disappeared Muslim prisoners held at undisclosed U.S. interrogation sites around the world, with no access to lawyers or the outside world. 14. As in other countries caught in U.S. crosshairs following the 9/11 attacks of 2001, a bounty system emerged in Somalia, whereby U.S. forces paid handsomely for people they were told by locals were members of Al-Qaeda. In pursuit of the War on Terror, the CIA compensated for their ignorance of local cultures and languages with bags of cash and blank checks. In the years after September 11, the CIA conducted detainee operations in Somalia, including in collaboration with the euphemistically named Alliance for the Restoration of Peace and Counterterrorism. During these operations, people were captured by local warlords and sold to the CIA as terror suspects in return for cash. In lawless Somalia. 24. Anyone without local protection is highly vulnerable. The main terror suspects believed by the U.S. to be East African Al-Qaeda kingpins remained at large during this time, having managed to develop networks among Somali clans, including familial relations. The main operating factor in Suleiman's initial abduction, like that of many others, appears to have been that he was a foreigner with few local connections. 15. As East Africa's quiet war on terror became an increasing focus of my work, Suleiman's file grew steadily more intriguing. Shuttled through the global system of secret U.S. prisons, he remained mostly invisible. His existence was suggested only by clues, his presence echoing faintly and from an unknown place. His name appeared in the margins of a confession rejected by a Kenyan court in 2005 for having been obtained through torture. 16. Its author confirmed, in a snatched conversation with a colleague of mine, that Kenyan police were particularly insistent during his interrogations that he should falsely point the finger at Suleiman. This was before Suleiman's release, and several years after he had been rendered via Kenya to Afghanistan. The detention in Kenya, and the interest of Kenyan interrogators in implicating him, suggested ongoing Kenyan involvement in his case. This proposition is further supported by Suleiman's recollection that he was rendered from Somalia into Kenya by Kiswahili-speaking Kenyan personnel. Indeed, one General Kamanzi of the Kenyan military was deployed to assist the U.S. Combined Joint Task Force, Horn of Africa, CJTF-HOA, between March and November 2003, precisely the period during which Suleiman was captured. CJTF-HOA's activities at this time expressly involved detecting and disrupting terrorism through a direct approach. In the earliest inception of Combined Joint Task Force, Horn of Africa, at a time when countering terrorism had a more direct approach, East African coalitions were fewer and Djibouti was almost unheard of. The country of Kenya sent a colonel and 2 other officers to team up with the task force's U.S. Marines. They were about to embark on a historical occasion, transferring the task force from a ship to land-based Camp Lemonnier. It was 2003. Now the brigade commander for Kenya's Ministry of Defense, Kamanzi, was the colonel who came with 2 junior Kenyan officers and 17 other coalition officers to assist in establishing CJTF-HOA. I was the senior liaison officer at that time. I was an 06 colonel and 2 left colonels with me, Kamanzi said. The mission at that time was kinetic. We usiskin to have a lot of activity, especially missions into Somalia. 17. Some commentators misrepresented Suleiman as a Yemeni. 18. Elsewhere, media reports confirmed that, as a young man, Suleiman's nicknames were Chuck Norris and Travolta because of his love of dancing. 19. Despite this intriguing and sometimes contradictory information, I still had no confirmation of where Suleiman was being held. My questions probing his whereabouts elicited only blank faces from the former U.S. prisoners I interviewed. In 2007, I learned off-record that Suleiman was being held at Bagram Air Base in the Purwan province of Afghanistan by the American military. Efforts at locating a family member who could give authorization for his legal representation hit a brick wall. Finally, about a year later, I discovered that Suleiman had been released, and arranged to visit him at home on the Indian Ocean island of Zanzibar. At our first meetings in Stone Town, the crumbling capital of Zanzibar, Suleiman turned up wild-eyed and exhausted after mostly sleepless nights. He had been refusing food because eating upset his stomach. In the time since his capture, Suleiman had learned English, and the 2 of us soon forged a routine of driving alone into the bush, where he said he could find a temporary sense of peace. On our first trip, Suleiman drove me to a derelict underground prison that had once been used by Arab slave traders, a dungeon that he said resembled the first place he was held in Afghanistan, the secret prison he called the Darkness. In mid-2003, Suleiman arrived at the military-run prison at Bagram Air Base, 20, then Guantanamo Bay's lesser-known twin, where prisoners were never allowed direct access to legal counsel. At Bagram, Suleiman was ordered to stand within the outline of a square drawn on the floor. From today onward, your name is 1075, the American guards told him. You are in our box, and we have 5 basic rules. 1. No talking. 2. Don't look round. Keep your face down. 3. Don't touch anything around the cage. 4. Don't speak. 5. Don't run. Later, one of the guards looked at tall, skinny Suleiman, one of only 2 African-looking prisoners in Bagram at that time, and said, "You must be related to Snoop Dogg. Maybe he's your father." After this, Suleiman's name at Bagram was Snoop. At Bagram, Suleiman never saw the sun, only the constant, blinding lights hanging just above his wire mesh cage. He told me he watched the birds flying among the rafters, swooping down to peck around his cage. Bird droppings fell from the high ceiling through the mesh. Watching them, Suleiman would think, "Look at me today. I am on the side the birds ought to be on. I am in the cage, and they are free." Suleiman was not the only person abducted from East Africa for rendition into the CIA's wider prison network. Djibouti, the tiny state at the tip of the Horn of Africa to which Suleiman was taken before his rendition to Afghanistan, appears to have functioned as a rendition hub, or staging post, for prisoners taken from locations across the region. Military Times has suggested that, according to a source within the U.S. administration, during 2001 to 5, 7 or 8 terror suspects were rendered by the CIA from Somalia via Djibouti to the Salt Pit prison in Afghanistan. 21 One such prisoner is Gold Hassan Durad, or Hanat. According to U.S. military documentation, Hanat is a Somali city. 27. Zen, who was given asylum in Sweden in 1993 but returned to Somalia in 1996. 22. His Guantanamo Bay detainee assessment, made public by WikiLeaks, states that Djiboutian authorities captured detainee at his house in March 2004 for his involvement in terrorist activities and turned him over to U.S. custody on an unknown date. 23. Hanat disappears at this point, only resurfacing, along with 13 other high-value detainees, or HVDs, with the announcement of his transfer to Guantanamo Bay on September 6, 2006. 24. As of September 2018, Hanat remains in detention in Guantanamo, unchanged. Arged. There appears to have been little scope for the declassification of any statements Hanat may have made about his custody, nor has anyone who was held with him been in a position to speak publicly about his detention history. Scraps of information detailing his travels through the secret prison system include a leaked ICRC report, confirming what we know from his detainee assessment, that he was captured in Djibouti on March 4, 2004. 25. Investigations by journalist Adam Goldman, for the Associated Press, into the movements of high-value detainees suggest that, at some point soon after his capture, Hanat was held in a secret location at Guantanamo Bay, nicknamed Strawberry Fields by the CIA, and at another secret prison in Morocco in the same month or later. 26. Although few details exist to bolster this sparse narrative, at least one potential transfer flight has come to light, which may well have taken Hanat out of Djibouti a few days after his capture, either to Afghanistan or onward to Morocco or Guantanamo. 27. These scraps of information on Hanat's previous detention locations open the door onto a wider U.S. secret prison system that has been partially publicly confirmed by media reports. Documents released under the Freedom of Information Act in the U.S., and the unclassified summary of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence's investigation into CIA detention. 28. It is now confirmed that between the years 2001 and 2006, CIA 28 prisons operated in Thailand, Guantanamo Bay, Afghanistan, Poland, Romania, and Lithuania. 29. During this time, some CIA prisoners were also held in proxy detention in foreign-run prisons for interrogation and often torture, whilst remaining under CIA control. 30 other locations, such as Djibouti, appear to have functioned as stopovers, or access points, where prisoners were held in temporary detention pending transfer to other destinations within the CIA's rendition Spider's Web. 31. On December 26, 2003, several months after Suleiman Abdullah's capture in Somalia and about 4 months before Hanat was captured, Mohammed Abdullah Saleh al-Assad, a citizen of Yemen, was arrested in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. At the time of his arrest, al-Assad was long settled in Tanzania with his family, having founded his own business, the Al-Assad Trading Company. The family lived in a building owned by al-Assad, which also housed his company offices. Business was going well, and life was good, until December 26, 2003, when two Tanzanian policemen called at al-Assad's building, asking for him. He was summarily blindfolded, cuffed, put into a car, and driven to a safe house. There, he was interrogated until the early hours of the morning, when he was asked to sign an interrogation record without being given time to read it. He was then taken to an airport, restrained and blindfolded, and put onto a small plane. He was not told where he was going. A habeas corpus petition brought by al-Assad's father confirmed, via disclosures from the Tanzanian government, that al-Assad departed Tanzania on Tanzanair plane number 5HZ on December 27, 2003, bound for Djibouti. His family did not hear of him again for almost a year and a half. In unclassified witness testimony given after his release from U.S. detention, to his lawyer Meg Satterthwaite, at New York University, al-Assad has said he spent around 2 weeks detained in an unknown location, questioned, he thinks, by Americans. 32 He described his interrogation room as having a picture of an official-looking African man on the wall. Al-Assad believed it was 29. A picture of the president of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Guelleh. Then, one evening, 2 guards entered al-Assad's cell after Maghrib, the sunset prayer. He was blindfolded, put into a vehicle, and driven to an airport. Al-Assad has described an assault at the airport, almost identical to the treatment of Suleiman Abdullah. After riding in the car with these guards for about 20 or 25 minutes, we arrived at an airport, where I was assaulted and experienced very humiliating, painful and terrifying treatment. I was pulled roughly out of the car. I was lifted off the ground and my blindfold was ripped off. I saw about 5 black-clad individuals whose faces were concealed by balaclavas. They tore off all of my clothing. One shoved a finger into my rectum. They photographed me naked. Then they put a diaper on me and dressed me in a Western-style dark blue short-sleeved shirt, which seemed to have been cut or torn in the front. They also dressed me in dark blue heavy fabric calf-length trousers. They plugged my ears with cotton, placed headphones and a hood over my head, and securely taped the hood. They chained my hands, waist, and feet. I was blind, deaf, and could barely walk. I was in severe pain and felt deeply humiliated and weak. 33 The transfer procedure was fairly standardized in most cases. 34 The detainee would be photographed, both clothed and naked prior to and again after transfer. A body cavity check, rectal examination, would be carried out and some detainees alleged that a suppository, the type and effect of the suppositories was unknown by the detainees, was also administered at that moment. The detainee would be made to wear a diaper and dressed in a tracksuit. Earphones would be placed over his ears, through which music would sometimes be played. He could be blindfolded with at least a cloth tied around the head and black goggles. 35 I half walked and was half carried onto a waiting plane by people holding me on both sides. I was forced to lie on my back on the floor, and then was strapped down around my legs and waist. 30. The flight lasts many hours. Every so often, a pulse oximeter to measure the levels of oxygen in the blood is clamped onto his finger. Over the following 14 months, Mohammed al-Assad was held in 2 secret CIA facilities in Afghanistan. The first was almost certainly the Salt Pit Suleiman Abdullah's second detention location. His transfer to the second facility involved long plane and helicopter flights, and, until his release in May 2005, did not know where he had been held after Djibouti. Subsequent research by his legal team led by Professor Margaret Satterthwaite at New York University suggests that in fact he has been held in Afghanistan, in a prison called Fernando 37 or Orange 38. The long journey may therefore have been a deliberate attempt to disorientate him. Orange was one of 4 CIA prisons in Afghanistan, Fig 2.2. Al-Assad and the other prisoners detained there rarely leave their cells, and seldom interact with anyone other than prison personnel. 40 Each cell has two double steel doors that are very close to each other. The interior of the door, facing into the cell, is made of thick metal, with a small glass window at the bottom and a slot below the window through which food can be passed. The cells are windowless, with floor and walls painted in the same gray color. 41 There is a stainless steel toilet and a wash basin. There are video cameras fixed to the walls, near the ceiling, a mesh-covered loudspeaker and a metal shackle close to the floor, attached to the wall below one of the cameras. 42 One prisoner notices a listening device built into the wall. 43 Orange was supposed to be a replacement for, and a significant improvement on, the earlier facility, Fig 2.3. However, there were not enough interrogators, Fig 2.4, and so the prisoners remained there in a kind of limbo, waiting for an end to their indefinite detention. Mohammed al-Assad was held in Orange for approximately 13 months, until his transfer back to Yemen on May 5, 2005. His transfer out of the system occurred during an apparent period of winding down activity. By this point, details of the CIA's detention system had leaked out into the media, and sustaining the prisons in their incarnation of that time was becoming increasingly untenable. Many prisoners were transferred back to their home states, or for further detention in U.S. military prisons. The prisons had ceased operating, at least temporarily, by September 6, 2006, when George W. Bush announced the transfer of Hannett and 13 other high-value detainees to the U.S. military prison at Guantanamo Bay. So I'm announcing today that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Abu Zubaydah, Ramzi bin al-Shivite, and 11 other terrorists in CIA custody have been transferred to the United States Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay. They are being held in the custody of the Department of Defense. The current transfers mean that there are now no terrorists in the CIA program. But as more high-ranking terrorists are captured, the need to obtain intelligence from them will remain critical, and having a CIA program for questioning terrorists will continue to be crucial to getting life-saving information. 46 At the time of al-Assad's release, Suleiman Abdullah was being held at Bagram Air Force Base. In U.S. extraterritorial prisons, innocence alone has never been sufficient for release. The process is far more political than legal. Suleiman was finally released in July 2008. What exactly prompted the decision to release him is unknown, but at that time the U.S. government was busy arguing in court that, unlike prisoners at Guantanamo Bay, Bagram prisoners should continue to be denied access to lawyers and the right to challenge their detention in U.S. courts. 47 The basis of the government's argument was that Bagram was a battlefield detention facility, holding only prisoners captured on the Afghan battlefield, and thus fundamentally different from Guantanamo Bay. Cases such as Suleiman's, where prisoners had been rendered to Afghanistan in order to be detained at Bagram, provided 33. Material for compelling counterarguments to this position. The timing of Suleiman's release suggests that it was most likely part of a wider effort by the U.S. military to retain Bagram's status as a prison where detainees could be kept beyond the reach of the U.S. federal courts, rather than a moment of justice. After his release, Suleiman Abdullah was provided with no support, financial, psychological, or otherwise, by the U.S. or any other state involved in his detention. In the early days, he hardly slept. Walking along an empty Zanzibar beach with me, he described how he would wake up at night in a state of panic, fully believing that he was back at Bagram. The only way that he had found to ease his anxiety after such a flashback was to play with the baby rabbits his family kept in a hutch in the yard. Shrugging, Suleiman added that his family told him he was crazy for playing with rabbits in the middle of the night. In the spring of 2010, Suleiman met with Kenyan and American medics who specialize in assessing and treating victims of torture. Suleiman had reached out in a plea for help to rebuild his life. The purpose of their trip was to conduct a medical evaluation and discuss his legal options. Sandra Crosby, a Boston-based doctor who works with Physicians for Human Rights, described the clinical evaluation as extremely harrowing, with both clinicians and Suleiman at times breaking down in tears. 48 The Kenyan clinician, Dr. Joan Nyanyuki, a medic with long experience of treating victims of torture by East African governments, later commented that never, in all her hundreds of evaluations of victims of East African torture, had she met a victim who had been so thoroughly mentally unraveled in the course of his mistreatment. Whilst Dr. Crosby had never previously evaluated a torture victim in East Africa, her experience as a U.S. medic with top-secret security clearance treating U.S. torture victims of various nationalities, held in locations as far apart as Guantanamo, Abu Ghraib, and Afghanistan, enabled her to recognize clearly. 34. That Suleiman had been the victim of a peculiarly effective, pervasive, and distinctly American form of torture. 49. This was later confirmed by the Senate Intelligence Committee in the unclassified portion of its report into CIA detention, where Suleiman is listed as having been subjected to both authorized and unauthorized enhanced interrogation techniques. 50. 35. 3. A giant footprint. And a string of pearls. Diego Garcia, named after one of the Portuguese explorers who stumbled upon it in the early 16th century, is a 39-mile-long, footprint-shaped island with a natural deep-water port. It is right in the middle of the Indian Ocean, about 1,000 miles south of the southern Indian coast and almost 2,000 miles from Madagascar. It is the largest of 55 islands that make up the Chagos archipelago, and was first settled under French rule in the 18th century by African slaves and Indian contractors brought to work on coconut plantations. Captured by the British in 1810 during the Napoleonic Wars, and later officially ceded by France under the terms of the 1814 Peace Treaty of Paris, this tiny remote island has played a key role since the Cold War in British and American military strategy in the Indian Ocean region and beyond. This chapter takes as its focus the persistent rumors that U.S. rendition flights and high-value prisoners held in the War on Terror have transited through and been detained on the island by the U.S., with British complicity. In 1965, in anticipation of the independence of its Indian Ocean colonies, the United Kingdom separated the Chagos 36. Archipelago from Mauritius and combined it with 3 islands that had previously been part of the Seychelles to form the British Indian Ocean Territory, by it. The islands were formally established as an overseas territory of the United Kingdom on November 8, 1965. The following year, the British bought the privately owned copper plantations on Diego Garcia and, over the next 5 years, worked to forcibly remove the entire local community of around 2,000 Chagosians, descendants of the workers originally brought over by the French to farm the copra. Testament to the prevailing attitude within the British establishment toward the soon-to-be exiled Chagosians, D.A. Greenhill, then head of the British Diplomatic Service, wrote in a 1966 diplomatic cable that unfortunately, along with the birds go some few Tarzans or Men Fridays whose origins are obscure, who are being hopefully washed onto Mauritius, etc. 1. By 1971, UK's self-pledged deadline year for withdrawing all colonial presence from east of Suez, all of the resident Chagosians had finally been removed from Diego Garcia. Peter Sand has written that the central geographical location in the maritime region between Africa, the Near East, South Asia, and Australia gives the archipelago's largest island, Diego Garcia, a unique strategic importance, in the words of Admiral John S. McCain, as Malta is to the Mediterranean, Diego Garcia is to the Indian Ocean equidistant from all points. 2. The strategic presence on Diego Garcia was thus protected. The removal of the Chagosians left the UK and US free to sign a treaty providing for the island's lease to the US, for the purpose of establishing a large joint US/UK military base. During the 1960s, the prime focus of US naval policy in the Indian Ocean had involved supporting Iran, and maintaining a US naval presence in order to deter Russia from disrupting the flow of Persian Gulf oil to Europe and the United States. As Britain prepared to withdraw from east of Suez, the preparation 37. Of the military base at Diego Garcia was one element of an increasing militarization of the Indian Ocean, as both the United States and Russia rushed to fill the power gap and steadily increase their presence in the region. Construction of the U.S. Naval Communications Facility at Diego Garcia began in 1971. GlobalSecurity.org has noted that following the overthrow of the Shah of Iran in 1979, Diego Garcia saw the most dramatic build-up of any location since the Vietnam War era. 3. By the 1980s, the communications facility was a major U.S. fleet and armed forces base, becoming fully operational in 1986 with the completion of a $500 million construction program. Later, during the 1990 Gulf War, Diego Garcia achieved and maintained the highest degree of operational readiness achieved and provided levels of support which outstripped all contingency planning. As the base population doubled almost overnight, Diego Garcia became the only U.S. Navy base that launched offensive air operations during Operation Desert Storm, and Diego Garcia remains a vital link in the U.S. defense structure. 4. Regarding Diego Garcia's ongoing strategic significance in a region of increasing significance for U.S. foreign policy, Green and Shearer have written that in the past few years, the Indian Ocean has emerged as a major center of geostrategic interest. 5. Identifying 3 clear and abiding U.S. interests, securing the trade routes between Asia and the Persian Gulf, maintaining freedom of navigation through strategic choke points such as the South China Sea, increasingly under threat from Beijing and Tehran, and the ocean's role as a secondary arena in Asia's new Great Game, particularly between India and China. 6. Regarding Diego Garcia's role in this wider strategy, Erickson, Ladwig, and Mikole point out that in the Indian Ocean arena and in the global war on terror, what the U.S. needs is not large fixed military facilities such as those built during the Cold War in Europe and East Asia, but a network of forward operating 38 bases and small military facilities across the littoral region. The foremost among these is the American military base on the British island of Diego Garcia. 7. As the atoll abuts all major shipping lanes that reticulate the Indian Ocean. 8. It is clear, then, that as Diego Garcia's lease to the U.S. for military base use has just been renegotiated for a further 20 years, renewed in late 2016, Diego Garcia continues to be a site of key, possibly increasing, strategic importance for the U.S. 9. Alongside this geopolitical grandstanding, the diminutive island has also been the focus of a persistent trickle of lawsuits and allegations relating to human rights abuses. The main set of lawsuits, see below, has involved the ongoing plight of the exiled Chagosians, whose interests have consistently been disregarded by the UK in its efforts to preserve the island as a US military base. In short, this matter, which has enormous implications for the execution of a covert war on Diego Garcia, concerns the financial provisions for resettlement of the Chagosians under the 1965 UK-Mauritian Agreement excising the Chagos archipelago from Mauritian territory. After the British government formally detached it, the UN General Assembly stated that this was a violation of the principles of self-determination set out in Resolution 1514 on the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. 10. Although the UK agreed in 1982 to pay a further £4 million in trust for the benefit of the Chagosians as full and final settlement of any claims relating to the detachment, 11. A group of Chagosians initiated proceedings in the UK courts, seeking further compensation and the right to return to the archipelago. These were all dismissed by domestic courts in England and Wales by June 2008. 12. On December 11, 2012, the European Court of Human Rights rejected the Chagosians' appeal, finding it inadmissible due to the earlier financial settlement. 1314. In November 2016, it was again confirmed publicly by the UK, just prior to the renewal. 39. Of the U.S. lease for use of Diego Garcia as a military base, that the Chagosians would not be allowed to return on the grounds of feasibility, defense and security interests, and cost to the British taxpayer, but would receive a further £40 million in compensation, to be spent on projects to support the Chagosians over the next decade. 15. In addition to these justifications for denying the Chagosians' right of return, the UK has also invoked international environmental law to sidestep their ancestral claims to the island. A US embassy cable, released by WikiLeaks, revealed the FCO's plans for a marine park or reserve providing comprehensive environmental protection to the reefs and waters of the British Indian Ocean Territory, Biot. After reassuring the U.S. that the establishment of a marine park, the world's largest, would in no way impinge on USG use of the Biot, including Diego Garcia, for military purposes, the senior official in question added that the Biot's former inhabitants would find it difficult, if not impossible, to pursue their claim for resettlement on the islands if the entire Chagos archipelago were a marine reserve. 16. Incidentally, Mauritius has claimed that these plans in themselves constitute a violation of international law, specifically the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, as well as agreements limiting the UK's jurisdiction over the location. It brought a complaint against the UK in 2010, asserting that it appears that the true purpose of the MPA is not conservation but to prevent the right of return of the Chagosians. 17. On March 18, 2015, the tribunal ruled that the Chagos Marine Protected Area was not in accordance with the provisions of the convention, declaring that in establishing the MPA surrounding the archipelago the UK had breached its obligations under Articles 2, 3, 56, 2, and 194, 4, of UNCLOS 18. The Chagosian question is of direct relevance to the US alleged execution of war on terror-related activities on Diego. 40. Garcia. Put simply, the displacement of the Chagosians now upheld by domestic and international courts and the resulting unpopulated status of the archipelago has long been used by the UK to assert that the key human rights instruments protecting against torture, Convention Against Torture and the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, do not apply on Biot 19 yet. As we have seen, human life certainly exists on Diego Garcia on the US military base. And alongside the Chagosian litigation have been persistent allegations, as yet unanswered, alleging that Diego Garcia has been used for CIA renditions and detentions. The matter was first publicly raised in an open letter to then Prime Minister Tony Blair on December 28, 2002, when Human Rights Watch wrote, "We urge you to take steps to ensure that torture does not take place on British soil, including the islands that are part of British Indian Ocean Territory." According to press reports in the United States, U.S. forces are holding and interrogating suspected al-Qaeda detainees at a U.S.-operated facility on the island of Diego Garcia. The allegations, if true, would place the United States in violation of some of the most fundamental prohibitions of international human rights and humanitarian law. The treatment of detainees on Diego Garcia also implicates the legal obligations of the British government. We also urge you to request a commitment in writing from the U.S. government as a condition of continued use of the island that it will comply with international law governing the treatment of detainees. 20. In a subsequent series of parliamentary questions and answers from 2003 to 2008, the UK government consistently denied that any detainees were on Diego Garcia, relying on the circular argument that the US would have to ask for UK permission to bring any detainees to the island, that the US had not asked for such permission, and that therefore nobody was being held on or near the island. 21. Aside from the dubious worth of this unquestioning. 41. Acceptance of US assurances. In October 2003, Time magazine published a report citing interrogation records from the US prisoner Ham Bailey, who had reportedly been held on the island. 22. And in November 2003 the UK Bar Human Rights Committee wrote to then Foreign Secretary Jack Straw raising concerns about the use of the island as well as US ships offshore, both within and beyond the 3-mile territorial limit, specifically including a reference to the transit of any detainees across UK territory, for example, by landing by air on the island of Diego Garcia before being transported offshore. 23. Over the following years, further allegations would appear in the international media citing various high-level sources in the U.S. administration confirming detentions on the island of high-value U.S. prisoners including Abu Zubaydah, Ramzi bin al-Shivite, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and Mustafa Set Mariam Nazar. 24. As of September 2018, all but one of these men is now being held at Guantanamo Bay, where any statements they make to their lawyers are subject to strict classification procedures. meaning that nothing they say about any alleged torture in secret prisons is likely to be permitted to reach the public domain. The last prisoner, Mustafa Set Mariam Nazar, is believed currently to be held incommunicado in a prison in Syria, by the Assad regime, following his capture and rendition there by U.S. agents. 25 Despite denials in private to British counterparts, U.S. officials have elsewhere appeared publicly equivocal, and in some instances have casually confirmed that prisoners have been detained on Diego Garcia. At a Defense Department operational update briefing on July 14, 2004, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Lawrence de Rita, when asked whether there were detainees at Diego Garcia, stated, "I don't know. I simply don't know." 26 General Barry McCaffrey, former head of Southcom, has now stated twice on U.S. National Public Radio, NPR, that the U.S. has used Diego Garcia to hold prisoners in the War on Terror. In an 42 MSNBC Tonight interview with Deborah Norville on May 6, 2004, McCaffrey stated, "We're probably holding around 3,000 people, you know, Bagram Airfield, Diego Garcia, Guantanamo, 16 camps throughout Iraq." 27 And on December 5, 2006, he again referred to Diego Garcia in interview with Robert Siegel on NPR, when asked about terror suspects, "They're behind bars, they're dead, they're apprehended. We've got them on Diego Garcia, in Bagram Airfield, in Guantanamo." 28 The presence of detainees on Diego Garcia has also been confirmed by international investigators connected to the Council of Europe and the United Nations. In his June 2007 report, Senator Dick Marty, rapporteur for the Council of Europe's investigation into illegal interstate transfers involving Council of Europe member states, wrote that we have received concurring confirmations that United States agencies have used the island territory of Diego Garcia, which is the international legal responsibility of the United Kingdom, in the processing of high-value detainees. It is true that the UK government has readily accepted assurances from US authorities to the contrary, without ever independently or transparently inquiring into the allegations itself, or accounting to the public in a sufficiently thorough manner. 29. In June 2008, the then UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Manfred Novak, spoke of very serious allegations that the United States was secretly detaining terrorism suspects in various locations around the world, notably aboard prison ships in the vicinity of Diego Garcia. 30 The most recent set of allegations came in 2015 from Lawrence Wilkerson, Secretary of State Colin Powell's former Chief of Staff, who claimed to have confirmation from 3 intelligence sources that Diego Garcia was used as a transit site where people were temporarily housed, let us say, and interrogated from time to time. What I heard was more along the lines of using it as a transit location when perhaps other places were full. 43. Or other places were deemed too dangerous or insecure, or unavailable at the moment. 31 One particularly compelling set of allegations yet to be fully investigated involves the Indonesian terror suspect Ham Bailai, who was captured in Thailand on August 11, 2003. 32 Following his capture, Ham Bailai disappeared into secret U.S. detention, not officially reappearing again until September 6, 2006, when President George W. Bush announced that Ham Bailai and 13 other high-value detainees, HVDs, in the CIA prison system had been transferred to Guantanamo Bay. The location, of Ham Bailai's detention for those 3 years before his transfer to Guantanamo Bay remain officially unconfirmed, and any statements made by Ham Bailai in Guantanamo Bay will be subject to top-secret classification. However, a leaked International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, report containing interviews with HVDs including Ham Bailai after their arrival at Guantanamo Bay has confirmed that Ham Bailai was held for 3 to 4 days in Thailand before being transferred around August 15, 2003 to Afghanistan, where he was held in Bagram Air Base for approximately 4 to 6 weeks. Ham Bailai told ICRC personnel that he was starved of solid food and kept naked for most of his time in Afghanistan. Mr. Ham Bailai alleged that he was held for 1 week naked in Afghanistan. He was then provided with clothes, which were again removed after 1 week, after which he remained naked for another month before clothes were finally provided. 33. Regarding sustenance, the ICRC reports that during the 2 months he was detained in Afghanistan he received solid food irregularly, sometimes twice a day and sometimes only once in 2 or 3 days. Ensure a nutritional drink was provided throughout to supplement the lack of solid food. 34. Provided may here refer to the controversial tactic of forced rectal rehydration practiced on CIA prisoners during periods of interrogation. 35. 44. On October 5, 2003, Time magazine cited a regional intelligence officer claiming that Hambali is being interrogated at the joint British-American Air Base on the remote Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia. 36. The article also referred to interrogation records from 22 and August 26, 2003, which we now know relate to the time that the ICRC report has Hambali in detention in Afghanistan. As for information on Hambali's treatment whilst he may have been held on Diego Garcia, the only publicly available information comes again from the ICRC report, which states that in Hambali's third place of detention, he was threatened with a return to previous methods of ill treatment. 37. Namely, having his head slammed against the wall by use of a collar. During his detention he was reportedly denied the opportunity to leave his cell for 9 months. 38. About 4 days after his arrival he was provided with a churan, but Hambali recalls that a few days later the air conditioning was made very cold and everything was removed from my cell, including the churan. I was only left with a t-shirt and shorts. 39. UK officials have twice confirmed, once in 2004, and once in 2008, that there is a British-run prison on Diego Garcia. The first confirmation came by way of the then Foreign Secretary Jack Straw's answer to a parliamentary question from Menzies Campbell, inquiring as to whether Diego Garcia had any facilities for holding human beings against their will. Straw responded that in exercise of powers conferred on him by the Prisons Ordinance 1981 of the British Indian Ocean Territory, the Commissioner for the territory has declared certain specified premises in Diego Garcia to be a prison. This was done by orders made in February 1986, which replaced an earlier order made in July 1982, July 1993, and December 2001. 40. The second confirmation came from David Miliband, during his time as Foreign Secretary, 2007-10, when he confirmed that in December 2001, the Commissioner declared that the fenced compound 45. Containing tended or other accommodation facilities, adjacent to the British Indian Ocean Territory police station on Diego Garcia, to be Sika prison. 41. Since these disclosures, the British government has steadfastly refused to release any further data as to who has been held in this prison and why it was refurbished or expanded during a key early phase of the War on Terror in December 2001. Despite the numerous allegations, the UK government has consistently avoided opening an investigation, repeatedly referring only to US assurances. For example, in June 2004 then Foreign Secretary Jack Straw stated, "The United States authorities have repeatedly assured us that no detainees have at any time passed in transit through Diego Garcia or its territorial waters or have disembarked there, and that the allegations to that effect are totally without foundation. The government is satisfied that their assurances are correct." 42. Similarly, in its inquiry into UK involvement in renditions of July 2007, the UK Intelligence and Security Committee relied on assurances from Washington, simply stating, "The US has given firm assurances that at no time have there been any detainees on Diego Garcia. Neither have they transit through the territorial seas or airspace surrounding Diego Garcia." These assurances were last given during talks between US and UK officials in October 2006. 43. Why the UK has felt able to rely solely on US assurances in this regard is not clear, since the 1976 exchange of notes between the UK and US governments clearly requires that the UK must be informed of all intended movements of US ships and aircraft on or through Bayat territory, stating at paragraph 3, The U.S. commanding officer and the officer in charge of the United Kingdom service element shall inform each other of intended movements of ships and aircraft. 44. Additionally, the UK Foreign Office has stated that the United States would need to ask the permission of the UK should it bring any prisoners onto the island. 45. 46. Furthermore, the UK has legal jurisdiction over the island, and a significant military and administrative presence on Diego Garcia. Section 4 of the 1965 Biot Order creates a British Commissioner who has, under Section 11, the power to legislate. Biot Ordinance No. 3 for 1983 establishes an appellate structure, and, at Section 6, creates a Supreme Court, described as a superior court of record with unlimited jurisdiction to hear and determine any civil or criminal proceedings under any law and with all the powers, privileges, and authority which is vested in or capable of being exercised by the High Court of Justice in England. The Biot Supreme Court may sit in Diego Garcia or London, and appeal lies with the Biot Court of Appeal and from there the Privy Council. Diego Garcia has its own independent administration, run by the East Africa Desk of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in London, FCO. The senior UK official on the island is called the British Representative, and he is there under the authority of the FCO. The British Representative is the commanding officer of Diego Garcia's civil administration, known as Naval Party 1002, NP 1002. The British representative is also the commander of the Royal Navy, the magistrate, the coroner, and the registrar of marriages. Approximately 50 further British Royal Navy and Marines personnel work for NP 1002, carrying our policing and customs duties. A detachment of Royal Marines carries out security for the entire Chagos archipelago. 46. The FCO also oversees a fleet of patrol boats in Biot waters, which regularly interdicts vessels suspected of illegally fishing for tuna and other marine life, forcibly seizing catches, ejecting foreign vessels from Biot waters, and imposing fines. Presumably, therefore, the fleet would have been aware of the activities of U.S. vessels in the area. Another example of the UK's ultimate oversight regarding Diego Garcia is in the matter of conservation. According to the UK Joint Nature Conservation Committee, enforcement of Con. 47. Conservation measures, such as for the existing bird sanctuaries, is the responsibility of the senior UK representative stationed on the island in his role as magistrate. 47. Indeed, the United States Navy boasts that all wildlife on Diego Garcia is protected by British law. Any detected harm, mistreatment, or harassment of any of the island's animals will result in punitive action. 48. In principle, British responsibility extends far beyond the realm of wildlife protection. The U.S. Navy's Integrated Natural Resources Management Plan of 2005 makes it clear that U.S. federal policies and programs apply only to the extent that the UK agrees that they should be applicable and as they conform to British Indian Ocean Territory, Biot, policies and programs. The full governmental and civilian judicial authority rests with the British representative, Britrep, a senior Royal Navy commander. 49. Two recent judgments at the European Court of Human Rights leave no doubt as to the UK's legal duty to investigate allegations of torture on the British territory of Diego Garcia, and the liability of the British government if it is found that the US has been detaining prisoners on, or rendering them through, Diego Garcia. 50. However, in their periodic reports to the UN Human Rights Committee, UNRWC, the UK has consistently refused to report on whether or not the UK has observed its obligations on Diego Garcia under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICPER, claiming that, following the forced removal of the indigenous Chagosians, the archipelago is officially unpopulated. The UK's position notwithstanding, the committee's 2009 concluding observations on the UK stated unequivocally that the ICPER does apply with respect to the UK in Biot. In its most recent concluding observations, July 30, 2008, the UNRWC specifically regretted the UK's view that the conventions did not apply, again requested that the UK report on Biot, and addressed both the situation of the Chagosians. 48. And the use of Biot for renditions to torture. 51 Meanwhile, the United Nations Committee Against Torture, UNCTAD, in its 2013 concluding observations with respect to the UK, left no doubt that UNCTAD applies anywhere under the UK's jurisdiction, i.e. regardless of whether or not the UK considers it to be officially populated. The state party reminds the state party of its obligations to take effective measures to prevent acts of torture not only in its sovereign territory but also in any territory under its jurisdiction, including all areas where the state party exercises, directly or indirectly, in whole or in part, de jure or de facto effective control, in accordance with international law. 52 Despite these legal obligations, no clarification was forthcoming. In July 2014, Andrew Tirry MP once again revived the question of Diego Garcia's elusive flight logs, asking the government, which government department or office keeps a list of flights which passed through Diego Garcia from January 2002 to January 2009. The response from Mark Simmons of the FCO was that some records were kept on Diego Garcia itself, but were apparently incomplete. Records on flight departures and arrivals on Diego Garcia are held by the British Indian Ocean Territory immigration authorities. Daily occurrence logs, which record the flight's landing and taking off, cover the period since 2003. Though there are some limited records from 2002, I understand they are incomplete due to water damage. 53 Following this statement, the Observer published blow ups of confidential emails snapped by a paparazzi photographer as an FCO Mandarin left a government building. They revealed that in his parliamentary answer to Tirry's question, described in the emails as an inspired question, Simmons had only mentioned one form of flight log, whereas in fact both monthly logs showing flight details and daily records obscured month of alleged rendition did exist. Neither form of log has yet been disclosed to lawyers or human rights groups. 54 Despite follow-up Parliament. 49. Tirry questions from David Davis on 15 and July 21, 2014. 55 Simmons gave a particularly bizarre answer to Davis' question of July 15 inquiring after the status of the monthly flight logs of flights which have passed through Diego Garcia from January 2002 to January 2009, 56 responding that during routine work to add existing records to the store in Diego Garcia, Bayat immigration officials noted water damage to a small number of records, caused by a leaking roof. This is believed to have resulted from extremely heavy weather in June 2014. Although the extent of the damage was not clear on initial inspection at the time, as I said in my answer of July 8, 2014, official report, column 172W, records from 2002 appeared to be incomplete due to water damage. However, since my answer of July 8, Bayat immigration officials have conducted a fuller inspection, and previously wet paper records have been dried out. They report that no flight records have been lost as a result of the water damage. A small number of immigration arrival cards from 2004 have been damaged, but that information about those flights is still available in the daily occurrence logs and monthly statistics. These records provide dates of aircraft movements in the territory and passenger and crew numbers. Following the incident, all hard copy records from the affected location are being transferred from the airport to a new location, and will be digitalized over the coming months. 57 I have personally checked historical weather data, which showed that during the entire month of June 2014 on Diego Garcia there were no more than 5.8 inches of rain, and on any one day during that period there were no more than 12 millimeters of rain, in other words, a light sprinkle. 58 The government's response prompted a further question from Tirry as to where and on what dates the water damage occurred, and what other files were lost in the same incident. 59 The answers to Tirry's questions, and to a similar question by Davis the previous day, merely referred to an answer given on July 16, 2014 to Paul Flynn. 50. MP by Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs Tobias Ellwood, repeating the reference to heavy weather and mentions of a leaking roof in June 2014. 60. We forgive you. Just accept you met Osama bin Laden. Before the 6-year wall of silence, on February 21, 2008 there was a concession to Parliament by then Foreign Secretary David Miliband that, contrary to previous denials, 2 rendition flights carrying U.S. prisoners had in fact stopped on Diego Garcia in January and September 2002. By statement to Parliament, Miliband said, contrary to earlier explicit assurances that Diego Garcia had not been used for rendition flights, recent U.S. investigations have now revealed 2 occasions, both in 2002, when this had in fact occurred. An error in the earlier U.S. records search meant that these cases did not come to light. In both cases a plane with a single detainee on board refueled at the U.S. facility in Diego Garcia. The detainees did not leave the plane, and the U.S. government has assured us that no U.S. detainees have ever been held on Diego Garcia or any other overseas territory or through the UK itself since then. One in a statement to staff about the CIA's past use of Diego Garcia, CIA Director General Michael Hayden said. 52. The refueling, conducted more than 5 years ago, lasted just a short time. But it happened. That we found this mistake ourselves, and that we brought it to the attention of the British government, in no way changes or excuses the reality that we were in the wrong. An important part of intelligence work, inherently urgent, complex, and uncertain, is to take responsibility for errors and to learn from them. Our government had told the British that there had been no rendition flights involving their soil or airspace since 9/11. That information, supplied in good faith, turned out to be wrong. 2. In respect of the individuals on board, Miliband said in his statement, the House will want to know what has become of the 2 individuals in question. There is a limit to what I can say, but I can tell the House the following. The U.S. government has told us that neither of the men was a British national or a British resident. One is currently in Guantanamo Bay. The other has been released. 3. In response to questions about why these 2 flights acknowledged by Miliband had taken so long to come to light, former Foreign Secretary Margaret Beckett, 2006-7, said, it was very difficult for the government to go back and look at what had happened on previous occasions. There was not a clear, simple trace of record keeping. That may, I don't know, have been the case in the United States also. Nothing further was offered by way of clarification, save on February 12, 2009, when an FCO minister, Bill Rammel, responded to a parliamentary question from Andrew Terry, asking whether one of the detainees rendered through Diego Garcia is still being held in the Guantanamo Bay Detention Center. Rammel confirmed that, since that date, both of the individuals rendered through Diego Garcia in 2002 have been returned to their countries of nationality. 4. However, the UK government then declined to conduct any investigation into these revelations. Rather, it invited NGOs and 53 MPs to submit questions regarding any further suspicious flights of which they were already aware. The result was inevitable. Foreign Secretary Miliband announced in July 2008 that the US had assured Britain that no further instances of rendition had been found. In the challenge to identify the 2 prisoners referred to in Miliband's statement, limited information was offered by the UK government. Using what information was available and a process of elimination, followed by investigative work, I and my then colleagues at Reprieve were able to identify one individual, a Pakistani-Egyptian dual national named Mohammed Saad Iqbal Madna, whose case corresponded clearly with the data for one of the flights referred to by the British government. Madna was detained in Jakarta on January 9, 2002, reportedly at the request of the CIA. According to the Washington Post, U.S. authorities urged the Indonesians to apprehend him after they claimed to have discovered a link to Richard Reed, the so-called British shoe bomber 5. In a witness statement, Madna described being pushed aboard an unmarked, US-registered Gulfstream V jet at a military airport in Jakarta on January 11, 2002. The intelligence personnel covered my eyes with a hood, and pushed me aboard a jet aircraft. Then I was put in a coffin-shaped wooden box lying horizontally on the floor. The box was open but I was bound with plastic, with shackles wound so tightly all around my body that I was unable to move. A plastic sheet was then placed over the box. The plane took off around 2 hours later, I would estimate at around 10:00 p.m. As a result of the beating, I was bleeding from my nose, mouth, and ears, and I later learned that there was blood in my urine. 6. Madne was taken viaduct a stopover to Cairo, where he spent 92 torturous days before being taken to Bagram Air Base and then Guantanamo Bay, where he remained until his release in August 2008. 7. The Guardian reported on Madne's case as early as March 2002, when he was still being tortured in Egypt. Madne was 54. Taken from Indonesia to Egypt on a US-registered Gulfstream jet without a court hearing after his name appeared on Al-Qaeda documents. He remains in custody in Egypt and has been subjected to interrogation by intelligence agents. 8. Of his time in Egypt, Madne's 2009 witness statement recalled, "I was taken to an underground cell that was smaller than a grave. It was completely dark, and I could not lie down straight in the cell, I had to bend my knees. On or around 11 or January 12 I was subject to intense interrogation sessions involving torture. During these sessions I was given high-voltage electric shocks to my head and my knees, denied food and medicine for my bleeding. My interrogators were Egyptian, but there were 4 U.S. personnel in the room. On many other occasions, too many to count, my Egyptian torturers hung me from metal hooks from the ceiling and beat me. During my time in Egypt I regularly bled from my mouth, nose, and ears as a result of my torture." 9. Madne has consistently denied any connection with Richard Reed, and has never been put on trial in relation to any such allegations. In fact, his 7-year journey through the secret prison system appears to have been triggered by a single ill-advised comment, made privately on the telephone. 10. In his competent status review tribunal at Guantanamo, Madne maintained that he was betrayed by one of 4 radical Islamists whom he had met by accident on a trip to Indonesia in November 2001, to deal with family business after his father's death. "After I went to Indonesia, I got introduced to some people who were not good. They were bad people. Maybe I can say they were terrorists. When someone gets introduced to someone, it is not written on their foreheads that they are bad or good." 11. This account was corroborated by the Washington Post investigation, which found that during his time in Jakarta Madne had spent hours on end watching television at a friend's house, when he, 55, was not doing that. He was handing out business cards identifying him as a Quran reader for an Islamic radio station. 12. The New York Times reported in 2005 that the entire, embarrassing basis for Madne's capture, rendition and interrogation was that Madne, in the words of one of his uncles, was a young man with a childish habit of trying to portray himself as important, who had simply made something up that bombs could be hidden in his shoes to impress his new friends in Jakarta. According to the paper, the comment was picked up by Indonesian intelligence agents, who were monitoring the 4 men, and relayed to the CIA, who decided to pick up Madne a few weeks later, following Richard Reed's failed shoe bomb attack. A senior U.S. official speaking to the paper confirmed Madne's uncle's account, calling Madne a blowhard who wanted us to believe he was more important than he was. 13. According to the Sunday Times, the well-known rendition plane with tail number N379P collected some Egyptian security personnel and flew them to Cairo to assist with Madne's rendition. The latter was seized in Jakarta at 4 a.m. on January 9, 2002 and bundled aboard a plane at an airport, taking off around 10 p.m. the following evening. 14. After his 2008 release, Madne related the same circumstances both in his New York Times interview in January 2009, and in his witness statement of July 2009, that during the flight to Cairo, Mr. Iqbal Madne said he was bleeding from his nose, mouth, and ears, and was unable to move because of shackles wound tightly around his body. 15. Madne's witness statement also reported that the plane stopped more than once en route to Egypt, and that while he was hooded cameramen boarded the plane and took pictures of him. He remembers the camera flashes. He was never taken out of the plane. After several hours, the plane stopped. I could hear the sound of the plastic being uncovered. They opened my shackles so I could urinate into a bottle. I think they did this because they realized that I was bleed. 56. Ing. One of the Egyptian officers told me that we had stopped for refueling. Later on the stopover, after I was rehooded, I was aware that some other people came onto the plane and took photographs of me. I was aware of the camera flashes through my hood. 16. Madna's recollection of being photographed during his rendition is consistent with the accounts of other rendition victims. 17. Where did Madna's plane stop for refueling between Indonesia and Cairo? The flight logs of European Air Traffic Organization Eurocontrol show N379P on a circuit without details for the leg of the journey wholly outside of Eurocontrol territory, so we cannot know for sure without further confirmation. However, Madna's testimony, and the data that is available, suggests that the plane may well have refueled at Diego Garcia. The time taken from Jakarta to this stopover location was about 5 to 7 hours, and then it was another 3 or 4 hours to Cairo. 18. The distance from Jakarta to Diego Garcia is 3,797 kilometers, 2,359 miles or 2,050 nautical miles, and N379P had an average range of 5,800 nautical miles, cruising at between 459 and 585 knots. 19. At 470 knots, then, the flight duration is consistent with Madna's estimate that the first leg of the flight took 5 to 7 hours. 20. The distance from Diego Garcia to Cairo is 6,032 kilometers, 3,748 miles, or 3,257 nautical miles. Madna's recollection of the second leg is that it took 3 to 4 hours, including a stopover of around 30 minutes. This is also consistent with N379P's above average cruising speed. For the flight across the Indian Ocean from Jakarta to Cairo, a stopover on Diego Garcia would be eminently logical. After all, as Admiral McCain put it, Diego Garcia is equidistant from all points in the Indian Ocean. 21. Madna says he arrived in Egypt on January 11, 2002, at 11:30 a.m. He was assigned a basement room like a grave about 6 feet by 4 feet and was kept there for 92 days. 22. In his New York Times interview, Madna said that on 11, 12, and January 20, 2002, he was interrogated for 57. 12 to 15 hours on each occasion. 23. He described his interrogators as Egyptian, but also noted that there were other men in the room whose faces were covered and who did not speak, but who passed notes with questions to the Egyptians. 24. The Eurocontrol flight logs show that N379P stopped over in Cairo for 6 days, likely after dropping Madna there, before returning to Washington via Prestwick, once again utilizing UK territory, and once again raising the specter of UK knowledge of or complicity in Madna's rendition. Given the lengthy stopover in Cairo, it is possible therefore that the masked men Madna describes as present at the Egyptian interrogations on 11 and January 12, 2002 were members of the U.S. rendition crew. Madna told the New York Times that his Egyptian captors tried to torture a confession out of him, and that when he told them that he had never been to Afghanistan, nor had he met Osama bin Laden, they responded by giving him electric shocks and forcing him to take drugs. I cry and I yell, he recalled. Also they gave my brain electric shocks. Madna also claimed that he was forced to consume liquids laced with drugs, so you don't know what you are talking about. 25. One witness who may be able to corroborate Madna's account of what happened in Egypt is the Australian national Mamdouh Habib, who had been arrested on October 5, 2001 in Karachi. During October 2001, Habib was detained in Pakistan, beaten and humiliated by Pakistanis, and interrogated by Americans. In November 2001, Habib was then sent to Egypt for the next 5 months, a period which overlaps with most of the time that Madna spent in Egypt. Habib has alleged that his Egyptian captors shocked him with high-voltage wires, hung him from metal hooks on walls and beat him before he was eventually sent to Guantanamo Bay. 26 According to three British men who were in Guantanamo Bay, Ruhel Ahmed, Asif Iqbal, and Shafiq Rasool, Habib himself was in catastrophic shape when he arrived at Guantanamo. Most 58 of his fingernails were missing, and, like Madna, when he slept he regularly bled from his nose, mouth, and ears. 27 In addition, a Russian prisoner released from Guantanamo in 2004, Rustam Akhmurov, said that while they were detained together, Madna told him of his time in an underground cell in Egypt, where he never saw the sun and where he was tortured until he confessed to working with Osama bin Laden, and added that he recalled how he was interrogated by both Egyptian and US agents in Egypt and that he was blindfolded, tortured with electric shocks, beaten, and hung from the ceiling. 28 Madna later described how, in April 2002, he was flown to the Bagram Air Base outside Kabul. Again, Eurocontrol flight logs, not publicly available, match Madna's recollections exactly. This time, Madna was flown via a joint US/German air base near Tashkent, where he changed planes before being taken onto Bagram. Madna described his detention and interrogation there in his New York Times interview. He was held there for almost a year, at times shackled and handcuffed in a small cage with other detainees, and further interrogated, he said. A CIA person said, "We forgive you, just accept you met Osama bin Laden." I said, "No, I'm not going to say that." Even though polygraph tests showed that he was telling the truth, he said, he was shifted from cell to cell every few hours and deprived of sleep for 6 months. 29. Madna would ultimately spend over 7 years in U.S. custody, in wretched conditions that brought him repeatedly to psychological breaking point. The New York Times reported in 2005 that Madna had told a military tribunal of one suicide attempt. Habib remembered in particular that Madna pleaded for human interaction and had overheard him saying, "Talk to me, please talk to me. I feel depressed. I want to talk to somebody. Nobody trusts me." On the 191st day of his incarceration, according to Madna's own account, he attempted to commit suicide. 30. 59. Habib told the New York Times in 2009 that Madna in fact tried to hang himself twice, and went on 3 hunger strikes. 31. Madna arrived at Guantanamo on March 23, 2003. It is evident from accounts of fellow prisoners that he was in a particularly bad mental and physical state before and during his detention. Ahmed, Iqbal, and Rasool, the 3 British citizens released in 2004, recalled that Madna had electrodes put on his knees, and something had happened to his bladder and he had problems going to the toilet. 32. According to Rustam Akhmurov, Madna was also passing blood in his faces, and said he overheard U.S. officials telling Madna, "We will let you go if you tell the world everything was fine here." 33. A 2007 court filing at the Washington Court of Appeals by Dr. Ronald L. Solik, the commander of the Naval Hospital at Guantanamo Bay, revealed that from 2003 Madna was prescribed antibiotics, and that in April 2007 he was diagnosed with a perforated left eardrum, inflammation of the left external ear canal and inflammation of the left middle ear. 34. Madna would later testify that interrogators had told him he would not receive assistance unless he cooperated with them, in which case he would be first in line for medical treatment. 35. Never charged with any crime. Madna was able to return home to Pakistan in August 2008. 36. His New York Times interview recounted this journey. After Guantanamo, he was flown on an American military aircraft to Islamabad's airport, where 2 American embassy officers, First Lt. Brian Strait and Keith Easter, witnessed his release, according to a United States government document he displayed. He was admitted to a hospital in Islamabad for treatment, and questioned for 3 weeks at a safe house by Pakistani intelligence officers in what Mr. Iqbal described called friendly sessions. Pakistani security officers then drove him back to Lahore and his extended family. "It was like a new life for me," he said. "I was born again. There is no word to explain." 60. Since his release, Madni has been dogged by enduring health problems. He is now unable to walk unaided, and, according to Dr. Mohammed Majib, an ear, nose and throat specialist at the Services Hospital in Lahore, by the time he returned home to Pakistan he was both dependent on a long list of drugs, and suffering debilitative psychological scarring from his traumatic experience. 37 As of April 2017, it has been impossible for Madni to gain any confirmation, let alone an explanation or apology, from the UK or US governments. A legal challenge by Madni in the UK failed when the UK government maintained its position of neither confirming nor denying that Madni's plane had refueled on Diego Garcia. 38 The obfuscations about allegedly water-damaged records, see Chapter 3, were prompted by an April 2014 Al Jazeera America report suggesting that the long-awaited U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee report would confirm that the CIA detained some high-value suspects on Diego Garcia, an Indian Ocean island controlled by the United Kingdom and leased to the United States. The classified CIA documents say the black site arrangement at Diego Garcia was made with the full cooperation of the British government. That would confirm long-standing claims by human rights investigators and journalists, whose allegations based on flight logs and unnamed government sources have routinely been denied by the CIA. 39 In the event, the unclassified, and heavily redacted, summary of the report, the only part that has been publicly released, made no mention of detainees being held on Diego Garcia. The public version of the summary was revised in December 2014, the same month it was released, suggesting that negotiations over what material should be included or omitted may have been substantial. 40 An FOIA request by Reprieve found that UK government ministers had met repeatedly with members of the Senate. 61. Intelligence Committee in the months leading up to publication of the summary, and Foreign Secretary William Hague, 2010-14, confirmed that the UK had lobbied the committee about the contents of the public version. 41 Inevitably, like the alleged roof over the records on Diego Garcia, the truth will eventually leak. Whether this will happen in time for Mohammed Saad Iqbal Madni to receive justice is another matter. 63. 5. The first known legal use of the word rendition occurs in U.S. law reports from the 1800s, dealing with the non-legal transfers of slaves escaped from their southern masters to the free northern states. When northern states refused to make it obligatory to return escaped slaves to the south, an industry developed around hunting them down. For a bounty, professional slave catchers would, at a southern slave owner's request, venture north and abduct slaves from their newfound freedom. Rendition was the term used for the transfer across state borders of captured slaves, back to bondage in the South. The term first became associated with counterterrorism and the non-legal transfer of terror suspects during the 1990s, under a program authorized by then-US President Clinton, involving the capture and transfer of exiled Egyptian Islamists from locations around the world back to Egypt for torture, disappearance, and often death. It is well documented that the U.S. had a major hand in training and financing exiled Egyptian and other Arab Islamists as proxies opposing the Soviets in Afghanistan, from up to 6 months prior to the Soviet invasion. 1 After the 64. Withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan, many of these fighters then turned their focus to toppling the regimes of their citizenship, in particular Egypt. The U.S. had helped to train and equip these dissidents. Now, in an ill-fated attempt to return the Mujahideen genie to its bottle, the U.S. was actively supporting Egypt in eradicating the exiled opposition, by capturing and rendering members of opposition groups back to Egypt, where they then faced the prospect of torture and often death. The 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam can be partly understood as a revenge attack in response to American involvement in the rendition and torture of 4 members of Egyptian Islamic Jihad, EIJ. Talat Fuad Qasim and 3 others had been captured by the U.S. in Albania 2 months prior to the embassy bombings and rendered by American agents to Egypt for incommunicado detention at the hands of the Egyptian state, which was known to practice torture. 2 In the aftermath of the explosions in August 1998, the U.S. continued conducting its controversial rendition operations. During the second half of August 1998, two suspects later convicted of offenses related to the embassy bombings, Sadiq Ode and Mohammed Al-Awahili, were held in extrajudicial FBI custody in Kenya, then transferred with no extradition or other judicial process from Kenya to the U.S. mainland for prosecution. Former U.S. Ambassador to Kenya Johnny Carson commented, "Because of the close cooperation between U.S. and Kenyan authorities, the Kenyan government did not seek to detain Sadiq Ode and Al-Awahili or put them on trial in Kenya." Acting with virtually no legal precedent or formalities, Kenyan officials waived all local legal and extradition procedures and released the suspects directly into U.S. custody. Fearful that Kenya might be subject to future terrorist reprisals, Kenyan officials agreed to turn the suspected terrorists over to American authorities to prevent Kenya from becoming involved in what would be a long, complex, and sensitive judicial procedure. 365. In other words, the U.S. persuaded the Kenyan authorities to turn over the suspects, without extradition procedures or any other form of judicial oversight, in contravention of both Kenyan and international law. In this way, the seeds were sown of what has become a normalist practice, rendering terror suspects in and around East Africa. The embassy bombing renditions were probably authorized by Presidential Decision Directive, PDD, 39, issued by then-President Clinton in June 1995, which allowed for the return of suspects by force. PDD 39 states that when terrorists wanted for violation of U.S. law are at large overseas, their return for prosecution shall be a matter of the highest priority. If we do not receive adequate cooperation from a state that harbors a terrorist whose extradition we are seeking, we shall take appropriate measures to induce cooperation. Return of suspects by force may be effected without the cooperation of the host government, consistent with the procedures outlined in NSD 77, a Bush 41-era National Security Directive that remains classified, which shall remain in effect. For this policy was confirmed and expanded in May 1998 with a new presidential directive. PDD 62 outlined 10 policy programs, the first of which was apprehension, extradition, rendition, and prosecution. 5 since 9/11, after which the gloves came off with respect to U.S. treatment of terror suspects. 6 The requirement of an endpoint to the judicial process in the destination state, already inadequate, has been dropped entirely. The CIA was thereby authorized to forcibly transfer individuals such as Mohammed Sadiq Belmadna to foreign states for torture and indefinite detention. The CIA was also authorized to set up and operate its own indefinite detention program outside mainland U.S. territory, see Chapters 1 and 2. 7 The CIA's term for the means by which prisoners were shuttled around detention sites, run by either the CIA or complicit foreign governments, was extraordinary rendition 8 unlike the earlier so-called renditions. 66. To justice practiced in relation to East Africa and Egypt, the full extent of the entire extraordinary rendition program has never been fully disclosed by the U.S. Thanks to a global mesh of national security and secrecy laws, those who have been subject to this procedure have not yet had their experiences fully and publicly confirmed in open court anywhere in the world. East Africa fully entered the post-9/11 theater of U.S. operations when, following the November 2002 bombing of Mombasa's Kikambala Hotel and a failed attack on an El Al airliner at Mombasa's airport, the United States pledged considerable further funding, training and other support to urgently reform and boost Kenya's counter-terrorism capacity. The State Department's Anti-Terrorism Assistance Program, ATA, in its report for the fiscal year 2004, stated that as a result of ATA-sponsored consultations and seminars, Kenya had already launched a joint terrorism task force, drafted a national counter-terrorism strategy, convened a National Security Advisory Committee, created a National Counter-Terrorism Center, and established the Anti-Terrorism Police Unit, ATPU. 9 In Kenya, investigations into the Kikambala Hotel attack were carried out in the context of these radical, US-led reforms to Kenya's national security structure, and in close operational partnership with U.S. personnel. This was the first known post-9/11 example of a domestic East African counter-terrorism investigation triangulating across regional borders and being carried out in association with U.S. counter-terrorism operations elsewhere in the world. In 2005, Amnesty International documented at least 34 examples of serious pre-trial violations committed by both Kenyan and foreign personnel in the course of the Kikambala investigation, including incommunicado detention and torture. Amnesty noted that while recognizing Kenya's duty to ensure the security of its citizens and other persons within its territory and subject to its jurisdiction, Amnesty 67 International is concerned that the rule of law and respect for Kenya's obligations under international human rights law and standards were being disregarded as the country came to grips with how to counter terrorist acts. 10 As discussed elsewhere in this book, the Kikambala investigation was also conducted beyond Kenyan borders, involving abductions and detentions in Somalia and Djibouti, and reaching as far as U.S. prisons in Afghanistan. As a result of the widespread abuses carried out by Kenyan police during the investigation, little admissible evidence was collected, and the 2006 attempt at a trial in Mombasa was an embarrassing flop, with no convictions. The prosecution case ultimately turned on one major piece of evidence, the confession of the lead defendant, Omar Said Omar. This confession was disallowed on the basis that it had not been made in accordance with a recent provision of Kenyan law requiring all confessions to be made before a magistrate. It has been suggested that the confession was disallowed on the basis of a technicality. 11 It may equally be argued that the provision was introduced precisely to restrict the likelihood of coerced confessions and other unreliable torture evidence being introduced into Kenyan trials. Both Omar's confession, and the trial, occurred after the law had been changed. Omar alleged that not only had his confession been made in the absence of a magistrate, it was also false, and coerced via torture. He claimed that he had been held incommunicado, threatened, beaten, and tied to a chair during interrogations. Later, Omar also alleged that, during his pre-trial detention, Kenyan interrogators had repeatedly attempted to coerce him into falsely implicating Tanzanian Suleiman Abdullah in the Kikambala bombings. This occurred during a period when, according to official U.S. documentation, Suleiman Abdullah was being held incommunicado in secret U.S. detention in Afghanistan, and subjected to abusive interrogations by U.S. personnel. 12. 68. This pattern of triangulation between unlawful operations in Kenya, other regional states and further flung territories continued when, in 2007-8, local and international NGOs documented a transnational rendition and detention operation, the Border Operation, involving Kenyan, Ethiopian, Somali, American, British and other European personnel working to capture, detain, and interrogate people fleeing from the conflict in Somalia following the US/Ethiopian invasion in late 2007. 13 Many of these renditions followed the pattern of outsourcing and working with host states that appear to have become increasingly prevalent in US rendition operations, particularly under President Obama, after his well-publicized disbanding of the CIA prison system. These cases show that in fact the strategy of working with foreign states to act both as formal custodians and in other logistical roles has been in use in the East and Horn of Africa since at least 2007, during the Bush administration. After the Ethiopian-led bombing of Mogadishu on December 26, 2006, U.S. forces reportedly fired on a group of individuals fleeing towards the Kenyan border, claiming that senior al-Qaeda leaders were amongst the targeted group. 14 This was the beginning of an operation whereby at least 85 individuals of 19 different nationalities, including many women, some pregnant and their children, were captured on the border of Kenya and Somalia, and brought to Nairobi for incommunicado detention. 15 The prisoners were a motley collection and included the wives and children of two well-known terror suspects, Comorian Fazul Mohammed, and Kenyan Swail Nabhan. The fugitives themselves, however, were nowhere to be found. 16 Whilst being held in Nairobi, many prisoners reported being denied access to a lawyer or consular assistance while being interviewed repeatedly by their own national security personnel. For example, 4 British ex-prisoners alleged to me, as a representative of Reprieve, and to a researcher from the NGO Cage Prisoners. 69. That they had been interrogated in Nairobi by people who told them they were MI5 agents, and who let it be known that they were only there for interrogations, not consular support, and that they could not inform their families of the detainees' whereabouts. Some of these prisoners also reported having their photographs and fingerprints taken by FBI agents, and being told that this data was being gathered for inclusion in a terrorist database. 17 When one of the British detainees managed to call the outside world after bribing a guard for the use of his phone, the Foreign Office was brought in, and an official let slip that the FCO had known of the citizen's detention for over a week, but had not yet performed any consular activities or contacted family members in the UK to alert them of the situation. The first contact between the families of the 4 young men and officialdom occurred the morning after the Cage Prisoners representative and I had first spoken to the Foreign Office, when counter-terrorism officers carried out raids on the London family homes of all 4 detainees. Before being flown home to the UK, they were rendered by Kenya back into the Somali war zone, with UK government officials maintaining that they had no power to interfere with Kenyan sovereignty and insist otherwise, even if it would risk UK citizens being exposed to war crimes. On the basis of flight manifests produced by the Kenyan government in court, it was soon possible to establish that 85 prisoners were removed from Kenya to Somalia between January and March 2007, by Kenyan anti-terror police officers on private airplanes operated by the companies Bluebird Aviation and African Express Airways. 18 The Kenyan Department of Immigration later submitted in court that it had processed 96 deportation orders of persons who had fled from the Somali conflict of January-February 2007 on the recommendation of the police. 19 Based on credible information obtained by the Muslim Human Rights Forum, however, it is likely that the number of individuals ulti. 70. Mately rendered may be closer to 120. 20 Even this figure does not include large numbers of individuals arriving by boat and motor vehicle, who may have been summarily turned back by Kenyan military and police on the Somali-Kenyan border. Many former prisoners have subsequently described being held in incommunicado conditions in Somalia before being rendered onward to Ethiopia, where they were again held incommunicado, and subjected to physical abuse by Ethiopian guards. A number of the female prisoners were pregnant, and some gave birth in Ethiopian detention. At least 11 of the prisoners rendered from Kenya to Ethiopia were reported to be children, one as young as 6 months old. 21 One Kenyan citizen captured around the same time was taken to Guantanamo Bay. In unclassified statements, Abdul Malik Mohammed has described in detail how he was captured by Kenyan anti-terror police in Mombasa in March 2007, and abusively interrogated for several weeks in Kenya before being handed to U.S. forces for rendition to incommunicado detention and abuse in Djibouti, Afghanistan, and finally Guantanamo Bay. 22 Since the border operation of 2007-8, there has been a steady stream of counter-terrorism renditions in East Africa, albeit not on the scale of early 2007. These renditions have been harder to monitor as they have increasingly involved members of the Somali community in the Nairobi suburb of Eastleigh. As a result of widespread intimidation by Kenyan police, and a series of mass refoulements of Somali refugees from Kenya to Somalia, these individuals are increasingly fearful of sharing their experiences with human rights researchers. At least 3 renditions from Kenya to Somalia were documented during 2009. 25-year-old Kenyan citizen Ahmed Abdullahi Hassan went missing from Eastleigh in July 2009. After his disappearance, Hassan's family filed a habeas petition on his behalf, and the Kenyan government responded that 71. Hassan was not being held in Kenya and that it had no knowledge of his whereabouts. 23 Hassan's fate remained a mystery until April 2011, when a former prisoner told me that he had met Hassan in a secret underground prison in Mogadishu. Hassan had described to the source how Kenyan police had knocked down his door in July 2009, snatched him, and taken him to a secret location in Nairobi. The next night, Hassan had said, he was taken to Wilson Airport in Nairobi. They put a bag on my head, Guantanamo style. They tied my hands behind my back and put me on a plane. In the early hours we landed in Mogadishu. The way I realized I was in Mogadishu was because of the smell of the sea. The runway is just next to the seashore. The plane lands and touches the sea. They took me to this prison, where I have been up to now. I have been here for 1 year, 7 months. I have been interrogated so many times. Interrogated by Somali men and white men. Every day. New faces show up. They have nothing on me. I have never seen a lawyer, never seen an outsider. Only other prisoners, interrogators, guards. Here there is no court or tribunal. 24 According to Jeremy Scahill, writing for the U.S. weekly The Nation, this secret prison is situated in the basement of the headquarters of the Somali National Security Agency, and run by the Somali Transitional Federal Government with a significant level of CIA access and control. 25 Hassan remained in incommunicado detention, without charge, in Mogadishu until his quiet release sometime in 2013. A Kenyan intelligence report widely leaked to and reproduced by the Kenyan media in 2011 suggested that Hassan was believed to have been a close associate of Suhail Nabhan, who was killed by a U.S. drone strike in Somalia in September 2009, 2 months or less after Hassan's capture and whilst he was still in detention. There are several more reports of renditions from Nairobi to the secret underground prison in Mogadishu. Khalif Abdi is a 72. Somali citizen who was held in pre-arraignment detention in the Ugandan capital Kampala in connection with the Kampala suicide bombings of July 2010, before being unconditionally released on September 12, 2011. Abdi reported to former fellow prisoners that he was captured by Kenyan security forces in Nairobi in July 2010. He was flown to Mogadishu, where he was held overnight in an underground prison, before being flown by military plane to Kampala, where he was held for over a year of pre-trial detention, before all charges against him were dropped and he was released. Abdi's description of the underground prison to former fellow prisoners, and a prisoner he met there, appears to match that of the secret prison underneath the Somali NSA's headquarters described by Hassan and reported in The Nation. 26 Another case of disappearance and rendition in the summer of 2010 is that of Badruddin Mohammed Abdi, a 17-year-old Kenyan or Somali citizen. Abdi was last seen in Nairobi on August 29, 2010, where he was being held incommunicado in an underground prison by ATPU officers. 27 A Kenyan lawyer who heard of his detention from a former fellow prisoner, since freed, then telephoned ATPU headquarters inquiring after Abdi's whereabouts. The ATPU officers refused to disclose any information, and the former fellow prisoner subsequently received a threatening text message on his phone, warning him not to go back to his lawyer, Voendalia kwenda kwa lawyer tutakupata tena Voendalia Tuesday. You continue going to the lawyer and we will get you again, just continue. 28 Further investigations have since confirmed that Abdi was rendered to Somalia and detained incommunicado in a secret underground prison in Mogadishu. Abdi's statements, made in these conditions, may have been used in triangulated interrogations of Kenyan and Ugandan prisoners held in Uganda on suspicion of involvement in the 2010 Kampala bombings. Like the earlier examples, underpinning that case was a complex, murky, transnational intelligence gathering. 73. Operation involving detentions, unlawful interrogations, and renditions of suspects and witnesses. Above ground, the legal case, comprising a constitutional and a criminal element, has been the vehicle for legally sanctioning those renditions in East Africa that end in some form of legal process, however unsatisfactory the latter may be. 75. 6. Rule by law. The Kampala bombings case. Khalif Abdi and Badruddin Mohammed Abdi were not the only suspects to be rendered to Somalia in the course of the 2010 Kampala bombings investigation. They were just 2 instances amongst a raft of abuses committed by regional security forces, in some cases with apparent complicity from the US and the UK. The case itself was a prime example of East African states developing strategy of rule by law in the counter-terrorism context, whereby the separation of powers is collapsed, and legal institutions and laws become vehicles solely to carry out the will of the state, and to sanction the violation of due process and other rights. Clearly, those who commit acts of mass violence should be brought to account, and the public should be protected from further attacks. However, the accounting must be done in a way that is reliable, without giving way to prejudice, and in a way that respects the rule of law and due process. To do otherwise risks punishing the wrong people, thereby leaving the guilty at large, perpetuating social schisms, and inflaming target communities already being pushed towards the edge. 76. At the time of the bombings, counter-terrorism-related abuses in East Africa had settled into a pattern of peaks and troughs. The last peak had occurred with the mass renditions and detentions described in Chapter 5, occurring just after the US-sponsored invasion of Mogadishu in early 2007. From around mid-2008 until the July 2010 attacks, there had been something of a lull, following the embarrassment of the border operation and the near-total exposure by human rights organizations of mass unlawful rendition and detention operations. In Kenya at this time, the local human rights activists and lawyers working on this issue were a small group, notably the well-known human rights defender Al-Amin Kimathi and his Muslim Human Rights Forum, comprised mainly of a large cohort of volunteers, and Nairobi-based lawyer Mbugua Muriathi, who would later win a landmark legal case against the Kenyan government on behalf of 8 Kenyan rendition victims transported from Kenya to Ethiopia during the border operation. They worked closely with a range of international groups, including Reprieve, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, bringing legal cases and publishing reports further exposing the unlawful excesses of East Africa's war on terror. In Uganda, against the backdrop of the Ugandan government's long-standing securitization policies and a range of other concerns such as rampant government-sponsored homophobia and the detention and torture of political dissidents, the global war on terror almost failed to register as a distinct domestic human rights issue. But things were not quite as they seemed. Despite there having been no recent incidents of Islamist terrorism in Uganda, President Yoweri Museveni's government was already heavily embroiled in the Somali counterinsurgency, fighting al-Shabaab and similar groups. In March 2007, the first Ugandan troops participating in the African Union mission to Somalia, AMISOM, had arrived on the rule by law 77 ground, making Uganda the first state to deploy troops to Somalia under this mission. To date, Uganda's has also remained the largest contingent of troops. At the time of writing, 6,223 Ugandan troops are based in Sector 1, which is made up of Banadar, Mogadishu, Upper Shabelle and Lower Shabelle provinces. Uganda's motivation for entry into the Somali war were at least partly venal. Clearly the Ugandan military presence in Somalia provided proxy U.S. boots on the ground, conveniently filling a gap in Washington's Somalia policy, there being essentially no U.S. ground troops there, for which the Ugandan government continues to be paid handsomely by way of considerable amounts of counter-terrorism-related military aid and equipment from the United States. There were also domestic dynamics at play. By the time of the AMISOM deployment, most troops had just returned from their adventures in the Congo. John Njoroge, a Ugandan journalist, has pointed out that Uganda has never had a peaceful transition of power. Guns and soldiers have always been involved in a change of regime. The ruling NRM party does not want thousands of soldiers hanging around in barracks with time on their hands. And there is no work for them outside the army. Unemployment is 50% here. President Museveni has been in power for almost 26 years and his popularity is waning. Military officers are already getting restless. From the government's point of view, far better for them to be fighting in Somalia. To whatever the combination of reasons, by 2010 Museveni had kingpin status in Somalia, and al-Shabaab leaders had started making public threats that Uganda would be directly targeted if its military presence in Somalia continued. These threats were borne out on July 11, 2010, with al-Shabaab's first bomb attack beyond Somali borders. During the South Africa-hosted World Cup final, bombs ripped through two crowded bars in Kampala in quick succession. The first attack hit a busy bar/restaurant called Ethiopian Village, in Kampala's Kabalagala neighborhood. 78. Where many foreigners had congregated to watch the game. The second bombing was at Kyadondo Rugby Club Nikawa, where the match was being broadcast on a massive screen. Of the 74 dead and 70 injured, most were Ugandans who had gathered to watch the football. From all reports, the attack appeared calculated and strategic in its execution. Choosing busy international bars showing the final combined the advantage of soft targets with maximum global impact and resonance. Although we may never know for certain whether the high-level fugitive Fazul Mohammed was the mastermind, there is currently no publicly known evidence to confirm that he was. The style of the attacks echoed the 1998 embassy bombings, combined with a good helping of pragmatism and an understanding of the modern media. My focus, in this book and my wider research, is on human rights abuses perpetrated by governments. I have not, therefore, gone into the plight of the victims of this attack, or their families, in depth. This is not because this is not of the utmost importance, it is, and out of control, misguided counter-terrorism operations are a common way in which the victims of terrorism are failed by the states whose role it is to protect them. Indeed, it is remarkable that as counter-terrorism has developed as a global, multilateral, billion-dollar enterprise, no common approach to state compensation and reparations for terror victims has evolved. There are too many examples, within East Africa and beyond, where despite apparently huge budgets for carrying out investigations, victims and their families have effectively been abandoned without adequate state support. Uganda's approach to the Kampala bombing victims, who were reportedly speedily compensated by the government, initially appeared to be an exception. 3 later reports, however, suggest that all was not as it seemed. As of January 2015, over 205 million Ugandan shillings channeled through the Office of the Prime Minister for Families. Rule by law. 79. Compensation allegedly remained unaccounted for. A remaining 794 million shillings, which were forwarded to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for distribution to the families, cannot be confirmed by the Ugandan Auditor General as having been used for the intended purpose, because no accountability documents were available for audit examination following the Kampala attacks. The US and the UK pledged to assist the Ugandans with their investigation. A Metropolitan Police team was dispatched from London to assist with forensics, and over 70 FBI agents arrived in Kampala from the US. Despite, or possibly exacerbated by this international assistance, the subsequent investigation followed a similar pattern to that following the Kikambala bombing in Kenya in 2002, a botched investigation characterized by rampant human rights abuses, followed by a prosecution which managed to present fairly sparse evidence admissible in court. Unlike the Kikambala case, however, the Kampala bombings investigation did ultimately result in a series of convictions, albeit on somewhat shaky evidence and against a backdrop of worrying abuses, both legal and physical. Uganda's Rapid Response Unit was primarily responsible for the investigation in its initial stages, until it was hurriedly disbanded following a damning 2011 Human Rights Watch report detailing routine torture and unlawful detention in a network of ungazetted safe houses. 5 Credible rumor had it that, following this shutdown, the investigation file was mislaid. Indeed, the U.S. appears to have had concerns at a fairly late stage about the strength of the prosecution case, as its embassy in Kenya is reliably said to have secretly brought the Ugandan prosecutor to Nairobi to work on stitching the case together. Thus, the investigative methods and chain of custody of the evidence are questionable. The investigation also raised questions from an intelligence perspective, with not only the legal validity but also the accuracy and even credibility of its sources remaining uncertain. 80. Regional security, and the situation in Somalia in particular, have both clearly deteriorated significantly in the years since the Kampala bombings. In the days following the attacks, hundreds of people were rounded up and detained by Ugandan security forces, in particular by the Rapid Response Unit before its disbandment. In Kenya, the Anti-Terrorism Police Unit, ATPU, and the National Security and Intelligence Service were involved in further arrests, detentions, and rendition of suspects to Uganda. Abuses documented in the course of defense investigations, see notes below, suggest that between July and September 2010 at least 8 Kenyan nationals, the 2 Somalis mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, and 3 Ugandan nationals were abducted by Kenyan security forces and unlawfully rendered to Somalia and Uganda. 5 of these Kenyan nationals, Habib Suleiman and George, Omar Awad Omar, Mohammed Hamid Suleiman, Hussein Hassanagade, Idris Magandu, and Ugandan nationals Isa Ahmed Luyuma, Hassan Harun Luyuma and Abubakari Bait Matia were ultimately amongst 14 co-defendants taken to Kampala for trial. A Kenyan, Mohammed Aden Abdal, and one of the Somalis, Khalif Abdi, were released on September 12, 2011. An 8th Kenyan national, Ismail Abubakar, was rendered twice from Kenya to Uganda, but was ultimately released, and was not amongst the defendants held in Kampala. 2 of those who ultimately stood trial, Kenyan national Mohammed Ali Mohammed and Tanzanian national Yahya Mbuthia, were rendered from Tanzania to Uganda in 2011. Each of these men reported being subjected to a range of serious human rights abuses by the various governments involved in their detention and transfer. Ill treatment reported by 7 of the 8 during capture. No statement was taken from the 8th, Ismail Abubakar, includes excessive use of force, threats, rule by law, 81, and failure to show an arrest warrant or give reasons for arrest. All reported subsequent incommunicado detention, denial of food during detention in Kenya, ranging from several hours to 3 days, denial of access to a lawyer or family members, threats of rendition to Guantanamo and Uganda for torture and death, and threats of harm to family members. There were also unanimous reports of excessive use of force during rendition, shackling by hands and feet, hooding, and failure to provide an opportunity for judicial oversight to challenge their forced transfers to Uganda. 7. The renditions of the Kenyan nationals were widely reported at the time in Kenya, and habeas corpus proceedings were brought on behalf of several of the prisoners. The public position of both the British Embassy and the Kenyan Justice Minister shortly after the renditions was to condemn them. 8. Though this British position was somewhat undermined by subsequent allegations of UK Security Service involvement in the interrogations of some of the prisoners. 9. 2 Kenyan High Court judges also condemned the renditions as an infringement of the victims' constitutional rights. 10 habeas applications were filed for a number of the rendition victims, and a further application for an injunction was made for a detainee who was not ultimately transferred. 11 In the cases of 2 prisoners, Omar Awad Omar and Habib Suleiman and George, the Kenyan state has continued to deny any involvement in the transfer, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. 12 With great difficulty, inhibited by many factors, including intimidation by Ugandan government personnel of defense lawyers and other observers, and denial of defense lawyers access to their clients by prison authorities. A constitutional petition was lodged in Kampala in 2011, alleging that the treatment of the men, in particular the fact of their rendition, should bar their being brought before a Ugandan court for trial. At this point, the trial, which the Ugandan government initially tried to rush, 82. Through before any of the defendants had accessed adequate legal representation, was stayed pending outcome of the petition. A full hearing of the petition was held in 2013 in the Kampala High Court. When the judgment was finally handed down over a year later, the applicants lost on every point, in an extraordinary ruling dismissing all allegations of human rights abuses. 13 A trial commenced in March 2015 but was adjourned before completion after the prosecutor dealing with the case was assassinated. 14 Eventually, in May 2016, 7 of the 14 accused were found guilty of involvement in the bombings. 2 of these defendants were released unconditionally before trial, the remaining 5 were acquitted, but were not released, and days later were rearrested and charged with terrorism for allegedly plotting another attack whilst in prison in Uganda. 15 at the time of writing, they remain detained in Kampala. Alongside these extrajudicial renditions and detentions came a general government crackdown on people working on protecting human rights in the national security context, and in particular a concerted attempt to intimidate and limit the work of human rights defenders who were investigating national security-related violations, especially on anything connected to the Kampala bombings case. During 2010 and 2011, over 11 human rights defenders working on national security matters were attacked by the governments of Kenya and Uganda. The first and most serious attack came in September 2010, when Al-Amin Kimathi, a well-known Kenyan human rights activist, and Mbugua Muriathi, the Kenyan lawyer of some of the Kenyan rendition victims in Kampala, were lured to a hotel and then detained incommunicado with their clients at the Ugandan Rapid Response Unit headquarters at Kayirika, central Uganda. Muriathi reported first being detained at gunpoint by Rapid Response Unit officers on the night of September 15, 2010, without any reasons given or warrant shown. According to his Rule by Law 83 account, he and Kimathi were hooded and their legs manacled, before being threatened with execution and accused of being terrorists. Muriathi was detained incommunicado for 4 days before being removed to Kenya, on September 18, 2010. 16 Kimathi was subjected to similar treatment, but rather than being released with Muriathi, he was taken to court and charged with the same offences as his client's involvement in the Kampala bombings. Kimathi's detention was widely condemned by human rights organizations, and described by Human Rights Watch as an apparent attempt by the Ugandan government to muzzle a well-known critic. 17 Kimathi was detained in Uganda for over a year, before all charges were dropped and he was unconditionally released in September 2011. I also had first-hand experience of being attacked for working on this case. The first time was in December 2010, when I attempted to enter Uganda to observe a bail hearing for Al-Amin Kimathi. I was traveling with an American citizen, we were refused entry and detained overnight at Kampala airport. I was told that I was to be taken to headquarters in the morning, however by that time the British and American embassies had intervened. I offered to speak to an interrogator with a representative of the British embassy present, however this offer was declined and I was eventually permitted to leave the country. Elements of the detention were farcical. A Human Rights Watch researcher attempted to visit us and was denied entry. In the morning, I was told someone from the British High Commission would attend. At this point, we were confined to the arrivals hall, watching trains of visitors queue up to enter the country. No British diplomat was in evidence until I received a call on my mobile phone. In a whisper, the caller explained that he was from the British High Commission, and he was in fact at that very moment sitting on an adjacent bench to me in the arrivals hall. He explained. 84. That he could not come any closer, or speak to me directly, as the Ugandans had forbidden him to talk to me. Eventually, in a suitably filmic manner, a man from the U.S. Embassy stormed through the doorway into the arrivals hall and successfully insisted on our release. We left on the next UK-bound plane. A British official later suggested, off the record, that I was on a Ugandan government blacklist because the Ugandan government had found emails on Al-Amin Kimathi's computer which showed that I had been assisting him with research into abuses of some of the Kampala rendition victims. In a similar case, on April 13, 2011, 4 Kenyan members of a delegation traveling to meet the Ugandan Attorney General to discuss Mr. Kimathi's case. Kenyan lawyer Samuel Mohokai, Director of Muslims for Human Rights Hussein Khalid, Chairman of the Supreme Council of Kenyan Muslims Mudar Kidami, and Commissioner at the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights Hassan Omar Hassan, now an MP in Mombasa, were refused entry to Uganda at Kampala Airport, and detained for 6 hours before being summarily deported back to Kenya. 18 Mohokai has since obtained a judgment at the East African Court of Justice, stating that Uganda acted in contravention of his rights by refusing him entry to Uganda and deporting him in this way. 19 Finally, in June 2012, I was deported from Kenya after 3 months on and off in the region, investigating Al-Amin Kimatha's case and some of the other excessive abuses occurring in the Kampala bombings investigation. During my time in Kenya, like others working on this issue, I had felt increasingly under surveillance and had experienced very obvious efforts to curtail my work. For example, I had received unexpected visitors to hotel rooms who clearly had believed the room would be empty. Phones I used would routinely make strange clicks and buzzes, and at least one witness was intimidated into not meeting. Rule by Law 85. With me, having received an anonymous call telling him not to talk to the white lady. My air travel within East Africa was increasingly fraught, with high numbers of seemingly random searches and checks. At every opportunity one would be pulled aside and my bag turned upside down. I took to only traveling with hand luggage. At passport control, judging by the behavior of immigration officials, something was popping up on the screen whenever I tendered my passport. I would be told to wait whilst the immigration officer went off to make a call or speak to a superior, then eventually waved on. It was anxiety-inducing, and clear that something wasn't right. But I hoped it would not escalate, and continued trying to do my work. The final straw occurred towards the end of June 2011. I had decided to go down to Dar es Salaam to meet with a couple of key defense witnesses. These were Mohammed Ali Mohammed, a Kenyan citizen who was at that time being detained in Tanzania, resisting Uganda's extradition request to try him for involvement in the bombings. He would later be convicted in Kampala, and his wife Amina Saif, a Tanzanian citizen who was living with her relatives in Dar es Salaam. I had tried to persuade others to go to Tanzania to meet with these two, because I had been warned that if I went myself, it would probably tip the Kenyan government over the edge and push them to kick me out. In the end, no one else was foolish enough to agree to go for the whole trip, so I traveled down with a Kenyan lawyer, who stayed for 1 day and met Mohammed's Tanzanian lawyers with me. He then returned, while I stayed on to meet the witnesses. Attempts to visit Mohammed in prison were blocked by Tanzanian prison authorities, so I decided to attempt a meeting when he was produced in court for an extradition hearing. After the hearing, I went to the cells to meet with him. We were surrounded at all times by 4 Tanzanian officers armed with machine guns, 1 sitting on either side and 2 standing in 86 front inches from us. I remember thinking that, on so many levels, this was not quite how I'd imagined human rights work when I was in law school. These were hardly conditions of confidentiality, but we were able to cover what we needed and establish that, contrary to the claims of the Ugandan government, Mohammed had never even met Al-Amin Kimatha in person. Meanwhile, the home of Mohammed's wife Amina was under heavy surveillance by Ugandan agents. Inside, I met a frightened young woman who had been thoroughly unraveled by her treatment by Kenyan and Tanzanian agents. She and her mother explained how they had been abducted from their home by Tanzanian agents and held incommunicado in a police station. Her mother had been strip-searched, humiliated, and held for several days before being released. Amina had remained in detention, describing how at one point Kenyan agents took her over the border to Kenya, driving her around at night asking questions about buildings and locations. She was never given access to a lawyer. Amina, like her husband, stated that, contrary to prosecution allegations, she had never met Al-Amin Kimatha in person. These were the 2 key witnesses in Kimatha's defense case, and their statements would later be instrumental in securing his unconditional release from Ugandan detention. Before leaving for Nairobi, I also caught up with Suleiman Abdullah, the Tanzanian former ghost prisoner who had been rendered to Afghanistan and held for 5 years in secret U.S. prisons. We wandered to the scraggy beach in Dar es Salaam and he updated me on his young daughter and wife, and his efforts to get hold of a boat so he could return to life as a fisherman. When I'd first met Suleiman in Zanzibar, he was a skinny, haunted figure who could hardly eat or sleep, and complained of almost constant flashbacks to his time in the darkness and Bagram. Seeing Suleiman 3 years on, persistently piecing together a fragile yet Rule by law. 87. Functional life and beginning to look to the future with hope, was both uplifting and also, in the context of dealing with a whole new wave of the war on terror, depressing. Leaving Dar es Salaam that Sunday evening, I was again subject to every random check possible, and as I arrived at Nairobi's Jomo Kenyatta Airport at around 9:30 p.m. I had a strong sense that something choreographed was happening around me. I wondered if I was finally losing my grip on reality. Wandering through the arrivals section of the airport, I noticed several people who seemed to be observing me. When I got to passport control, I was asked to go and wait outside a little room, where someone was waiting for me with handcuffs. I can't remember exactly what the officer said whilst he dangled the cuffs in front of my face, apart from his unsuccessful attempts to insist that I hand over my 2 mobile phones, one Kenyan and one British. The next 16 hours were spent holed up in a cell in international arrivals. I was already exhausted and the experience was horrible, albeit cushioned by the knowledge that I had the statements from the 2 witnesses, something that no amount of intimidation could at that point undo. The following day, FCO officials reiterated that my name was on some sort of blacklist, although they have subsequently denied all knowledge of this, and I was then summarily deported from Kenya, the dates on the documents showing that they had been prepared by the Kenyan government several months earlier. The slim silver lining in the cloud of my deportation was that it provided eloquent testimony to persuade European governments that the Kenyan and Ugandan governments were not playing fair in the Kampala bombings investigation, and that Kimatha's defense team had not simply dreamt up the claim that human rights defenders were being unfairly attacked. With statements from the 2 witnesses in Tanzania, there remained no reliable evidence to justify Kimatha's continued detention. In September 2011, 3 months. 88. After my arrival back in the UK, and after hard work by others on Kimatha's legal team, he was unconditionally released at a court hearing in Kampala, alongside 2 other men, Khalif Abdi and Mohammed Aden Abdow. 89. 7. Djibouti, the tiny state at the tip of the Horn of Africa, is a major strategic and military hub for the United States in both its counter-terrorism operations and other security and military operations, stretching far into the Indian Ocean. Sitting at the intersection of Somalia, Yemen, and one of the world's busiest shipping lanes, Djibouti has been the base of operations for the U.S. military's Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa, CJTF-HOA, since 2002. Since 2007, with the creation of the U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, Djibouti has hosted the only de facto permanent U.S. military base in Africa, at the former French Foreign Legion base of Camp Lemonnier. Won the inauguration of AFRICOM, whereby the whole of Africa, apart from Egypt, was for the first time united within one U.S. military command, was announced by then US Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld in 2007, during a visit to Camp Lemonnier. Prior to 2007, whilst Camp Lemonnier was being renovated, U.S. operations in Djibouti were run out of a U.S. military vessel in Djiboutian waters. 2 in the years since the creation of CJTF-HOA and then AFRICOM, the U.S. presence in 90. Djibouti has taken on an increasingly permanent and multi-layered character, providing a foundation for complex multi-agency operations stretching deep into the African continent, across to the Arabian Peninsula, and far into the Indian Ocean. 3. Over the past several years, the U.S. has both significantly expanded its facilities at Camp Lemonnier and opened a new base and airstrip at Chabeli Airfield. 4. And there is strong evidence to suggest that Djibouti has acted as a hub for a number of CIA renditions, along with later U.S. military rendition operations involving the East and Horn of Africa. This tiny state is also now reportedly the key base of operations for drone surveillance and targeted killings in East Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, as well as acting as a logistics hub for anti-piracy and other multilateral military operations throughout East Africa and the Indian Ocean. The focus of this chapter is the increasing appearance of these activities, from an operational perspective, as part of a holistic U.S. counter-terrorism strategy, and the extent to which Djibouti and East Africa may have been a test zone for a kind of modern-day Phoenix program. The Phoenix program was the code name for a counterinsurgency program adopted by the U.S. during the Vietnam War, in which, as Seymour Hersh has described, special forces teams were sent out to capture or assassinate Vietnamese believed to be working with or sympathetic to the Viet Cong. In choosing targets, the Americans relied on information supplied by South Vietnamese army officers and village chiefs. Today's version of this approach is carried out across national borders, and with the advantage of modern forms of technology. Renditions involving Djibouti took off not long after September 11. Some of the earlier cases likely to have been perpetrated by the CIA have been described in chapters 1 and 2. In September 2006, President George W. Bush announced that there were no further high-value detainees in CIA custody, suggesting at least 91. A temporary cessation of CIA overseas detention and rendition operations. 5. In the Horn of Africa region, this cessation also coincided with the rise of the Union of Islamic Courts in Somalia, who, in their de facto reign over southern Somalia, displaced the Somali warlords who were the CIA's primary partners for capturing terror suspects in Somalia. All this notwithstanding, there is strong evidence to suggest that at least 2 further renditions from Djibouti to Afghanistan and Guantanamo Bay respectively occurred in 2007. There is no evidence to imply express CIA involvement in these cases, suggesting that following Bush's declaration, the U.S. military or some other agencies effectively took over at least the outward-facing aspects of the CIA's rendition activities in the region. Whichever arm of the U.S. military or government was responsible for these 2 renditions, they demonstrate from this relatively early pre-Obama period an increased U.S. reliance on partner states at all stages of the operation, from arrest through to detention as well as at least initial interrogations. According to the U.S. military's own records, publicly released via WikiLeaks, Kenyan citizen Mohammed Abdul Malik was captured by Kenyan police on February 13, 2007 and transferred to Guantanamo Bay on March 23, 2007. 6. I was in Kenya at the time of Abdul Malik's arrest, and tried unsuccessfully to visit him in detention in Nairobi myself. Abdul Malik's own unclassified statement, filed in habeas corpus court proceedings in Washington, D.C. in November 2010, communicates in his own words an account of his arrest by Kenyan police in Mombasa in March 2007, and his interrogation by Kenyan personnel under the observation of 3 white men whom he took to be U.S. security personnel working in cooperation with the Kenyan interrogators. 7. After a day of abusive questioning, Abdul Malik reports being taken by plane to Nairobi, where his interrogations still carried out by Kenyans, in the presence of non-Kenyan observers continued. 92. Sometime later, by his own reckoning around 25 or February 26, Abdul Malik was flown on a U.S. plane to a location he believes to be Djibouti. In unclassified testimony, Abdul Malik has described his experience in this location in some detail, and the modus operandi of his rendition clearly echoes the known CIA routine from earlier years. They stripped me naked, put me in a diaper and dressed me in a tracksuit. I was then shackled, with ear mufflers, blindfolded, and put into a plane with about 10 American soldiers. At one point, the soldiers took my hood off and took me to the open door of the plane and made as if they were going to throw me out. I thought I was going to die. They hauled me back in, put my hood back on and chained me to the floor of the cargo plane. My eyes, head, and mouth stayed covered the whole time. I could hardly breathe. The flight took 2 to 3 hours and landed at what I believe to be a U.S. air base in Djibouti. At the air base, I was taken into a shipping container, and given some water that said "Made in Djibouti" on the label. On the wall was a poster saying "Reptiles of the Horn of Africa," with pictures of snakes, lizards, and maps of Somalia and Djibouti. I had my hands and feet shackled together, and a mask was put on my face. They took me to another room, and the interrogations began. There were 4 of them, 2 guards and 2 interrogators. They said I was connected to people from all over the world. Someone told me that I would be held there, in a cage, for 100 years, for the rest of my life, unless I admitted to what they told me I had done. A U.S. interrogator told me, "You were coming to Kenya to destroy the marathon." But I knew nothing about the marathon, and I told the interrogators this. The American interrogators said to me, "You have two possible journeys, one back to your family, or another that is very, very long. If you don't tell us what we want to hear, you will have a long, long 93 journey, you will spend your life in a cage." They accused me of saying goodbye to my wife and sending money to her because I wanted to be a suicide bomber. This was not true. I said goodbye because I did not know what would happen to me in captivity. After a number of days, I was again taken on a plane. I was again stripped naked, put in a diaper and dressed in a tracksuit, shackled, with ear mufflers, and blindfolded. I was put into a plane with American soldiers. I was shackled to the floor of the cargo plane for the duration of the journey, with my eyes, head, and mouth covered. This time, the journey was longer, around 8 to 10 hours. 8. The plane deposited Abdul Malik in a location that he believes, according to his unclassified statements, to have been in Afghanistan, where he reports having been held in two US-run sites. Their names and locations are unconfirmed before being flown to Guantanamo, where, as of July 2016, he remains, held without charge or trial. The second rendition case that occurred in 2007, again shortly after President Bush claimed that the CIA secret prison system was empty, is that of Somalilander Ismail Mohammed, aka Abdullahi Sudi Aral, who was reportedly arrested for alleged passport fraud by Djiboutian authorities whilst traveling through Djibouti on May 31, 2007 on his way to Eritrea. According to official U.S. Department of Defense documentation released by WikiLeaks, he was then transferred to U.S. control at Camp Lemonnier on about June 3, before being transferred to Guantanamo on June 5. 9. Mohammed has reported in unclassified statements made after his release that following his arrest he was taken by cab to a residential building, where he was held for 3 days and given no opportunity to contest his detention or access a lawyer. Then, Reprieve is reported to have explained, he was taken to another location, and detained and interrogated in something resembling a shipping container. 10. He was held at Guantanamo until November 18, 2009, when he was released without charge. 94. Not long after these two cases, under the new Obama presidency, 2009-17, US targeted killings of terror suspects began to ramp up throughout the Horn of Africa. Although targeted killings by drone were arguably the signature feature of Obama's counterterrorism strategy, it is clear that lethal operations, and drones, have been a feature of the war on terror since its earliest days. The first reported U.S. assassination of terror suspects by drone occurred many years before Obama took office, in 2002, when a car in the northern Yemeni province of Marib was hit by a Hellfire missile fired from an unmanned Predator drone, flown out of Djibouti. 6 men were killed in the attack, including the probable target, Qad Salim Sinan al-Harathi, a suspect in the October 2000 attack on the USS Cole. Although the U.S. did not formally admit responsibility for the attack, in an interview with CNN, then US Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz called it a very successful tactical operation, explaining that we've just got to keep the pressure on everywhere we're able to, and we've got to deny the sanctuaries everywhere we're able to, and we've got to put pressure on every government that is giving these people support to get out of that business. 11. James Bamford has described in The Atlantic how the operation to kill al-Harathi was coordinated between NSA analysts based at Fort Meade, Maryland, a cryptological support group based in Yemen, and a battery of unmanned Predator drones, each armed with deadly Hellfire missiles, based across the Red Sea in Djibouti. 12. A U.S. citizen, Kamal Darwish/Ahmed Hijazi, was also killed in this attack, 9 years before the controversial drone assassination of U.S. citizen Anwar al-Awlaki in Yemen. Dana Priest, writing in the Washington Post, observed that it was unclear whether the CIA operatives who fired the missile from hundreds of miles away knew that an American citizen was among their targets. It also was unclear whether that would have made any difference. 13. 95. The publicly known cases from the early years of Obama's presidency do suggest that the key targeted killings in and around Somalia were not routinely conducted by drone. They were, however, representative of a tactical curve in U.S. assassination strategy, with its origins in the Cold War. The 1975 U.S. Senate Select Committee, chaired by Senator Frank Church, investigating Cold War-era assassination programs found evidence of no fewer than 8 CIA plots to assassinate Cuban President Fidel Castro, as well as plots to assassinate President Ngo Dinh Diem of South Vietnam, and Chile's General René Schneider. In addition to plots to assassinate high-level foreign personnel, targeted killing was also carried out systematically by the U.S., on a mass scale, during the Vietnam War. Describing similar pitfalls to those the U.S. is beginning to face in today's war on terror, Seymour Hersh reported that the operation got out of control. According to official South Vietnamese statistics, Phoenix claimed nearly 41,000 victims between 1968 and 1972, the U.S. counted more than 20,000 in the same time span. Some of those assassinated had nothing to do with the war against America but were targeted because of private grievances. William E. Colby, the CIA officer who took charge of the Phoenix program in 1968, he eventually became CIA director, later acknowledged to Congress that a lot of things were done that should not have been done. 14. Following Frank Church's report, an executive order banning assassinations was issued. This order is essentially still in force today. 15. And whilst this has evidently not prevented the development of a new program of targeted killing in counterterrorism operations, academics Gabriella Bloom and Philip Keeman offer some fascinating analysis into how this historical background, and the East Africa region in particular, may provide some insight into the way the U.S. has framed and justified its counterterrorism activities since the 1990s. Linking this historical back. 96. Ground to early East African War on Terror operations, Bloom and Heyman have described how, following the 1998 bombings of the American embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, and on the basis of a secret, favorable legal opinion, President Bill Clinton issued a presidential finding, equivalent to an executive order, authorizing the use of lethal force against Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Shortly thereafter, 75 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched at a site in Afghanistan where Osama bin Laden was expecting to attend a summit meeting. Following the attacks of September 11, 2001, President George Bush reportedly made another finding that broadened the class of potential targets beyond the top leaders of Al-Qaeda, and also beyond the boundaries of Afghanistan. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld ordered special operations units to prepare a plan for hunter-killer teams, with the purpose of killing, not capturing, terrorist suspects. Using the war paradigm for counterterrorism enabled government lawyers to distinguish lethal attacks on terror suspects from prohibited assassinations and justify them as lawful battlefield operations against enemy combatants. 16. Circling back to Somalia and the U.S. hub of operations at Djibouti, a well-known and controversial assassination occurred in May 2008, when the Al-Shabaab leader Aden Hashiero was killed in Dusa Mareb, central Somalia. The killing echoed the attack on bin Laden following the 1998 embassy bombings, and was reportedly carried out using at least 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from a Navy ship or submarine off the Somali coast. 17. Unlike that attack, however, this operation reportedly claimed many casualties. Alongside Arrow, between 5 and 10 civilians were also reported to have been killed, including his wife and children. When I visited Somaliland, where Arrow was born, in 2009, I heard a high level of criticism of the number of civilian deaths during this operation. The 2009 assassination of another Al-Shabaab leader, Suhail Ali Nabhan, reportedly involved fewer civilian deaths than Arrow's. 97. Assassination, and was explained by Somalia analyst Rashid Abdi as representative of a wider move by the U.S. to reduce civilian casualties in their operations in the region. This was a very well-planned operation, meticulous. That should help contain any backlash. The impact is much less than it would have been if bystanders were hit. 18. The killing of Nabhan by U.S. Special Forces is also notable because of its similarity to the later successful assassination of bin Laden in Pakistan. Nabhan and al-Shabaab spokesman Sheikh Muhyiddin Omar were amongst a group of 4 people killed by Navy SEALs in an operation codenamed Celestial Balance, whilst traveling in a convoy from Beraa. U.S. Special Forces reportedly launched helicopters from a U.S. Navy vessel whilst Nabhan and 3 companions had stopped for breakfast. According to National Public Radio, missiles were fired at the group and at least 1 helicopter landed so that the bodies of Nabhan and 2 other wounded militants could be brought back to the ship. 19. Some reports have suggested that Nabhan had been under surveillance for some time, and that this was the first opportunity to target him away from a civilian population. 20. There is an interesting unanswered question here that might throw some light on developing U.S. policy at that time. What, if any, assessment was made as to whether Nabhan could have been captured rather than killed during this operation? There is also intriguing circumstantial evidence suggesting that intelligence for Nabhan's killing may have come from an individual rendered from Kenya to Somalia and detained in an ostensibly Somali-run secret prison in Mogadishu. As described earlier in this book, 25-year-old Kenyan citizen Ahmed Abdullahi Hassan went missing from Eastleigh, Nairobi, in July 2009. 21. Hassan's fate remained a mystery until April 2011, when a former prisoner told me that he had met Hassan in a secret underground prison in Mogadishu, and that Hassan had 98. Described his capture, incommunicado detention and interrogation by Somalis and Caucasians according to Jeremy Scahill of The Nation, U.S., in the basement of Somali National Security and Intelligence Service headquarters, with a significant level of CIA access and control. 22. A Kenyan intelligence report leaked to the Kenyan media in 2011 suggested that Hassan was believed to have been Nabhan's close associate. The U.S. drone that killed the latter struck no more than 2 months after Hassan's capture, whilst he was in detention, raising the possibility that his interrogations in the secret Somali prison provided live intelligence then used in the targeted killing. If this turns out to be the case, Nabhan's assassination may represent an early example of a more joined-up, data-based approach to U.S. counterterrorism operations in the region, first described by The Washington Post in its Disposition Matrix reports, described later in this chapter 23. In the years following Nabhan's killing, Djibouti has played a central role in an accelerating number of U.S. drone operations carried out in both Yemen and Somalia, despite these being part of a comparatively small footprint operation with fewer drone attacks than in other regions strictly within conventional war zones, such as Afghanistan. 24. The dramatic increase in the use of targeted killing under Obama occurred in tandem with the scaling down of U.S. overseas prisons, a policy shift that, as we have seen, began under George W. Bush. This shift was likely influenced by a range of factors, including the legal and political impasse surrounding the fate of prisoners at Guantanamo Bay, the administration's partial victory over lawyers' access to detainees at Bagram Air Base, on the basis that it was a true battlefield facility and therefore no longer available to hold scores of people not captured in Afghanistan, and a succession of scandals over detainee treatment. Unlike targeted killings, U.S. extraterritorial detainee populations have not grown under Obama, though they've been out. 99. Sourced and joint forms of detention are a different matter. The Bureau of Investigative Journalism, which monitors U.S. covert actions in Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia, estimates that at least 350 drone strikes occurred in Pakistan during Obama's presidency, against a total of 50 strikes preceding this period. Between 69 and 79 total strikes occurred in Yemen, only one of which preceded the Obama period, and 6 to 9 strikes in Somalia. 25. In contrast to the singular 2002 strike described above, after and since Nabhan's death, most known drone operations from Djibouti have been carried out primarily by the Department of Defense rather than the CIA. The Pentagon's Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, is apparently the lead agency in Somalia's war on terror at the time of writing, carrying out surveillance, reconnaissance, capture and assault operations. JSOC also has its own fleet of Reaper drones, high-tech drones capable of firing multiple, laser-guided Hellfire missiles. 26 According to Craig Whitlock in the Washington Post, between 2010 and 2012 Camp Lemonnier became the largest Predator drone base, an earlier version of the Reaper, outside the Afghan war zone and, effectively, an experimental zone in which to develop new methods for carrying out the war on terror. Increasingly, the orders to find, track or kill those people are delivered to Camp Lemonnier. Virtually the entire 500-acre camp is dedicated to counter-terrorism, making it the only installation of its kind in the Pentagon's global network of bases. About 300 special operations personnel plan raids and coordinate drone flights from inside a high-security compound at Lemonnier that is dotted with satellite dishes and ringed by concertina wire. Most of the commandos work incognito, concealing their names even from conventional troops on the base. 27 However, this expansion in Djibouti has created significant logistical challenges for the U.S. In 2013, media reported that at least 5 drones based in Djibouti have crashed since 2011, 28, and in February 2012, a U.S. spy plane crashed near to Camp 100 Lemonnier, killing all 4 special operations personnel on board. 29 A Washington Post investigation, based on a dossier of official U.S. government documents released through Freedom of Information requests, details how the skies above Lemonnier had, at the time of writing, become chronically dangerous, with pilots forced to rely on local air traffic controllers who fall asleep on the job, commit errors at astronomical rates and are hostile to Americans. 30 Craig Whitlock describes how the documents chronicle an ill-fated $7 million U.S. program in which former Federal Aviation Administration officials were tapped to retrain the Djiboutian air traffic controllers in 2012 and 2013. The effort collapsed after the Djiboutians stopped showing up for classes and locked the American trainers out of the flight tower. 31 According to Nick Terse, writing in The Intercept, by late 2013 the hub of U.S. drone operations in Africa had moved from Camp Lemonnier to a quieter nearby airfield, Chabeli. AFRICOM failed to respond to questions about the number and types of drones based at Chabeli airfield, but reporting by The Intercept, drawing on formerly secret documents, demonstrates that 10 MQ-1 Predators and 4 of their larger cousins, MQ-9 Reapers, were based at Lemonnier prior to the move to the more remote site. Neither the Pentagon nor AFRICOM responded to repeated requests by The Intercept for comment on other aspects of drone operations at Chabeli airfield or the transformation of the outpost into a more permanent facility. The reasons why aren't hard to fathom. 32 In fact, Chabeli airfield is not the only additional territory supporting U.S. drone and airborne surveillance operations in Africa. A series of official documents leaked to The Intercept confirm that drone operations at Camp Lemonnier are supported by a web of airfields in Djibouti, Kenya, and Ethiopia, alongside U.S. Navy vessels in the Gulf of Aden. 33 The Intercept's research suggests that, between 2012 and 2015, 14 locations in Africa and the Indian Ocean, including Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, 101. Somalia, Uganda, and the Seychelles, hosted nodes of the U.S. drone and surveillance network. 34 How these operations have been carried out is explained in part by reporting in the Washington Post. In Washington, the Obama administration has taken a series of steps to sustain the drone campaign for another decade, developing an elaborate new targeting database, called the Disposition Matrix, and a classified playbook to spell out how decisions on targeted killing are made. Djibouti is the clearest example of how the United States is laying the groundwork to carry out these operations overseas. Drones will continue to be in the forefront. In response to written questions from the Post, the U.S. military confirmed publicly for the first time the presence of remotely piloted aircraft, military parlance for drones, at Camp Lemonnier, and said they support a wide variety of regional security missions. Intelligence collected from drone and other surveillance missions is used to develop a full picture of the activities of violent extremist organizations and other activities of interest. Africa Command, the arm of the U.S. military that oversees the camp, said in a statement. However, operational security considerations prevent us from commenting on specific missions. 35 A Pentagon study leaked to The Intercept confirms further how decisions to order drone strikes in Yemen and Somalia were made in 2011 and 2012. According to the study, intelligence personnel from JSOC's Task Force 48-4, working alongside other intelligence agencies, would build the case for action against an individual, eventually generating a baseball card on the target, which was staffed up to higher echelons ultimately to the president at the time of the study. With the president's approval, JSOC then had a 60-day window to hit a target. For an actual strike, the task force needed approval from the Geographic Combatant Command as well as the ambassador and CIA station chief in the country where the target was located. 36 This reference to an enhanced bureaucracy and infrastructure, with a targeting database or disposition matrix allows us to 102. Understand how targeted killings by drone have become both systemic, and part of a wider counterinsurgency strategy. Within the context of other well-rehearsed tactics such as rendition, detention, interrogations, and surveillance, targeted killings are simply one available action within a set of interlinking counterterrorism tactics. Independent journalist Marcy Wheeler, on her blog Empty Wheel, has suggested that the 2012 detention and rendition of the young Brit Mahdi Hashi and 2 others from Djibouti to the US was a test drive of the disposition process. 37 Hashi had come to the UK from Somalia with his family in 1995, gaining British citizenship in 2004. Reports suggest that in 2010 he travelled back to Somalia, where he met and married his Somali wife, with whom he had a young child. In June 2012, Hashi's family in the UK received a letter from the UK Home Office, instructing them to inform Hashi that his British citizenship had been revoked on national security grounds. On the family's telling, they were unable to inform Hashi of this development, thus he was not able to challenge the revocation because by this point he had disappeared. Several months later, in August 2012, Hashi's family learned from a man who said he had recently been imprisoned with Hashi that the latter was being detained in Djibouti, and had been interrogated by white Westerners. On October 18, 2012, a grand jury in the U.S. Federal District of New York returned a sealed indictment against Hashi, and on November 14, 2012, shortly after Obama's re-election, the U.S. government officially took custody of him, charging and holding him in secret for 5 weeks until December 21, when he was arraigned in the Eastern District of New York. Hashi was subsequently charged with offenses of material support to al-Shabaab. Eventually, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 9 years in custody. The timing of the revocation of Hashi's citizenship strongly suggests some form of coordination or intelligence sharing. 103. Between the UK and the US. Whether one state's actions triggered the others will probably never be publicly known. It is clear, however, that the revocation of Hashi's citizenship at that point in time certainly may not have left him officially stateless. It has been held by the UK that he retained a residual Somali citizenship, but he was nevertheless left without an effective government to advocate for his rights whilst he was being held in what turned out to be prolonged incommunicado detention in both Djibouti and the US. As of July 2016, proceedings in the UK to challenge the legality of the revocation of Hashi's citizenship are ongoing. This case is significant, as are several cases predating Hashi's of British men killed by drones in Somalia, revocation of whose British citizenship may also have occurred in some form of concert with the US disposition process. Bilal Barjawi, a 27-year-old from North London, was reportedly killed after 3 missiles fired from a US drone hit the vehicle he was traveling in on the outskirts of Mogadishu. Around 12 months before his death, Barjawi had been stripped of his British citizenship under the Immigration and Nationality Act 2006, on the order of the Home Secretary. According to The Guardian, Barjawi is understood to have sought to appeal against the order, but lawyers representing his family were unable to take instructions from him amid concerns that any telephone contact could precipitate a drone attack. 38 Burjai was killed on January 21, 2012, shortly after making a telephone call to his wife, who had given birth to their child in a London hospital a few hours prior to the strike. This chain of events appears to be a coincidence rather than suggestive of British complicity in triggering the targeting, as according to a classified report on Burjai's case leaked to The Intercept, the fatal drone strike was facilitated by cell phone surveillance that had already located Burjai by the time of that call. 39. 104. A disturbing propaganda film published by Al-Shabaab includes a confession by a Somali youth that he was being run as an agent by a group of Western spies, possibly including British and American men, when on their orders he placed a cell phone operating as a tracking device in Burjai's vehicle. 40 Mohammed Sikr, a friend of Burjai and another British national who had his citizenship revoked, was killed in a U.S. drone attack in Somalia shortly after Burjai, in February 2012. 41 Parallel cases of rendition involving Djibouti illustrate the ongoing practice of rendition alongside targeted killings by the U.S. and the possible interplay of different tactics within the wider disposition matrix. Prior to 9/11, U.S. renditions usually culminated in a form of judicial process, however unsatisfactory. The main feature of post-9/11 renditions, carried out under George W. Bush, was the discarding of this endpoint of judicial process, with prisoners rendered for the purpose of interrogations, torture and arbitrary detention. Obama's rendition policy, essentially secret, appears to have reverted back to something like pre-9/11 operations, whereby prisoners were detained incommunicado for a shorter time, before being transferred to some kind of judicial process. Added to this was the Obama-era practice of detaining suspects in short-term, temporary situations, rather than long-term detention in overseas U.S. facilities, or in the custody of foreign states. Testament to this new approach is one case that was highlighted by U.S. General Carter Ham in his March 2012 testimony to the Senate Armed Services Committee, that of Ahmed Abdul Qadir Warsame. Warsame, reportedly a military commander for Al-Shabaab, 42, was captured by the U.S. at sea, off the coast of Djibouti. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, Warsame, a Somali national in his mid-20s, was captured in the Gulf of Aden between Somalia and Yemen by the U.S. military on April 19, 2011, and was questioned for intelligence purposes for more than 105 months. Thereafter, Warsame was read his Miranda rights, and, after waiving those rights, he spoke to law enforcement agents for several days. Warsame arrived in the Southern District of New York on July 5, 2011. 43 Although the precise circumstances of Warsame's two types of questioning between April 19 and July 5 are unknown, it is likely that this process was a version of the clean and dirty interrogation system that first became notorious at Guantanamo Bay during the George W. Bush presidency. In this system, a clean team of agents and investigators purported to be conducting traditional law enforcement activity interviews a prisoner after they have already been subjected to mistreatment, or dirty interrogation practices, resulting in testimony obtained without the direct use of coercion or abuse, and therefore admissible in court. A senior U.S. military official has disclosed that, after his capture, Warsame was held in the brig of an amphibious assault vessel, the USS Boxer. After the initial and longer period of interrogation for intelligence purposes, i.e. the dirty interrogation, the U.S. reportedly eventually disclosed Warsame's presence on the ship to the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, who sent a representative to USS Boxer to visit him. According to the New York Times, the administration timed this visit to emphasize that the second set of interrogators comprised different officials questioning him for a different purpose. At the start of this second period of interrogation, Warsame was read his rights, thus making any statements given in the second interrogation period judicially admissible. 44 Further explanation as to this twofold process was given by AFP and the UK's Channel 4 News. Officials told reporters Warsame's detention was justified by the laws of war and that he was treated humanely. A U.S. official told reporters that Warsamy's questioning was conducted under the rules of the U.S. Army Field Manual, which places limits on interrogation techniques and complies with the Geneva Convention. 106. Members of the high-value interrogation group comprised of 6 CIA, FBI, and Defense Department staff interrogated him, an official told AFP on condition of anonymity. Unnamed U.S. officials told the New York Times that because interrogators were seeking military intelligence, Warsamy was not given what is known as a Miranda warning, which would be obligatory for a suspect being questioned by U.S. police. Failure to give a Miranda warning advising suspects of their rights to have a lawyer and to remain silent can make any testimony inadmissible as evidence. But after 2 months in detention, Warsamy was questioned by a separate group of interrogators who did apparently deliver a Miranda warning. Warsamy is reported to have waived his right to remain silent, meaning that his subsequent statements would likely be admissible in court. 45. During Warsamy's detention, the USS Boxer continued its exercises in the vicinity of Djibouti, 46, coinciding with several U.S. drone strikes in Somalia. 47. At least 2 other lethal air operations took place during Warsamy's detention in Somalia between April and July 2011. It remains officially unconfirmed whether these events were linked to Warsamy's captivity for intelligence interrogations. Warsamy's value as a source of intelligence to his U.S. captors is partly explained by the set of drone program-related classified documents leaked to The Intercept. According to the documents, the U.S. military has faced critical shortfalls in the technology and intelligence it uses to find and kill suspected terrorists in Yemen and Somalia, due to the combined issues of lack of U.S. presence there and the tyranny of distance, i.e. the remote and large geographical areas to be covered. 48. The Intercept reports that, as a result, the U.S. has been overly reliant on signals intelligence from computers and cell phones, and the quality of those intercepts has been limited by constraints on surveillance in the region. 49. It is probable that Warsamy was flown direct from Djibouti to New York, arriving there on July 5, 2011. Ultimately, he never 107 stood trial. In 2013, it was confirmed that a secret plea deal had been struck in December 2011. 50. It remains officially unconfirmed whether the intelligence-focused interrogations continued after Warsamy's plea, or if he proved more compliant following the deal. 109. 8. I met Makaburi, the Kenyan sheikh who warned of his own impending assassination, in Mombasa in 2007. I'd gone there to research the border operation renditions and detentions along the Somali-Kenyan border, see Chapter 5, following the US Ethiopian invasion of Mogadishu in December 2006 to oust the Union of Islamic Courts. My aim was to meet former prisoners and family members of prisoners, to try to understand what was going on. An imposing figure in a white robe and skullcap, Makaburi was very much present on the ground in Mombasa. His death came a little over 7 years later, when he was gunned down as he left a courthouse where he had been seeking to challenge his very inclusion on what he asserted was a Kenyan police death list. 1. Makaburi was the third high-profile Muslim cleric to be assassinated in Mombasa. There have been many similar deaths since. These Kenyan killings of terror suspects raise a clear concern that, as well as increasing direct funding and arming of regional counter-terrorism partners such as Kenya, another factor of the US war on terror, its blatant exceptionalist approach to inter. 110. National human rights and humanitarian law gives a political carte blanche to partner states, in particular those with an already weak rule of law and long-standing human rights concerns, to effectively carry out their own versions of U.S. counter-terrorism tactics and operations. In parallel to President Obama's expansion of the drone program in East Africa and beyond, Kenya has also seen an increase in extrajudicial killings or assassinations of those labeled as terror suspects by its own security forces. Whilst there is limited evidence of direct US or UK involvement in most of these killings, they are clearly being carried out in a context where foreign partners will be aware of the pattern of abuses, have long been supplying significant material and practical support to Kenyan counter-terrorism operations, and are therefore, in effect, tacitly supporting and condoning these killings carried out within the counter-terrorism context. Kenya itself has a long-standing problem with politically motivated extrajudicial killings, not restricted to the counter-terrorism arena. In 2007, the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights, KNCHR, published extensive investigations into police killings, documenting at least 500 disappearances or deaths at the hands of the police between June and October 2007. A police whistleblower, whose detailed testimony relating to the killings of 58 people in police custody was published by the KNCHR, was murdered in October 2008. Earlier that year, in March, at least 200 people were killed or disappeared by forces acting on behalf of the state during a joint military-police operation in the Mt. Elgon district. Philip Alston, the UN Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial Killings, has stated that these abuses were not carried out by undisciplined military/police units, acting outside of their command structures. Rather, they were systematic and organized. With the assistance of local informants, police and 111 military cordoned villages, detained and frequently beat the male residents, and took them to one of several temporary military bases, the largest of which was Kapkota Military Camp. There, men were stripped, tortured, and interrogated. They were screened before local informants. Those identified as SLDF, the area's guerrilla militia, were taken to the local police station and charged, the others were let go. Those who died as a result of being tortured were dumped in the forests or taken to local mortuaries. The security forces kept detailed records of this operation, and have records on all the 3,265 people detained, as well as extensive photographic evidence of the occurrences at Kapkota Camp. My efforts to obtain these records have, not surprisingly, been unsuccessful to date. In the forests of Mt. Elgon there are mass graves and sites where bodies were simply dumped on the forest floor. It is likely that both victims of the SLDF and the military/police are contained in those sites. Government authorities have made no systematic attempts to protect these sites or have them examined by independent forensic experts. NGOs who have attempted to study the sites have received veiled threats and been prevented from doing so. Following an investigation conducted in Kenya in early 2009, Alston concluded that perhaps the most surprising outcome of my visit was the extent to which I received overwhelming testimony of the existence of systematic, widespread, and carefully planned extrajudicial executions undertaken on a regular basis by the Kenyan police. The police commissioner in particular, along with various other senior officials, assured me that no such killings take place. But he and his colleagues appear to be the only people in the entire country who believe this claim. He continued, I have received detailed and convincing reports of countless individual killings. It is clear from the many interviews that I conducted that the police are free to kill at will. Sometimes they do so for reasons of a private or personal nature. Sometimes they kill in the context of extortion, or of a ransom demand. Often they kill in the name of crime. 112. Control, but in circumstances where they could readily make an arrest. In addition to these everyday police killings, there is compelling and detailed evidence that police death squads operate, primarily in Nairobi and Central Province, with an explicit mandate to exterminate suspected Mungiki members. These are not rogue squads, but are police who are acting on the explicit orders of their superiors. In short, the Kenyan police are a law unto themselves and they kill often and with impunity, except in those rare instances where their actions are caught on film or otherwise recorded by outsiders in ways that cannot be dismissed. 3. These tactics have transferred very easily to the war on terror, where anti-terrorism police have for many years been given paramilitary training and high-tech arms and equipment from various quarters, including the US and UK governments. Documentation showing unlawful operations by these police units goes back at least to 2005. More recently, rights groups have accused the Anti-Terrorism Police Force, ATPU, and other security organs of carrying out a campaign of extrajudicial killings. The first victims were prominent Muslim clerics. The killings then spread to include other Muslims, catalyzed by the injection of foreign arms, money, and counter-terrorism objectives imposed from abroad. This increase in police killings of Kenyan Muslims has coincided with Kenya's enhanced role in the Somali conflict, after Kenyan troops entered the Somali war zone in October 2011, under Operation Lindanchi. The enduring Kenyan military presence in Somalia itself has triggered a massive increase in al-Shabaab terrorist attacks within Kenyan borders in the years since 2011. These three elements: Kenyan military involvement in Somalia, al-Shabaab attacks on Kenyan civilians, and unlawful security force crackdowns on Kenyan Muslims, including but not limited to targeted killings, have interacted explosively, and increasingly define Kenya as an informal extension of the Somali war zone. In Kenya, the U.S. doctrine of a boundless, endless, global war zone has, arguably, now become a reality. 113. Following Kenya's entry into the Somali conflict, al-Shabaab instantly threatened retaliation, and on October 22, 2011 the U.S. warned of imminent terror attacks in Kenya. The first terrorist attack in Kenya after the commencement of Operation Lindanchi occurred on October 24, when a grenade hurled into Mwara's bar in downtown Nairobi left one person dead and 20 wounded. A second blast occurred later the same day at the Machakos bus terminus, when a grenade was hurled out of a moving vehicle. 5 people were killed and 64 injured. 5 in Kenya's volatile border region. 2 further attacks occurred in October 2011, as well as almost daily attacks around Garissa town and the Mandera district throughout November and December 2011. 6 targets included a United Nations convoy at the Ifo camp in the Dadaab complex of refugee camps, the district intelligence chief of Wajir, and the Florida Hotel in Garissa town. On December 29, a refugee leader and chair of the Community Peace and Security Team was killed by gunmen at the Hagadera refugee camp, also in the Dadaab complex. 7 Al-Shabaab's efforts to bring the Somali war home to ordinary Kenyans continued into early 2012, with February and March claiming the lives of 1 police officer and 6 civilians. 8 It was in this context that the first high-profile Kenyan Muslims, Samir Hashim Khan and Mohammed Beckett Qasim, were assassinated. According to the Open Society Justice Initiative and Muslims for Human Rights, Khan, a Muslim preacher, was killed by police on April 13, 2012 after being pulled off a public bus in Mombasa by ATPU officers. A few days later his remains were found in Tsavo National Park. ATPU had arrested Khan in 2010 on weapons charges and again in 2011, alleging that he was a member of al-Shabaab. The cases against him were pending at the time of his second abduction and murder. 9 To date, there has been no human rights compliant investigation by the Kenyan state into his death. 114. Qasim, Khan's friend, was pulled from the bus at the same time. Qasim had previously been abducted in 2011 and was told by his abductors at that time that they would come back for him. 10 At the time of his first abduction, ATPU apparently released a statement saying that it had arrested him, but later denied doing so. Some reports indicate that Qasim's whereabouts remain unknown. It has also been reported that his remains were found in a Kilifi mortuary. The killings of Khan and Qasim were the first of many. The organization leading the documentation and advocacy on this issue is a courageous Mombasa-based NGO named HAKI Africa. While HAKI Africa has focused its research primarily on the coast of Kenya, other groups have documented similar cases elsewhere in Kenya, in particular, Nairobi. 11 HAKI Africa's research, as well as that of other NGOs and media sources, suggests that at least 81 extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances of Muslims were carried out in Kenya between 2012 and 2014. This number is likely to be conservative. Anecdotal evidence suggests that many cases of unlawful killing and enforced disappearance go unreported due to the family's fear of reprisals from state security forces, as well as the stigmatizing effect in the wider community of it being known that a relative has been targeted by police. Although most known victims are young, there have also been sheikhs, imams and preachers, some of them well over 50 years old. The identity of 2 victims remains unknown to date. In the vast majority of cases, the likely perpetrators are officers from counter-terrorism or other specialized police units. In particular, the Kenyan Anti-Terror Police Unit, a unit that operates outside regular police command hierarchies, is implicated. Despite clear domestic and international legal obligations, no proper investigation has yet been carried out by the Kenyan state into the vast majority of these killings. An analysis of these 81 cases, carried out by HAKI Africa and my organization, Justice Forum, has identified 115 distinct categories or scenarios amongst the killings. 12. The first category, numbering 35 cases, involves excessive use of force during operations such as arrests and policing of mass gatherings. In this category we also included 24 extrajudicial executions that were subsequently described by police as shootouts in an attempt to justify their excessive use of force. There were, in addition, 11 confirmed deaths in police custody. The 24 extrajudicial executions concern cases where the police or unidentified assailants reasonably believed to have been acting on behalf of the state have targeted particular individuals and carried out killings, without then bothering to stage it as an encounter killing, see below. In other words, in these cases there is no official acknowledgement of involvement, and therefore no defense mounted in relation to the killing. Secondly, 11 of the cases were enforced disappearances. These are cases where no body has been found and the victims were last seen in the custody of the police, or people reasonably believed to be other agents of the Kenyan state. The third category is that of encounter killings, cases where police admit an encounter between them and the victim, but dispute that the force used was unreasonable. In these 24 cases, there have been no official investigations that, as well as being required under law, could support the police's claims. Indeed, in many of these cases, investigations conducted by human rights organizations including HAKI Africa and Human Rights Watch have found no evidence of the shootout claimed by police. For example, Human Rights Watch has written that in the cases of Hassan Omondi Owitai, Sheka Wanjiru, and Lennox David Swala, ATPU claimed that the suspects were killed in a firefight. Human Rights Watch did not find evidence of a shootout, as witness descriptions pointed to a short-lived, targeted killing by security officers and the scene suggested the shooting was unidirectional without any damage to the surrounding buildings as ATPU had suggested. 13. 116. According to Human Rights Watch. In the case of Hassan Omondi Owitai and Sheka Wanjiru, for example, witnesses said that officers from the Counter-Terrorism Unit and the General Service Unit had surrounded their apartment block in Nairobi's Githurai Kimbo estate in the evening of May 18, 2013, then stormed their apartment and shot them dead without armed resistance. In another example, Lennox David Swala and an unidentified person were shot on November 13, 2013, as they left a mosque after morning prayers in Nairobi's Eastleigh neighborhood. While police claimed that other people were killed while preparing to rob a bank, witnesses and family said the two were unarmed and were shot without warning. The men had been accused of involvement in a November 2012 grenade attack on the Hidayah Mosque in Eastleigh that killed 6 and injured 15, but the two were being held at Industrial Area Remand Prison at the time of the attack and were only released on April 16, 2013. 14. The killing of 26-year-old Idris Mohammed, a case documented by HAKI Africa, is eloquent testimony to the importance of the exercise of proportionality in the use of violence by police during routine operations. Mohammed is believed to have been killed by police in the early hours of September 14, 2014, in circumstances strongly suggestive of a case of mistaken identity. Kenyan police have not formally accepted responsibility for Mohammed's death, however, according to HAKI Africa, police officers brought his body to a mortuary and conceded that officers were present at the time of death, claiming that the victim was gunned down by an unknown perpetrator, See the official post-mortem records obtained by HAKI Africa in Appendix 2. Prior to the post-mortem, Mohammed's family and HAKI Africa personnel noticed that official papers brought to the mortuary by police incorrectly referred to the deceased as Ismail Mohammed alias Idris Mohammed. Ismail and Idris Mohammed were in fact brothers, not the same person. This fact was brought to the attention of police in attendance at the post-mortem, with 117. The family and HAKI Africa officials insisting that the papers be amended before continuing with the examination. The police officers then consulted with their seniors via phone and, upon orders, duly crossed out the name Ismail Mohammed and signed next to the alteration, see Appendix 2. The police report provided for Mohammed's post-mortem states that police officers on a tip-off that there were gangsters within Bondani area visited the scene and one of the suspects was gunned down, who was later confirmed to have been a wanted criminal, and a warrant of arrest in force. It later emerged that Ismail Mohammed, the deceased's brother, was indeed involved in legal proceedings and had a live arrest warrant on him. Idris Mohammed, on the other hand, had no criminal record or outstanding warrant of arrest. The facts of this case strongly suggest a case of mistaken identity. Moreover, the police report provides no real explanation of how Mohammed was killed. HAKI Africa has on several occasions sought further information from police regarding this incident, but the response remains that the police have no leads, and the investigation files remain open. HAKI Africa has now referred this case to the Kenyan Independent Policing Oversight Authority and the United Nations Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances. 9 of the documented cases involved excessive use of force by police either during the policing of protests or while attending locations of religious assembly. Clearly, law enforcement agencies may find policing mass demonstrations or gatherings a challenge, yet the cases in this category suggest that anti-terrorism police in Kenya have resorted to the use of excessive force in circumstances where it has not, at least initially, been justified, and without following any prescribed procedures or using nonviolent means first. Furthermore, the unlawful failure to conduct inquiries into these cases has served to foster a climate of impunity, increasing the likelihood that the use of unwarranted lethal 118. Force by Kenyan anti-terrorism police will continue uncontested in the future. The most contentious example of these kinds of killings centers around the Masjid Musa mosque raid in February 2014. Aram Alan Olch, Ali Chekni Ya, Abdul Rashid, Ende Yasenga, Omar Mustafa, Muadhin, Ramadhan Wagaji, Salim Khamis Mwamlio, Suleiman Ali, and Fuad Abdullah Ali, all young Muslim men, were killed by police on February 2, 2014 when officers raided the mosque in Mombasa. Research by HAKI Africa suggested that heavily armed counter-terrorism police were dispatched to the mosque to confront a large and initially peaceful crowd who had gathered to hear talks and have lunch. According to eyewitnesses, police used non-lethal weapons and firearms arbitrarily, without initial warning or first using non-violent means, in an attempt to close down a gathering where there was no imminent threat of death or serious injury. By contrast, police subsequently claimed that the raid was carried out following reports that a radicalization session was taking place. Following the raid, Mombasa Police Chief Jeffrey Mayak told reporters that officers had recovered a pistol, 8 grenades, and a flag associated with Al-Shabaab, and that only one man had been shot dead, after he attempted to hurl a hand grenade at police. 15 Given the conflicting accounts of events inside Masjid Musa on February 2, 2014, many questions remain unanswered. The initial level of force used by ATPU officers from the outset was, according to HAKI Africa and witnesses inside the mosque, neither necessary nor proportionate, resulting in an escalation of violence, tens of injuries and at least 8 deaths, including that of a policeman. As the incident escalated, it is at least arguable that some use of force by the police may have become unavoidable. At this point, without a full and independent inquiry into the incident, it cannot be determined what level of police force 119 would have been justified. Indeed, it is not even known how many of the deaths have been conceded by the police to have been at their hands. Like the Masjid Musa case, none of the cases documented here have been adequately investigated by the Kenyan authorities, despite the facts that accountability mechanisms do exist on paper and, in some cases, official figures have publicly acknowledged the need for an inquiry. After the killing of the cleric Sheikh Makaburi later in 2014, Cabinet Secretary for Internal Security Joseph Olenko stated, "Kenyans are concerned about their security and rightly so. The criminal or terrorist who injured baby Satran, orphaned him, is no different from that one who killed Makaburi. As a government, ours is to investigate and deal with the same according to the law." 16 Baby Satran was a 1-year-old boy who was shot during the Likoni church terror attack on March 23, 2014. The bullet was later successfully removed from his head. However, no such investigation took place. The task force charged with investigating the murder of another high-profile Muslim cleric, Sheikh Abode Rogo, reported to the Kenyan Director of Public Prosecutions in August 2013 that although it had no doubt that Abode Rogo had been murdered, a contaminated crime scene and witnesses' fear of giving evidence meant that the task force had failed to identify the killers. It instead recommended a public inquest to uncover the truth of what had happened to Abode Rogo. To date, no such inquiry has been opened. As well as being unlawful under domestic, regional, and international law, the lack of adequate investigation by the authorities into the past several years' high incidence of killings of Muslims suggests a growing problem of impunity for those perpetrating Kenya's war on terror. The Cambridge Center for Human Rights and Governance has noted that 120. Impunity is a prevailing climate within a particular state or part of a state which takes hold when a particular form of violation is allowed to continue without state response. While not every case of a high incidence of killing necessarily implies a culture of impunity, it would suggest that the state's chosen response is ineffective and ought to be supplemented or revised. Because of the irreversible nature of a violation of the right to life, the state's protection role must very often be primarily through the means of strong accountability mechanisms. 17. It is not difficult to find a connection between the US exceptionalist attitude to international law in its global targeted killing program and the development of domestic counterterrorism policies in Kenya, one of its most important partner states. It has been established that the US has long funded ATPU, as well as elements of Kenya's National Security and Intelligence Service. Furthermore, an Al Jazeera documentary broadcast in December 2014 featured officers from 4 different units confirming that Kenyan police had killed over 500 terror suspects, and that targets were selected using training, equipment, and intelligence from Western intelligence agencies, including those of Israel and the UK. However, the extent to which Western intelligence agencies are directly involved in Kenyan ATPU operations is not yet fully known. Whether Kenya's increasingly central role in East Africa's war on terror will amplify its problem with police killings and disappearances remains to be seen over the long term. However, what is clear already is that such killings are adding to an increased sense of grievance amongst Kenyan Muslim communities. That the extrajudicial killings have also demonstrably failed to reduce the number of terrorist attacks in Kenya is a simple matter of arithmetic. The most serious attacks, occurring at the Westgate Shopping Center in September 2013, in various locations in the Lamu region during 2014, and in April 2015 in the Garissa region, have 121 occurred subsequent to the deaths of most of the key clerics. This may even suggest that, if anything, their influence may have had a restraining effect on an increasingly out-of-control situation. Indeed, well-informed commentators such as the Kenyan human rights defender Al-Amin Kimathi have suggested that the removal of some of these clerics has created a worrying vacuum of religious authority amongst some Kenyan youth. If this is accurate, it remains to be seen how that vacuum will ultimately be filled. 123. 9. Anti-piracy operations are not formally conducted within the realm of counterterrorism. However, the international response to the problem of Somali piracy has been almost wholly military, and has been the primary justification for an intense securitization and subsequent militarization of the seas around Somalia and out into the Indian Ocean. National navies of states including the US, China and Russia function under a patchwork of both national and supranational mandates from NATO and the EU. American-led, unilateral, bilateral, and NATO, anti-piracy infrastructure including prisons and ships has been used for the interdiction and detention of terrorism suspects. Like the American military's Africa Command, see Chapter 7, U.S. and other states' anti-piracy operations also pivot out from Djibouti, meaning that there is now a security zone and military presence stretching both far out into the Indian Ocean, and far across the Horn of Africa. It is a matter of speculation how far the excessively securist and militarist response to Somali piracy is motivated by geopolitical concerns to maintain a strong military presence in the Gulf. 124. Of Aden, a chief oil transportation route, and in the Indian Ocean, where Russian and Chinese military also maintain a presence. The long-standing and circular problem of Somalia's maritime security as it affects the Somali people suggests at the very least that the international response of recent years has not been formulated with the needs of the Somali people in mind. In its latest iteration, some former pirates have reportedly now become mercenaries acting for the illegal international fishing trawlers whose activities they originally claimed to seek to curb. This state of affairs suggests that the root causes of Somali piracy, unconfirmed, but surely including the flagrant impoverishment of opportunity in Somalia, pushing many to join the pirate boats, have not been adequately addressed by the expensive, securist and far-reaching international response to piracy. Somali piracy captured American military and popular attention following the April 2009 seizure of a U.S. vessel, the MV Maersk Alabama, 240 nautical miles off the coast of Ile, an ancient port town in the semi-autonomous state of Puntland. 14 pirates boarded the ship, and in the resulting confrontation, the captain of the ship, Richard Phillips, was taken hostage. In the ensuing rescue effort, 3 of the pirates were killed and one Abdul Muse was captured. Muse was held initially on the USS Bainbridge and then on the USS Boxer, a U.S. Navy vessel that would also, in subsequent years, be used to detain several terror suspects captured in Somalia. After several months of detention on U.S. Navy vessels, Muse was transferred to the U.S. mainland and brought before the District Court for the Southern District of New York, in New York City. Media reports at the time suggested that the reason Muse was brought to this district is that the local FBI office had expertise in major East African counterterrorism operations dating back to the embassy bombings investigation in the 1990s. Indeed, FBI personnel had dealt with the Maersk Alabama as a crime scene. 125. Shortly after Muse's arrest. It is also likely that FBI personnel were involved in Muse's interrogations on the USS Bainbridge, but this is not publicly confirmed. Despite the fact that there is now a book and a Hollywood film about the incident, nearly all of Muse's statements and his legal team's pleadings remain classified and therefore inaccessible to the general public. Muse is said to have been the first person charged with piracy in a U.S. federal court for over 100 years. Standing at only 5'3", the diminutive Somali was in fact captured by members of the Maersk Alabama crew before the kidnapping of the captain, when he was stabbed in the hand after boarding the vessel. Muse was reportedly then detained as a counter-hostage, tied up for 12 hours by the crew, and offered to the other pirates in exchange for the kidnapped captain. Testament to his low ranking within the pirate crew, Muse's co-pirates declined the offer, abandoning Muse to his fate. Leading up to Muse's trial in New York, there was considerable debate about Muse's age, with his mother claiming to the Associated Press that he was only 16 years old. On April 21, 2009, U.S. Magistrate Judge Peck found that Muse was over 18 and could be tried as an adult, and on May 18, 2009, he pleaded guilty to 8 counts involving hijacking, kidnapping, and hostage-taking. 2 years later, in February 2010, Muse was sentenced to 33 years and 9 months in a U.S. federal prison. The Maersk, Alabama hijacking of 2009 occurred at a time when piracy incidents off the coast of Somalia were reaching something of a pinnacle. That year and the previous year, several multilateral initiatives to combat piracy were launched. Combined Task Force 150, CTF 150, a multinational coalition naval task force working on security and counterterrorism, established the Maritime Security Patrol Area in 2008. Security operations were then further expanded with the launch of Combined Task Force 126. 151 in early 2009, joining the existing CTF 150 as part of the Combined Maritime Forces, CMF. Complementing CTF 150's more general maritime security and counterterrorism mandate, CTF 151's mandate was specifically focused on counter-piracy. 3. An EU naval operation, UNAV-4 Operation Atlanta, had also been launched in December 2008, again with a focus on counter-piracy operations. 4. The Combined Maritime Task Force had its roots in counter-terrorism operations in the region. In early 2007, following the US Ethiopian invasion of Mogadishu in December 2006, CTF 150, then commanded by the UK, provided a maritime cordon to prevent fleeing members of the Union of Islamic Courts from escaping by sea. Men, women, and children were funneled into a tiny channel on the border of Kenya and Somalia. Some were then killed either in US airstrikes or by Ethiopian or Somali troops on the ground, while others were apprehended and detained, and many then rendered, in a joint operation by US, Kenyan and Ethiopian personnel. Following this incident, CTF 150 continued to maintain a strong presence off the coast of Somalia, interdicting and boarding vessels in the course of counter-terrorism operations. 5. The establishment of the Maritime Security Patrol Area across the Gulf of Aden on August 22, 2008, and the addition of CTF 151 into what became the Combined Maritime Task Force, was therefore an expansion of existing maritime security operations, expressly to include a focus on counter-piracy alongside existing counter-terrorism operations. The origins narrative of modern Somali piracy is a highly contested tale. A trope described by Shashank Bengali as the pirate's creation myth 6 holds that piracy in Somalia began as a form of vigilante militia activity by former fishermen seeking to protect their fish stock and oceans from foreign trawlers illegally plundering fish. Certainly, some of the names of pirate groupings, such as the National Volunteer Coast Guard, could to the less. 127. Cynical I suggest a background motive involving law enforcement or civic activity, rather than criminal enterprise. Proponents of this theory include President Abdirahman Mohamed Farali of Puntland, who told the 2011 London Conference on Somali piracy that the violation of Somali waters by foreign trawlers triggered a reaction of armed resistance by Somali fishermen, whose livelihoods were disrupted by the illegal fishing fleets. Over time, payment of ransom by the foreign trawlers to the poor fishermen of Somalia encouraged the escalation of pirate attacks to current levels. Consequently, the illegal fishers linked themselves with local warlords for protection, placing armed militiamen on board the trawlers. The fishermen turned pirates then targeted unarmed commercial vessels, inhumanly taking hostages for ransom and disrupting international maritime trade routes. 7. A 2009 survey by Warthier News found that an overwhelming number of Somali people, 70%, supported piracy as a form of national defense of the country's territorial waters. However, detractors suggest that this simple narrative is not supported by fact. Somalia expert Stig Jarl Hansen suggests that claims that Somali piracy started as a form of Coast Guard enterprise to protect Somali fisheries are not backed by evidence, although unlawful fishing plays a key role in its contemporary justification, and that undermining these false narratives is necessary to tackle the problem effectively. A 2013 report from nonprofit research and analysis organization CNA concurs that the narratives that Somalis have used to explain, and in some cases, to justify, piracy, while widely accepted, are undercut by the evidence. 8. The background to the explosion of illegal fishing in Somali waters centers on the global crisis in fish stocks. Between 1960 and 2002, the global capture of wild fish for human consumption more than quadrupled, jumping from 20 million tons to 84.5 million tons per year, with an estimated 40% of this product entering international trade. 9. In 2004, the UN 128th Food and Agriculture Organization reported that in 12 of its 16 statistical regions, at least 70% of fish stocks were fully exploited or overexploited. In its 2009 report Closing the Net, Stopping Illegal Fishing on the High Seas, the World Commission on Protected Areas High Seas Task Force, HSTF, a group comprising fisheries ministers from 6 governments, 2 NGOs, and 1 university research unit concluded that the current level of exploitation of fish resources was unsustainable, and that the gravity of the global fisheries problem should not be underestimated. 10. Large-scale illegal fishing, described in the development lexicon as IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, is a creature of globalization. High consumer demand for fish in northern states, and restrictions on fishing in certain well-governed, principally northern, areas of the ocean, for example those enforced by the EU, result in transnational criminal networks extending from these areas into less well-governed southern oceanic space, carrying out transnational, organized illegal fishing operations with the purpose of supplying the consumer demand in rich states. The HSTF has described how the focus of criminal activity is on inserting illegal product into the chain of supply that links producers, processors, retailers, and final consumers. Within this chain may be identified activities such as the commingling of legal and illegal catches, the vertical integration of fishing businesses to facilitate money laundering, the falsification of documentation and the bribery of officials. As usual, where profits are high and risks low, specialists learn how to take advantage of paper controls and how to influence regulatory decisions to create loopholes that can then be profitably exploited. While these activities are loosely organized, there is rarely a single entity directing the work of a unified network. This poses considerable challenges for law enforcement agencies who have to put together a jigsaw of clues from widely dispersed activities that are closely merged with perfectly legal operations. 11. 129. The fishing operations themselves typically involve large, continuously cruising freezer ships which rarely dock, and so avoid a level of scrutiny, rotating crews, and transfers of catches between ships. IUU fishing in Somali waters and its exclusive economic zone, EEZ, took off following the collapse of the Siad Barre regime, and Somalia's descent into civil war in 1991-2. By 2006, the HSTF estimated the global value of IUU catches at between $4 and $9 billion, of which $1 billion per year, the equivalent of around a quarter of sub-Saharan Africa's entire revenue from fish, came from sub-Saharan Africa, in particular, Somalia. 12. Somalia has the longest coastline in Africa, at over 3,300 kilometers. It has abundant marine resources, but since the civil war there has been effectively no state authority over its territorial waters. As the HSTF has explained, one of the consequences of this state of affairs is that for over a decade foreign fishing vessels have been able to plunder the seas off Somalia with impunity. It is estimated that some 700 foreign-owned vessels are engaged in unlicensed and unregulated fishing in Somali waters, exploiting high-value species such as tuna, shark, lobster, and deep-water shrimp. It is highly unlikely that these resources are being fished sustainably. Many of these foreign vessels are equipped with anti-aircraft cannon and machine guns to defend themselves against Somali pirates who patrol the coast, seizing vessels and kidnapping crews, for which they demand ransoms. 13. The consequences of IUU fishing for Somalia and its surrounding waters have been devastating. In environmental terms, unsustainable pressure has been placed on fish stocks and marine ecosystems. For instance, Somali fishermen have long complained of IUU fishers using illegal drag nets with a fine mesh that catches everything, including tiny juvenile fish and dolphins swimming near schools of tuna. There has also been a serious economic impact, with implications for regional security. 130. Given its extraordinary coastline, Somalia could in principle, and should, benefit economically from fishing in its waters and develop an infrastructure and workforce to support the processing of foreign caught fish. But IUU fishing, as well as depriving local artisan fishermen of their catch as a result of depleted fish stocks, typically excludes Somalis in favor of a network of foreign ships catching fish bound for foreign markets, laundering the catch through third-party states and rotating their crews. The ships therefore avoid entering local ports and markets, thus contributing to the loss of fishing opportunities for local people while bringing no economic benefit to the state whose waters have been plundered. 14. Somalia's maritime insecurity, then, has complex global roots and implications. Out-of-control IUU fishing contributes to food insecurity and stunts the economy more generally. It is a form of globalist cartel fishing, carried out in an increasingly security-east ocean, essentially run by a mesh of foreign navies and their various groupings but excluding Somalis themselves. It is also connected to the issue of toxic waste dumping off the Somali coast, a phenomenon directly linked to the flow of illegal arms to the warlords in Somalia, who are key local partners of the CIA in its capture and rendition program. Information on this dumping is sparse, but the few existing reports suggest it began during Somalia's years of dysfunctional rule under the 1969-91 Siad Barre regime, which, amongst other acts of negligence, failed to declare a Somali exclusive economic zone, and developed later in conjunction with arms trafficking, in violation of the UN arms embargo on Somalia begun in 1992. In 1997, Italian magazine Famiglia Cristiana published the results of a Greenpeace investigation into the dumping of toxic waste off Somalia, claiming that the practice started in the late 1980s with Swiss and Italian companies acting as brokers in concert with a company owned by the then Somali government. 131. Transporting toxic waste from Europe to Somali waters. In a later report, published in 2010, Greenpeace alleged that, between 1994 and 1995 an Italian businessman contacted at least 16 African governments, including the Somali warlord Ali Mahdi, later interim president of Somalia, seeking authorization to import radioactive waste to be disposed into the subsea bed of their exclusive economic zone. 15. The report also notes that in the 80s and 90s Switzerland, home to the secretive banks made infamous by spy thriller films and books, was obviously on the forefront in arranging shipments of millions of tons of hazardous waste to developing countries. A number of Swiss lawyers, trustees, bankers, and traders contacted European industries to get their waste out of sight at the lowest price. Africa was the favorite destination. Most of the proposals were made on behalf of unknown beneficiaries using the skills of renowned Swiss offshore specialists to discreetly handle the proceeds of a lucrative and relatively safe business. 2 Liechtenstein-registered and Swiss-managed companies were amongst the busiest entities seeking for the shipment of millions of tons of hazardous waste to Africa. 16. Following the outbreak of civil war in Somalia in 1992, the business became even murkier, since the companies transporting the waste then had to negotiate with warlords, with arms being exchanged for the right to dump toxic waste. After dumping waste and handing out weapons, the ships sometimes then trawled for Somali tuna before leaving Somali waters. The stakes were high, with at least one investigative journalist who worked on the issue dying in suspicious circumstances. Chris Milton, writing in scientific journal The Ecologist, explained that an investigation into the murder of the Italian journalist Ilaria Alpi, who was investigating toxic dumping and arms dealing in Somalia in 1994, quotes the warlord Bokor Musa as saying, "It is evident those ships carried military equipment for different factions involved in the civil." 132. War, and it is widely believed that Alpi was assassinated because she had incontrovertible evidence of the guns for waste trade. 17. The effects of the toxic waste dumping are not yet fully known. Following the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, reports of radioactive and toxic waste appearing on Somali shores were carried across the international media. Nick Nuttall, United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, spokesman, confirmed that the tsunami had shattered containers full of toxic waste, including chemicals and medical waste. 18 more recently, in 2008, the UN Special Envoy for Somalia, Amadou Ould Abdallah, claimed that he had reliable information that European and Asian companies continued to dump waste, including nuclear waste, in Somali waters. No comprehensive investigation appears to have been carried out by the UN or any other international body. In 2006, an investigation by the Somali NGO Dareel Bulshogud, Hope for Somalia, identified 15 containers of confirmed nuclear and chemical wastes in 8 different locations. Research by Zainab Hassan of the University of Minnesota and the Environmental Justice Advocates of Minnesota has, according to Chris Milton in The Ecologist, brought to light a whole range of chronic and acute illnesses suffered by Somalis. These include severe birth defects, such as the absence of limbs, and widespread cancers. One local doctor said he had treated more cases of cancer in 1 year than he had in his entire professional career before the tsunami. 19. It is acknowledged in some quarters that there has been a long-term lack of effective support and political leadership to tackle the problems of toxic waste dumping and IUU fishing in Somali waters. 20 Mombasa-based consultant Mohammed Abshir Waldo has stated that Somali elders asked for NATO assistance in combating the illegal fishing and dumping, but were told there was no mandate for that. 21 Regardless of whether Somali 133. Piracy emerged because of IUU fishing. Available evidence suggests that IUU fishing did reduce in correlation with the spike in Somali piracy around 2008-9. In 2009, Channel 4 News reported that an unexpected advantage of the increased levels of piracy off the Somali coast that year had been a massive increase in fish stocks in that part of the Indian Ocean, with local fishermen reporting bumper catches of shark and shellfish, and catches of up to £200s worth of fish per day, in an area where the average daily earnings are less than £5.22 the following year. In April 2010, a CIA official alluded to possible covert and overt action against the pirates, saying in monthly magazine Harper's that we need to deal with this problem from the beach side, in concert with the ocean side, but we don't have an embassy in Somalia and have limited, ineffective intelligence operations. We need to work in Somalia and in Lebanon, where a lot of the ransom money has changed hands. But our operations in Lebanon are a joke, and we have no presence at all in Somalia. 23. Incidents of piracy increased year on year, until 2011 saw an all-time global spike in incidents of piracy, driven by a surge off the coast of Somalia. 24. The number of successful piracy incidents then dropped precipitously in 2012 and effectively ceased in 2013, correlating not with an increase in international naval presence, but rather with commercial ships' increased use of private security firms. 25. In its 2012 report, Oceans Beyond Piracy noted that May 10, 2013 marked one full year since a commercial vessel had been hijacked and held for ransom by Somali pirates. 26. The report further stated that 57 hostages were released in 2012 and 2013. Despite these releases, at least 78 hostages continue to be held captive by Somali pirates. There were at least 851 seafarers attacked off the coast of Somalia, in 2012. 27. In 2013, the U.S. Navy reported 0 successful attacks and only 134. 9 suspected piracy attempts in the shipping lanes between Yemen and Somalia in 2013. 28. One such private military company associated with the cessation of piracy attacks was the UK-based Typhon, which offered a convoy of 3 ships, creating a 1-kilometre exclusion zone around cargo ships signed up for protection. Each of Typhon's 3 craft were reported to carry 40 ex-British Royal Marines as security officers, and a crew of 20. 29. The ships were fitted with machine guns, and the staff was given rifles. 30. The increase in the use of private security personnel in 2012 also coincided with an alleged increase in non-reporting and underreporting of incidents, raising the question of whether unlawful levels of force were being used to deter pirates by private companies unwilling to then report the incidents. The Oceans Beyond Piracy 2012 report stated that, one example of underreporting is a case in which a vessel was carrying privately contracted armed security personnel, CASP. In March 2012, a video was released of an incident, in which armed guards used significant force against a pirate skiff. 31. This incident was reported to the IMB as the firing of warning shots by the embark security team, after which the pirates aborted the attack. 32. However, the video shows that while the words warning shots are spoken, the actions of the private security team clearly indicate that the skiff and its occupants took heavy fire. 33. The report continues, there has been frustration associated with the lack of reporting of incidents in the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean. This frustration prompted the following announcement by the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation, UKMTO. It has come to our attention that some private military security companies are reporting suspicious incidents through their internal communication channels and then to their customers. It is in all seafarers' interest that any concerns are reported immediately by phone to UKMTO in accordance with BMP 4. 34. 135. Closing the circle with mercenaries and counter-terrorism, the first private security firm to involve itself in counter-piracy operations appears to have been Blackwater, a company firmly embedded in the global military security industrial complex and long associated with counter-terrorism-related operations. In 2009, Blackwater obtained Djiboutian government permission to operate an armed ship to secure client vessels against pirate attacks by pirates. This granting of permission to operate in Djibouti followed a meeting between Blackwater CEO Eric Prince, former CIA chief Kofor Black, and the Djiboutian ambassador to the U.S., Rabel Al-Hay. It was the first such deal that Blackwater had closed in the region, although according to a WikiLeaks embassy cable the company anticipated similar agreements being reached with Oman and Kenya. As the cable made clear, BW has no intention of taking any pirates into custody. While the French have previously put pirates ashore in Puntland, Blackwater's Africa Development Manager, Robert E. Downey, said BW had no plans to do so, either in Somalia or Kenya, noting that Kenya's bilateral PUC agreements with the USG and HMG were government to government. BW will share its SOP standard operating procedure with embassies Djibouti and Nairobi once approved. SOP is currently under legal review, as there is no precedent for a paramilitary operation in a purely commercial environment. While asserting that international maritime law allows the use of lethal force against pirates, BW also recognizes the need to respect international humanitarian obligations. Of concern, for example, is whether BW would be responsible for assisting injured pirates, if doing so endangered BW's ability to protect its clients. The U.S. Embassy in Djibouti noted that, while this type of action by Blackwater might be unprecedented, it was consistent with Djibouti's recent endeavors to become a center for anti-piracy operations. Djibouti's decision to permit Blackwater to begin counter-piracy operations follows ongoing GODJ efforts aimed at addressing the piracy. 136. Threat. Djibouti recently hosted an International Maritime Organization conference on Somali piracy that, inter alia, recommended Djibouti serve as a center for maritime training. Numerous foreign military counter-piracy operations are based in Djibouti involving units from Spain, France, the UK, the Netherlands, and other EU members. Japan and Korea are also considering military deployments to Djibouti to support counter-piracy efforts. Djibouti is a founding member of the Contact Group on Piracy off the Coast of Somalia, CGPCS, and has offered to host the group's planned counter-piracy coordination cell. 35. In the several years following this cable, regional states including the Seychelles, Kenya, Mauritius, Somaliland, and Puntland were provided with funding by the UN and the international community to host prisons and courts for the transfer, detention and prosecution of pirates and suspected pirates captured by multilateral forces in the Gulf of Aden and Indian Ocean. A kind of parallel justice system emerged, whereby Somalis captured by Western navies were transferred, detained, and sometimes prosecuted in Indian Ocean locations far from their home, in conditions distinct from those of the local prison population and in purported compliance with the transferring state's legal obligations, for example, not to transfer people to situations with a real risk of torture and or inhuman and degrading treatment, although even the normal prison conditions of some receiving states could amount to this. The few prosecutions that did occur were troubling and ad hoc, with minimal resources directed towards assisting the defendants in building their case. In at least one case that was prosecuted, an 11-year-old Somali boy was captured by the British Navy, detained and transferred to the Seychelles, where he was held for over 1 year of pre-trial detention before being released and transferred home. UN Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, funded prisons were built in Somaliland and Puntland to hold convicted pirates in accordance with international legal 137 standards. However, the prisoners transferred there following conviction abroad, in locations like the Seychelles and Mauritius, report being given the option for transfer only on condition that they effectively waive their right to an appeal, as prisoner transfer agreements require that cases be concluded prior to any transfer. Equally troubling is the apparent fluidity between anti-piracy infrastructure and counter-terrorism operations. There are several cases of the U.S. detaining terror suspects on board ships deployed on counter-piracy missions, including Abdul Qadir Warsame C. Chapter 7, and of terror suspects being detained in unclear circumstances at UNODC-built counter-piracy prisons in Somalia. Useful though this infrastructure may be for the U.S. and its allies, the international community is still failing to address substantively the wider problems besetting the Somali oceans, and the tapestry of Somali piracy's possible root, if not necessarily individually operative, causes. Following the reduction in piracy as a result of international operations, illegal fishing has once again increased, even with international navies still on patrol in counter-piracy operations. In March 2015, UN and Somali fishing officials warned that an increase in illegal fishing could cause a spike in piracy. The same month, in the first reported successful hijacking off the Somali coast in 3 years, Somali pirates seized an Iranian vessel declared by UNODC to have been fishing illegally in Somali waters. 36 In March 2017, Somali pirates reportedly demanded a ransom for the Sri Lankan crew of a Comoros-flagged vessel, the first reported Somali piracy incident in several years. 37 In an ironic twist to this tale, in the years following the dramatic dip of 2012, as piracy became increasingly dangerous and unlikely to yield any benefits, former pirates have, according to the UN Monitoring Group on Somalia and Eritrea, turned to providing security and other forms of facilitation to ships. 138. Engaged in illegal fishing. The monitoring group's July 2013 report on Somalia claims that hundreds of foreign vessels, from states including Iran, Yemen, China, Taiwan, Korea, and some European states, are engaged in illegal trawling in Somali waters, and that fishermen in Puntland have confirmed that the private security teams on board such vessels are normally provided from pools of demobilized Somali pirates and coordinated by a ring of pirate leaders in Puntland, Somaliland, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, Oman, Yemen and Iran. 38 other reports suggest that former pirates are now also facilitating arms trafficking. The Associated Press interviewed pirate sources shortly after the publication of the monitoring group's report. One current pirate said he did not know about pirates providing protection to foreign fishing vessels, but he said some pirates are using Yemeni fishermen to smuggle weapons into Puntland. That's our current money-making business because ship hijackings have failed, a pirate commander who goes by the name Bil Hussein said by phone from Garakat, a pirate lair in central Somalia. If you drop one business, you get an idea for another. 39 Some have argued that former pirates' engagement in facilitation of illegal fishing is further evidence against the creation myth of Somali pirates as vigilante former fishermen seeking to protect Somalia's fish stock. It does seem to be accepted that increased Somali piracy increases fish stocks, as it reduces IUU fishing, but a direct causal link is neither generally accepted, nor proven by sufficient known evidence. In a way, the creation myth question is less important than that of whether tackling IUU fishing around Somalia should be regarded as a core element of a sustainable and long-lasting counter-piracy strategy. CNA's November 2013 report concludes that while illegal fishing had prompted some Somali fishers to take up arms against foreign commercial fishing vessels, the most important drivers of piracy have been weak government institutions. 139. Extreme underdevelopment, a lack of maritime law enforcement and presence, and onshore political instability. 40. Clearly, not all current Somali pirates are former fishermen, and the international networks supporting their kidnapping and ransom-taking activities suggest high-level organized crime of a different order to disgruntled artisan fishermen taking the law into their own hands. However, by the same token, the nature of the international response to the piracy, and the wider context of other, related, serious and long-standing maritime security issues, the foreign violations of Somalia's seas through overfishing and toxic waste dumping reveal multiple, complex layers of contest and dysfunction surrounding Somalia's resources, land, and seas. This instability has conditioned a perpetuation of the current counterinsurgency in Somalia, creating the economic conditions whereby people accept governance by extreme and violent armed groups as an alternative to further chaos. 141. 10. Attacks on human rights defenders and the shrinking space for civil society are topics rarely talked about in the context of the fight against terrorism. Indeed, the received liberal wisdom that a vibrant civil society is key to the function of a healthy democracy continues to be peddled by Western governments in their stated foreign policies towards East African states. However, parallel to this, U.S. counterterrorism policy has clearly, if indirectly, allowed for the instrumentalization of counterterrorism laws and tactics by East African governments to crack down on democratic opposition and stifle civil society actors and wider democratic life. The language of counterterrorism inherently lends itself to misuse because of the value-laden and vague meanings of key terms, and the climate of political fear within which this language tends to be deployed. Counterterrorism cooperation in practice and the prolific spread of a global counterterrorism lexicon wherein words such as terrorist and terror suspect are used instrumentally, shifting their meanings and value according to political context and power relations increasingly works to 142. Undermine the function of civil society and to further restrict the space within which dissent and criticism of governments can operate in East Africa. Ethiopia remains ahead of regional partners in its thorough attempts to stub out all sparks of a civil society using the tools and strategies of counterterrorism. This approach became apparent in the drafting of Ethiopia's 2009 Counterterrorism Proclamation, a piece of legislation expressly drafted and passed in order to ensure compliance with Post-9/11 United Nations requirements that terrorism be criminalized in all member states. The Proclamation preamble states that it was drafted in order to enforce agreements that have been entered into under the United Nations and the African Union. 1 UN Security Council Resolution 1373, which was adopted in the wake of the 9/11 attacks, amongst other provisions, required all states to criminalize activities in support of terrorism, and to share information relating to possible terrorist attacks. Resolution 1624, adopted in September 2005, related to prohibiting incitement to commit acts of terrorism, and stressed that states had to comply with international human rights instruments in the war against terror. Whilst still in draft, the proclamation was widely criticized by international human rights organizations. The devil is in the detail, and critics pointed out that the document had an extremely, dangerously wide definition of terrorism encompassing, for example, forms of nonviolent protest, and that it criminalized speech encouraging, advancing, or supporting such acts. Indeed, the draft proclamation provided for detention without charge of terror suspects for up to 4 months, and contained a massive expansion of police powers to search, arrest and destroy property with no judicial oversight. It also allowed for unsourced intelligence reports to be admitted as evidence in court, thereby effectively providing a route in for evidence derived from torture to be introduced, effectively beyond legal challenge. 143. And approved the death penalty for a range of crimes, both serious and non-serious. 2. The Counterterrorism Proclamation was adopted on July 7, 2009, and came into force when it was published in the Official Gazette of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Nigeret Gazeta, on August 29, 2009. 3. In its final form, the proclamation retained all of the major flaws highlighted by critics, including the highly vague and broad definitions of both terrorism and support for it. For instance, giving moral support to a person committing an act of terrorism, which, under the Act, could be in the form of a nonviolent protest, was criminalized. Provision was made for the wide use of secret evidence, entailing the possibility of conviction without the defendant being informed of the full allegations and evidence against them, and scope was created for the admission of torture evidence to a prosecution, via intelligence reports with unverified sources for this proclamation. And the Charities and Societies Proclamation that followed, are clear examples of ways in which the War on Terror framework provided for an expansion of the Ethiopian government's authoritarian rule by law, whereby unfair and mutable laws were drafted and then used to enforce the government's power in order to crush its opponents and those holding it to account, first labeling them terrorists, then removing their rights and denying them access to basic due process, which is easy. Because due process simply does not exist in Ethiopia. Whilst the Ethiopian government was pushing through the counter-terrorism proclamation, in a pincer attack, it was also working on the euphemistically titled Charities and Societies Proclamation. The draft proclamation sought to impose strict controls on the activities of all civil society organizations, including those promoting human rights. It restricted international organizations from working on a range of human rights and democracy issues in Ethiopia without special permission, and barred local. 144. Organizations from working on human rights activities if they received more than 10% of their income from foreign sources. This formula effectively shut down the possibility of domestic organizations being able to operate independently of the Ethiopian government, and of international organizations being able to effectively monitor government violations inside Ethiopia. To impose these provisions, the proclamation established a Charities and Societies Agency with broad discretionary power, including powers of surveillance and interference in the management and operations of local organizations. 5. In 2009, Amnesty International commented, the new law, expected to be implemented in early January 2010, puts at serious risk the ability of local and international organizations to monitor, report and advocate against human rights violations in Ethiopia. Some human rights groups scaled back their operations in the interim. Re-registration of local organizations under the new law began in October. 6. Initially, the prime focus of both of these proclamations appeared to be a wide sweep of civil society actors, rather than those groups traditionally treated as war on terror targets. Amnesty International reported that during 2010, after the passing of the proclamation, human rights defenders chose to limit their own activities and journalists to self-censor in a climate of heightened anxiety over repression, and that an increasing number of prominent opposition figures fled Ethiopia. These included human rights defenders and journalists who were harassed and intimidated by the authorities, leading them to believe that their arrest and detention could be imminent. 7. Several months after the adoption of the Counter-Terrorism Proclamation, the legislation was used by the Ethiopian government against the major Ethiopian publishing company, Addis Neger, which it threatened with closure. In November and December 2010, several of Addis Neger's reporters were threatened. 145. And with arrest, and by the end of the year, a number of Addis Neger journalists had fled the country. 8. In 2010, the 2009 Charities and Societies Proclamation also took effect. As a result, some Ethiopian human rights defenders fled abroad, and other organizations significantly altered their mandates and ceased their work on human rights. Despite successfully re-registering with the Charities and Societies Agency, one of the few remaining Ethiopian organizations working on human rights, the Ethiopian Human Rights Council, ERCO, had its bank accounts frozen in 2009. In February 2012, the board of the Charities and Societies Agency upheld this decision, which was appealed to the High Court. In October of that year, the High Court also upheld the decision. With these and several other draconian laws in place in the name of counterterrorism, 2011-12 saw a major crackdown on freedom of expression in Ethiopia, with high numbers of journalists and political opposition members being arrested and charged with terrorism, treason, and other offenses, and printing houses coming under threat. Amnesty International has noted that the authorities used criminal charges and accusations of terrorism to silence dissent. Large numbers of independent journalists and members of political opposition parties were arrested on suspicion of committing terrorist offenses, many after writing articles critical of the government, calling for reform or applying for demonstration permits. Detainees were denied full and prompt access to lawyers and family members. By November 2011, 107 journalists and opposition members had been charged with terrorism-related crimes. 6 more journalists, 2 opposition members and 1 human rights defender, all in exile, were charged in absentia. Human Rights Watch and Amnesty have both commented that the prosecutions appear to have been politically motivated, and a result of the victims' peaceful and legitimate activities. A large number of the 107 people prosecuted complained of torture or other serious ill. 146. Treatment whilst held at Maklawi Detention Center, including beatings with pieces of wire, metal, and furniture, suspension by the wrists, sleep deprivation, and being held in isolation and in complete darkness for prolonged periods. Many reported being forced to sign confessions and other documents that would be presented against them as evidence. 10 amongst the accused were notable journalists. On May 2, 2013, the Ethiopian Supreme Court upheld Eskinder Nega Fenta's 18-year sentence under the anti-terrorism law. Fenta is a veteran journalist who was awarded the 2012 Peruvian Nuevos Freedom to Write Award. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has found that his imprisonment was arbitrary and a result of his peaceful exercise of the right to freedom of expression. Other Ethiopian journalists currently serving sentences under the counter-terrorism proclamation include Wabshete Abeba, a winner of the 2012 Helman Hamid Award, and Riayat Elmugogbo, a journalist for Fete and winner of the 2013 UNESCO/Guillermo Kino World Press Freedom Prize. 2 Swedish journalists were also convicted under the proclamation. Martin Skiby and Johan Persson were accused of rendering support to terrorism and entering the country illegally to commit an act that is a threat to the well-being of the people of Ethiopia, after entering the country without a visa to document human rights abuses in Ethiopia's eastern region. They were pardoned and released in September 2012 after more than a year in prison. 11 Alongside events in Ethiopia, in 2010, both Kenya and Uganda saw major crackdowns on human rights defenders working in the national security sphere. As we saw in Chapter 6, at that time there was, in particular, a concerted attempt to intimidate and limit the work of human rights defenders who were exposing government's excesses in the Kampala bombings investigation, including Alamin Kimathi, Mbugua Muriathi, and myself. Since Uhuru Kenyatta won the Kenyan presidential election in 147. 2013, there has been a series of wider threats to human rights defenders working in the country, initially focusing on individuals and organizations working with the International Criminal Court, ICC, in relation to Kenya's 2007 post-election violence. In September 2013, the Kenyan police confirmed that a gang calling itself Nyaribo Support Group had threatened to burn down the home of Maina Kie, the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and of association, and former chairman of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. The threats reportedly came in response to erroneous claims on blogs that Kie had traveled to The Hague to testify against Kenyatta at the ICC. The following month, Human Rights Watch noted that attacks and threats against human rights defenders are on the rise in Kenya. Harassment of people perceived to support the International Criminal Court, ICC, cases, has been particularly acute, adding that, beyond the ICC issue, the broader environment for human rights defenders also appears to have worsened. In the last 2 months, a prominent human rights lawyer in the western town of Bungoma and a human rights activist in Moyale in Kenya's northeastern region were shot dead by unidentified assailants, with preliminary evidence indicating they were shot because of their human rights work. 12 In late October 2013, the Kenyan government sought to rush through legislation similar to the Ethiopian proclamations that would radically reduce foreign funding for Kenyan civil society organizations, without notice or debate. The Miscellaneous Amendment Bill of 2013 sought to cap and control levels of foreign funding. Such restrictions would result in the severe hobbling of Kenyan civil society organizations, most of whose existence depends on foreign funding, particularly to give them the independence needed to challenge the Kenyan government. Threatening a fate similar to that of Ethiopian civil society, these kinds of measures would be devastating if carried out in Kenya. 148. This effort was temporarily blocked after successful resistance from civil society, but it came within a wider government strategy to stifle the work of organizations holding it to account, often through the misuse of counter-terrorism legislation and the freezing of bank accounts under terrorism and anti-corruption financial provisions. Since 2014, reportedly more than 1,000 Kenyan NGOs have been forced to close or threatened with deregistration on the basis of financial violations or alleged links with terrorist organizations. 13 In 2014, 510 Kenyan NGOs were deregistered, including 15 accused of terrorist links. 14 critics claim that the proposed deregistration in October 2015 of 959 Kenyan NGOs by the NGO Coordination Board was, in some instances, an attempt at harassment of legitimate NGOs, such as the Kenyan Commission for Human Rights, and an attack on the key players working on governance in Kenya. 15 One of the groups deregistered in 2014 on so-called terrorist grounds was the Mombasa-based HAKI Africa, whose work documenting the extrajudicial killings of Kenyan Muslims in the coastal region, see Chapter 8, brought them to the state's attention. Its deregistration reflected the Kenyan authorities' course of conduct by, throughout 2013-14, attempting to silence critics of their increasingly out-of-control counter-terrorism operations. At the same time as the government began an unprecedented and widely criticized security operation against Somali refugees, see Chapter 5, human rights defenders were publicly threatened and warned off documenting possible police violations in Nairobi. Inspector General of Police David Kamo reportedly stated, "I want to tell our Muslim brothers and activists to keep off Eastleigh operations, otherwise we shall get them out of the way by force." 16 Kamo has not to date been investigated in relation to this alleged comment, nor has he made a statement to retract or qualify it. During the second week of April 2014, Kenyan human rights defender Al-Amin Kimathi, who had previously been detained 149 and falsely accused in Uganda as he worked defending Kenyan rendition victims during the Kampala bombings investigation, see Chapter 6, learned via security sources that his life was at risk. Following the high-profile killing in Mombasa of Sheikh Makaburi on April 1, see Chapter 8, multiple credible sources, including from within the security services, warned Kimathi that he was on the kill list of high-profile Muslims slated for extrajudicial execution. If accurate, this suggests that the Kenyan state was failing to recognize the rule of law on several points, not only with respect to meting out extrajudicial executions, but also by treating human rights defenders working on counter-terrorism issues as associates of terror suspects or terror suspects themselves, simply by virtue of their work. Another Muslim organization that came under threat during this time was the Mombasa-based Muslims for Human Rights, Muhuri. Rapid Response Officer Francis Ama has reported that in November and December 2013, following the publication of a report documenting violations by the Kenyan Anti-Terror Police Unit, ATPU, he began being trailed in his car by a suspicious vehicle, and followed and watched in his home by people he strongly believed to be plainclothes government agents. Amma said that he and his family felt intimidated and threatened by this ostentatious monitoring and that it restricted his ability to conduct his work, as he did not want to bring vulnerable individuals to the attention of Kenyan government agencies by meeting with them while under surveillance. In March 2014, further concerns were raised as to the misapplication of administrative provisions in order to harass and restrict human rights work, when Mombasa County Commissioner Nelson Marwa, now also supported by Audi Bolo, one of Mombasa's MPs, announced that Kenyan state security should investigate Muhuri and Haki Africa for alleged incitement of youths to terrorism. Both organizations had recently been at 150. The forefront of documenting violations committed in the national security context, and denied the allegations. The call for an investigation came to nothing, and appeared to be little more than a politically motivated attack to undermine these civil society organizations seeking to hold security forces to account for a year of systemic human rights violations carried out in counter-terrorism operations in Mombasa, as well as an attempt to deflect attention from the government's own rapidly unraveling security strategy. 17 Following the massacre of university students in Garissa in April 2015, the Kenyan government, coming under further pressure over its responsibility for the security vacuum, once again turned on civil society. The government released a list of over 70 NGOs and individuals, including Muhuri and Haki Africa, whose bank accounts were to be frozen over unevidenced suspicions of links to terror. Haki Africa's office was raided and all of its human rights documentation, including hundreds of sensitive and confidential case files on vulnerable victims alleging police abuse, was seized. The state's attempts at Haki's deregistration and freezing of assets has now been successfully challenged in court, but the impact on the organization's work has been significant. At the time of writing, over a year since this attempted crackdown, the property taken in the raid has still not been returned, including the confidential case files. 151. 11. Securitization and collective punishment. In Kenyan counter-terrorism operations, people of Somali ethnicity have historically dominated Kenya's northeastern province, NEP, an arid, dusty place carved out of southern Somalia during the colonial era and, at least nominally, part of Kenya ever since. In the years since Somalia succumbed to civil war in 1991-2, increasing numbers of Somali refugees have crossed the border into Kenya. Somalis with citizenship and residency status make up a significant portion of Kenyan residents, approximately 2.5 million, according to the 2009 census, one with almost 500,000 registered Somali refugees, 2 and an unknown number of undocumented Somalis. Despite being a distinct ethnic group within Kenya's territory since its birth as a nation, ethnic Somalis of Kenyan nationality have long been systematically discriminated against and politically excluded in Kenya. On a functional level, many elements of this exclusion are underpinned by a relatively simple tactic, whereby Kenyan Somalis, with the right to Kenyan citizenship, are routinely denied practical access to basic identity and citizen. 152. Ship documentation, which makes them vulnerable to further violations, often underpinned by a de facto denial of citizenship rights by the state. Somalis in Kenya are second-class citizens, one Somali Kenyan told me. Whereas some other Kenyans, for instance those from the Kikuyu ethnic group, will find it very easy to get their identity documents, we have to produce papers going back to our grandparents' birth certificates. Even if we have been Kenyan for generations, it is assumed that we are not, truly, Kenyan. Alongside this treatment of Kenyan Somalis as the other within, refugee and asylum-seeking Somalis fleeing war in Somalia Somalis have also long faced denial of their basic rights under international human rights and humanitarian and refugee law. One long-standing aspect of this discrimination involves systemic unlawful deferrals of considering right to asylum, and the indefinite postponement of integration of refugee communities by confining them to camps such as the sprawling northern Kenyan camp at Dadaab, a practice now a quarter-century old. By 2011, the camp, designed to hold 90,000 refugees fleeing the Somali civil war in 1991, held almost 500,000 Somali refugees. In February 2007 I traveled to Dadaab with the area's then MP, to meet with a delegation of community leaders who were all long-standing refugees. We traveled via the northern town of Garissa. At the time, Ethiopian troops were pummeling the remnants of the Union of Islamic Courts just over the Somali border, and military and counter-terrorism personnel of at least 5 different nations swarmed the area. Hot, dusty Garissa, or Little Mogadishu as some people call it, was teeming with activity. On the terrace of the One International Standard Hotel, aid workers delivering a long-scheduled gender awareness conference sat shoulder to shoulder with CIA agents taking in the scene from behind their Ray-Bans. The road to the camp looked 153. As though it was in Somalia, and the camp itself was a sea of Somali-style benders patched together with colorful rags and used food bags, storerooms built from empty World Food Program oil cans, and flocks of huge white storks, silhouetted against the sky as they perched atop tottering piles of rubbish. After a tour, we were brought to a covered meeting place where around 30 long-standing refugees sat on carpets, waiting to address us. As we settled in, rare clouds appeared in the sky outside and it began to rain thick, heavy drops, which turned the red dust outside to a dense brown mud. As the rain drummed on the corrugated roof, the delegation patiently explained that most of them had been there since the outbreak of the Civil War 16 years before. They felt like prisoners, and many of the children of the camp had been born there. They had nowhere to go. The camp was their home and their permanent reality. One refugee eloquently explained to us that their situation, effectively indefinite detention under a cloud of suspicion purely because they were Somalis, was like being in Guantanamo Bay. Kenya's disregard for its legal obligations towards Somali refugees, and discrimination against Somalis more generally, long predates the War on Terror. However, over the past 10 years, funding, tactics and a framework taken from America's War on Terror have merged with a set of particular local dynamics in this region to generate an environment permissive of abuses against ethnic Somalis, in particular Somali asylum seekers and refugees, which increasingly singles them out for a form of collective punishment in retaliation for Al-Shabaab terrorist attacks carried out in Kenya. A particularly egregious, foundational, and benchmark example of this is Operation Usalama Watch. This internal security operation, carried out between March and May 2014, was launched by the Kenyan state following a series of grenade and gun attacks in Nairobi and Mombasa. According to Human Rights Watch, 154. Kenyan police and military deployed about 5,000 security officers to Eastleigh over several weeks. The forces raided homes, buildings, and shops, extorted massive sums, and harassed and detained an estimated 4,000 people including journalists, registered refugees, Kenyan citizens, and international aid workers without charge, and in appalling conditions for periods well beyond the 24-hour legal limit. During this operation, thousands of Somali refugees and asylum seekers were detained in the Kasarani Sports Stadium complex in Nairobi. Detainees were subsequently either released without charge, charged with unlawful presence, made to relocate to refugee camps, deported, or released after payment and on condition that they return to Somalia as soon as possible. Over 5,000 such individuals were forcibly relocated to refugee camps in northern Kenya, and at least 359 others were formally expelled back to Somalia, with an unknown number of individuals informally expelled. In 2015 my organization, Justice Forum, interviewed a set of individuals who were sent back, or refouled, to Somalia in this operation. One such Somali arrested in this sweep, 38-year-old Farah, 5 offered a fairly typical narrative. When she was returned to Somalia, Farah and her family were the holders of UNCRA letters certifying the bearers as refugees, and of a Republic of Kenya refugee certificate for the household. Farah told us how in 2008 she had fled by car from Mogadishu to Kenya with her husband, their 7 children and several nieces. Farah and her family then spent time in refugee camps in northern Kenya, and in 2011 moved to Eastleigh, Nairobi to escape the extreme chaos and high levels of gender-based violence in the Dadaab camps. In Nairobi, the family were given refugee documents and ID cards by the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, UNHCR. The family received support from relatives, and the children began to attend school. However, on May 28, 155, 2014, Farah reports that members of the Kenyan Administrative Police forcibly entered her house and arrested her, alongside 10 members of her family. Farah told us that she and her family were detained at Kasarani Sports Stadium until relatives paid Kenyan police a total of 350,000 Kenyan shillings, roughly £2,500, for their release. Upon release, they were advised by the police to leave Kenya for Somalia in order to avoid the risk of being arrested again. Farah went to the Somali embassy in Nairobi for assistance in returning to Mogadishu. In an operation coordinated by the Kenyan and Somali governments, and, unforgivably, sanctioned by the UNHCR, she was given papers, and plane tickets to Somalia were arranged. Farah told us that she was terrified of further arrest and detention whilst she was waiting in Nairobi for her flight back to Somalia. Back in Mogadishu, Farah and her family were living in the city's Wajir district. Life was extremely difficult. Alongside the conditions of generalist violence, there was insufficient food and water, overcrowded living conditions, and no schools for the children. Farah said that she was also forced to leave behind 2 of her daughters and her nieces in Kenya. In total, Justice Forum interviewed 9 people like Farah who were forcibly returned to Somalia. All of our interviewees held refugee certification documents, and none of them described what could credibly be considered a voluntary, non-coerced, return. These enforced transfers to Somalia, with no judicial oversight, breached the principle of non-refoulement, a cornerstone principle of both the 1951 Refugee Convention and the 1969 Organization of African Unity Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa. 6. Regarding the involuntary nature of the returns, Kenya was clearly in breach of domestic, regional, and international legal obligations, as well as the 2013 tripartite agreement with Somalia and the UNHCR whereby Kenya undertook to continue providing protection and assistance to all refugees. Expulsion or forced repatriation of 156 Somali refugees is in direct contradiction of this agreement to facilitate their voluntary repatriation and reintegration on a mutually agreed upon basis. 7. No other organization has tracked returnees to Somalia. However, the conditions of confinement and ill treatment described by the Somali refugees whilst they were still in Kenya have been well documented by international human rights organizations and other bodies including the Independent Police Oversight Authority, IPOA, who sent a team of monitors and investigators to various police stations, including the Kasarani Sport Complex and Jomo Kenyatta International Airport detention centers. The IPOA indicated that the police operations in Kenya could engender a feeling of ethnic profiling. 8. And reported violations of human rights including discriminatory policing practices, with Somali refugees overrepresented amongst those detained and expelled during the operation, unconstitutional detention conditions, with detainees placed in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions and denied basic rights, and children routinely being detained with adults. 9. While the US-led war on terror has provided the current framework within which this treatment of Somalis can be meted out, neither the nature nor the fact of these violations is novel. Indeed, they represent in many respects the continuity of several long-standing dynamics. The ideological foundation of the contemporary operations involves an ill-founded and unlawful conflation of all Somalis and Somali refugees with terrorism and a threat to national security. Yet the nature of the operations has its roots both in colonial history in particular, tactics used by the British and in the post-independence Kenyan treatment of ethnic Somalis. Hannah Whitaker wrote in the Journal of Imperial and Commonwealth History, for many Kenyan Somalis, especially those living in the border region of the NEP, the targeting of their community since 2012 is little surprising. 157. And the approach adopted by Kenyan security forces during Operation Usalama Watch nothing new. Just after Kenya gained independence in December 1963, the Kenyan government waged a 4-year counterinsurgency campaign against Somali separatists operating in NEP. The security forces used indiscriminate violence against the local Somali population in the name of collective responsibility. Although the conflict officially came to an end in November 1967, the region remained subject to emergency rule until 1991, with numerous incidents of state-sponsored violence and intimidation against Somalis living in NEP, including 2 massacres, as well as a nationwide screening of all ethnic Somalis residing in Kenya during 1989 and 1990. These measures have led to instances of rape, beatings, stock seizures, detentions, and potentially thousands of deaths that have yet to be officially recognized. 10. Thus, the War on Terror framework can here be regarded as providing a contemporary justification for perpetuating a long-established dynamic of exclusion and discrimination. Regarding the deeper, colonial roots of the use of collective punishment, Whitaker writes, at the same time, the use of collective punishment in NEP connects with Kenya's deeper colonial history. It is a strategy that is as old as effective administration in Kenya's arid and sparsely populated northern frontier, and it was at the heart of British counterinsurgency during the 1952-60 Mau Mau emergency. Speaking in the aftermath of Operation Usalama Watch, Raila Odinga, the leader of the Kenyan opposition, urged the government to halt the indiscriminate harassment of a particular community, which reminded him of the Mau Mau days, when then British handled the Kenyans in the most brutal and inhumane manner imaginable. 11. This history has served as a foundation not only for the smooth integration of Somali refugee matters into Kenyan counter-terrorism strategy. It has also influenced the wider Kenyan counter-terrorism repertoire. The cultural and political othering of Somali refugees and asylum seekers in Kenya is now both facilitated and 158. Normalized by a systemic denial of access to basic identity documentation and the de facto denial of access to certain legal rights, such as the right to have one's case assessed in a timely manner before a competent tribunal. The core resonance of this approach with broader Kenyan approaches to counterterrorism is supported by several significant counterterrorism cases involving non-Somali Muslims in Kenya, in which these tactics of denying basic documentation have served as a precursor to further abuses. The later massive increase in targeted killings and disappearances of Muslims in Kenya, explored later in this book, may be regarded as a further development in the same direction. One such example is that of Mohammed Abdul Malik, see Chapter 7, a Kenyan citizen of Luo ethnicity captured in Mombasa in 2007 by the Kenyan Anti-Terrorism Police Unit, ATPU, who was mistreated in several detention locations in Kenya before being handed with no judicial process to U.S. personnel who rendered him to Guantanamo Bay via Djibouti and Afghanistan. In Kenyan parliamentary debates and government disclosures in the context of a habeas petition and then a constitutional petition in the Kenyan courts, the Kenyan government repeatedly denied that Abdul Malik was a Kenyan citizen, taking various conflicting positions including that he was a Somali or a Ugandan, that he had been released in Kenya, and also that he had been returned to Somalia. The truth of his rendition without judicial oversight into U.S. custody and then out of the country emerged in a series of unclassified official U.S. government documents disclosed during Abdul Malik's U.S. habeas litigation. Another example is that of Salim Awad, a Kenyan citizen of coastal descent who had been living in Somalia but had fled back to Kenya after the December 2006 Ethiopian invasion of Mogadishu. Awad was apprehended in early 2007 at the Kenyan-Somali border where, he reports, all of his Kenyan citizenship and identity documentation was confiscated by Kenyan. 159. Security personnel. Awad was then held in various police stations in Nairobi, without access to a lawyer and purportedly under immigration powers, before being rendered back into the Somali war zone, and eventually to Ethiopia, where he was detained incommunicado and abused for over a year. The Kenyan government then used Awada's lack of documentation to deny any responsibility towards him for over a year whilst he was held in Ethiopia, as they attempted to claim that he was not a Kenyan citizen. After Awada's eventual release, his legal case for damages against the Kenyan government was hindered by the state continuing to dispute his nationality. He was, eventually, the lead claimant in a group of 8 Kenyans who successfully won damages from the government in 2013 for their unlawful detention and rendition to Ethiopia. 12. There were many other cases of refoulement of Somali refugees attempting to flee over the border to seek asylum in Kenya in early 2007. Because the Somali-Kenyan border was so heavily militarized, no human rights organizations were able to document comprehensively the returns of these Somalis. However, credible witnesses spoke of Kenyan forces at the border summarily turning back lorry loads of asylum seekers at the border, on more than one occasion. The deputy mayor of the Kenyan border village of Kaunga described to me how, one morning in early 2007, boatloads of Somali refugees had arrived on their Crescent Beach, before being removed by Kenyan security forces to an unknown location presumably back over the border in Somalia. As counter-terrorism concerns in Kenya have increased in the years since 2007, so too has systemic discrimination by the Kenyan government against the Somali refugee population, culminating in Operation Usalama Watch and related activities. Amnesty International has noted that, prior to Operation Usalama Watch, on the basis of alleged counter-terrorism concerns, registration of Somali refugees in Kenya had been largely 160 halted since 2011, preventing many who should qualify for refugee status from obtaining papers. 13. Anecdotal evidence suggests that hundreds of such Somalis were unlawfully returned to Somalia from Kenya, both during the several years when Kenya was making an effort to document urban refugees, and after the registration efforts ceased. This has been impossible to substantively document due to fear of speaking out among the Kenyan Somali community and the difficulties of tracing transferees already returned to Somalia. In the build-up to Operation Usalama Watch, in December 2012, citing security concerns over a recent series of terrorist attacks in Nairobi as a justification, the government of Kenya announced a directive that would force all refugees living in cities to relocate to camps, and shut down all registration and service provision to urban-dwelling refugees and asylum seekers. Refugees International explained that this directive caused severe harm even without being implemented. It effectively empowered Kenyan security services to unleash a wave of abuse against refugees. Many refugees felt forced to leave Nairobi following severe harassment. Its research suggests that following the issuance of this directive, before it was ever implemented, unlawful abuses against refugees by Kenyan security forces increased massively. Members of the security services treated refugees brutally during house-to-house searches and round-ups of individuals. Several refugees informed the RI team that they had been hit in the face by officers, and that large amounts of money and property were taken from them. There were many second-hand accounts of refugees being forced to pay bribes of up to 200,000 Kenyan shillings, $2,200, to secure the release of family members from police custody. Prior to the directive, such bribes were also commonplace, but usually only amounted to 500 to 2,000 shillings. There have been at least 3 allegations of rape made by refugees against members of the security services since the directive was issued. Refugees also stated that identity documents issued to them by UNRWA and by the Kenyan government are being disregarded, confiscated, or 161. Destroyed by the security services, stripping them of vital legal protections. In fact, several refugees told RI that they feel as though they have no international protection now, and are only protected by the bribes they pay to police. 14. The humanitarian organization also noted that, since the issuance of the directive, the Kenyan government had ceased registering new refugees arriving in urban areas, a policy that wholly undermined the directive's stated goal, to improve security, since registration would give the government and the UNRWA the opportunity to identify those refugees who might actually pose a threat. Reports also suggested that many refugees, including families, without the means to flee elsewhere were forced to live in effective hiding within Kenya, principally in Nairobi. Refugee community leaders feared reprisals if they complained to the authorities, community meetings could not be held, and children were not able to attend school. This situation continued, without the directive actually being implemented, for over a year. On January 19, 2013, a letter from the Ministry of Provincial Administration and Internal Security was leaked to the Kenyan media, pre-warning of Operation Usalama Watch and stating that the government intended to round up 18,000 refugees and hold them in Thika Municipal Stadium before moving them to refugee camps. This scenario was temporarily averted as a result of objections from some international organizations and donor states, but the UNRWA controversially stated that it was focusing on maintaining a good line of communication with the Kenyan government in an attempt to avoid the worst-case scenario of a militarist roundup of refugees. The directive was ultimately quashed in the Kenyan High Court in July 2013. These two small victories for international law, however, were only a temporary cessation in state attacks on Somali refugees. The government's subsequent retraction of the directive was triggered by a massacre in which no Somali refugees are believed. 162. To have been involved, raising many questions about the conduct of Kenyan intelligence and security forces. On September 21, 2013, unidentified gunmen attacked the popular Westgate shopping center in the upmarket Nairobi area of Westlands. The resulting siege lasted until September 24, and resulted in 67 deaths and over 175 wounded. Al-Shabaab quickly claimed responsibility for the attack, stating that it was carried out in retaliation for Kenya's military deployment in Somalia, Operation Lindanchi. The Kenyan government's immediate security response was bungled, with the siege lasting for 3 days. Afterwards, there followed several controversial security incidents including mass round-ups, disappearances of Muslims and a siege of a mosque, despite which even the most basic facts of the attack still appear to be unknown. For instance, at the time of writing it remains unclear whether the key attackers were killed in the siege, or escaped. It was in this context that, on March 25, 2014, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government Joseph Olenku issued a renewed directive, ordering all refugees living in urban centers to return to designated camps, stating that this was being done in a bid to address the increasing threat of terrorism. Under the terms of the directive, all urban refugees were to be relocated to camps unless they agreed to a voluntary return, an arrangement sanctioned incredibly by the UNRWA. The directive was combined on April 2, 2014 with the launch of Operation Rudisa Usalama. Anecdotal evidence and media reports suggest that, as a result of these government efforts to confine and remove Somalis, xenophobic attacks against Somalis in Kenya are on the increase. Since the launch of the operation, there has been a spate of incidents involving Somali Kenyans being pushed off matatus, small private minibuses, by other passengers. One such example is Kenyan citizen Adan Mohammed, who explained how, in early 163 May 2014, he boarded a number 48 matatu at the Odeon bus terminal in Nairobi. The 7 passengers already on board alighted and collectively stared at him. Adan said, "I was dressed in a simple shirt and tie, I was not wearing a kanzu or any other attire. But when I entered the matatu, the other passengers came down. I immediately remembered the bus bombings in Nairobi and Mombasa over the weekend and my mind clicked on what they must have been thinking. So I alighted. I was afraid they might lynch me or steal my valuables because I was carrying my laptop in a bag. I left and walked some distance. When I looked back, everyone entered the matatu. So I took a taxi to the office." 15 Somalis in Kenya report feeling as though they are constantly under suspicion, and the UK immigration courts now recognize that Kenyans of Somali ethnicity face a real risk on return to Kenya, solely as a result of their ethnicity. Quite where this trajectory will lead depends very much on the future of the war on terror and the priorities of the key donor states currently supporting its perpetration in East Africa. Whilst Somalia remains an effective war zone, and Kenya remains a key frontline state in the current execution of the US war on terror, it is hard to see how the securitization of Somali refugee matters, the othering of Somali Kenyans, and the gradual extension of this dynamic to the wider Kenyan Muslim population can be prevented. The war on terror's motifs of violent exclusion and exceptionalism to international law have found a natural home in this East African political environment, intermixing with systemic violations being carried out against othered ethnic, religious, and political groups in the name of national security. 165. 12. Cyber wars. We live in the digital age, where high-level information and communications technology and software-based systems are fundamental to the functioning of modern society. On January 17, 2012, the U.S. military announced that the United States intended to treat cyberspace as a military battleground alongside the air, land, and sea. Disrupting the enemy will require the full inclusion of space and cyberspace operations into the traditional air-land-sea battle space. They have critical importance for the projection of military force. Arguably, this emergence is the most important and fundamental change over the past several decades. One, maintaining control over flows of information via computer networks and information infrastructure, and disrupting those of the enemy are therefore increasingly regarded as activities central to national security. It thus becomes clear exactly why organizations like WikiLeaks are regarded by the US government as such a threat to national security. Rather than conceptualizing the conflict as one between ideals of privacy and freedom of information, with WikiLeaks taking, at least with regard to its publication of US government leaks, a position of radical freedom, i.e. 166. That all information should be freely available to all. The true nature of the conflict turns on a fight for control of information. WikiLeaks offends the U.S. administration because it seeks to liberate information that the U.S. has designated as not to be shared. It undermines the administration's control over that information. Thus, too, we may make sense of President Obama's policy of pursuing prosecution of those involved in unauthorized leaks. Unofficially authorized or sanctioned leaks, such as those relating the official narrative of the death of Osama bin Laden, are acceptable because they occur within a context of official control over previously classified information. Unauthorized leaks violate this understanding. Following 9/11, in addition to its more outward-facing activities, such as the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and the transfers of hundreds of prisoners to Guantanamo Bay, the U.S. was also shoring up an unprecedented system of global information control and surveillance that is only now becoming publicly understood. In June 2013, the first in a series of classified U.S. documents leaked by the former CIA security contractor Edward Snowden were published by The Washington Post and The Guardian. The documents detailed how telecom company Verizon had been clandestinely complying with secret court orders to provide the U.S. National Security Agency, NSA, with the phone records of nearly all of its customers. Subsequent documents revealed that Verizon was not the only corporation implicated in this mass, systematic privacy breach. Nearly all American telecom corporations were doing the same thing. Over the following months, thousands more U.S. intelligence documents were published, revealing further details of secret surveillance programs operated around the world by the U.S. and its allies. The number of documents released by Snowden is still unknown, although estimates proffered by various government sources suggest at least 15,000 Australian files, at least 58,000 British files, and about 1.7 million U.S. intelligence files. 3. Cyber wars. 167. The day after the Verizon disclosures, further leaks revealed the existence of PRISM, a secret program whereby tech giants such as Apple, Microsoft, and Facebook were being compelled to supply the NSA with private user data, without users even being aware of the request. The Snowden documents have great significance for people living beyond the United States, including those living in the East and Horn of Africa. In March 2014, the German media outlet Der Spiegel revealed that some of Snowden's NSA data showed that the British government's intelligence hub GCHQ had hacked into the networks of at least 3 German telecom companies, Stellar, Settle, and IABG, and that the NSA had collected and stored information about German Chancellor Angela Merkel, along with at least 121 other world leaders, East Africans included. For the Tempora program is a joint operation between the NSA and GCHQ, supported by private companies including British Telecoms, Vodafone Cable, Global Crossing, Level 3, Viatel and INT-E-Route, to intercept fiber optic cables traveling all over the world in order to collect vast amounts of metadata, i.e. descriptors of content rather than the content itself relating to people's internet usage. In May 2014, The Intercept reported on another NSA program, Mystic, involving the secret monitoring of the telecommunications of several states, including Kenya. This operation in Kenya, sponsored by the CIA, was called Dusk Palette, described in secret internal documents as a program for embedded collection systems overtly installed on target networks, predominantly for the collection and processing of wireless/mobile communications networks. At the time that these classified source documents emerged, the program was collecting only metadata, although there was the potential for collecting content at a later date. 5. This potential had, according to The Intercept, already been realized in NSA operations in the Bahamas and another unnamed. 168. Country, later revealed by WikiLeaks to be Afghanistan. 6. The Intercept has described Mystic, known to be operational in Kenya, and Simuljit, the enhanced content gathering operations used in the Bahamas and Afghanistan, which could be rolled out in Mystic states such as Kenya. Thus, if an entire nation's cell phone calls were a menu of TV shows, Mystic would be a cable programming guide showing which channels offer which shows, and when. Simuljit would be the DVR that automatically records every show on every channel and stores them for a month. Mystic provides the access, Simuljit provides the massive amounts of storage needed to archive all those calls so that analysts can listen to them at will after the fact. According to one NSA document, Simuljit is deployed against entire networks in the Bahamas and the second country, and processes over 100 million call events per day. Simuljit's capabilities are further detailed in a May 2012 memo written by an official in the NSA's International Crime and Narcotics Division. The memo hails the great success the NSA's Drugs and Crime Unit has enjoyed through its use of the program, and boasts about how beneficial the collection and recording of every phone call in a given nation can be to intelligence analysts. Rather than simply making tentative analytic conclusions derived from metadata, the memo notes, analysts can follow up on hunches by going back in time and listening to phone calls recorded during the previous month. Such retrospective retrieval means that analysts can figure out what targets were saying even when the calls occurred before the targets were identified. Buffer certain calls that may be of foreign intelligence value for a sufficient period to permit a well-informed decision on whether to retrieve and return specific audio content, the NSA official reported. 7. Regarding any role played by the government of Kenya in this data snatch from its citizens, London-based watchdog Privacy International has pointed out that in some of the other countries where Mystic is implemented, the Bahamas, Mexico, and the Philippines, Mystic required contracted cyber wars. 169. Services for its operational sustainment. This is not the case for Kenya, however. It is unclear what, if any, role the government of Kenya as well as telecommunication and communication providers played in the deployment of Mystic. 8. What is the significance of this for Kenyan residents and citizens? Kenyan internet and smartphone usage has mushroomed over the past several years. The Communications Commission of Kenya, CCK, reported that, as of June 2015, 83.9% of Kenyan residents had access to a mobile phone, while 69% of the population, 29.6 million users in total, had access to the Internet. Kenya was the first country in the world with a commonly used mobile system of money transfers, M-Pesa. This capability allowed many low-waged and slum-dwelling Kenyans to effectively function as though they had a bank account. Access to the internet via smartphones has therefore become an economic necessity for many Kenyans, placing within their reach wider economic opportunities previously denied them. In terms of social and political engagement, Privacy International notes that social media is widely used in Kenya. According to a June 2015 report by the Bloggers Association of Kenya, BAKE, social media platforms such as blogs, Twitter and Facebook have become an effective tool through which Kenyans can write on topics of interest to them as well as exercise their freedom to free speech. Popular platforms include Twitter and Facebook, which had 4 million Kenyan users in June 2015. Kenya had over 700,000 confirmed monthly active users on Twitter, the majority of which access Twitter on a daily basis. 9. The Internet is therefore an increasingly important space for Kenyans economically, politically, and socially. Foreign government access to Kenyan citizens' metadata, and potentially to the content of their online communications, is therefore a highly concerning issue that ought at the very least to be a matter of informed public debate in Kenya. 170. Alongside the US's ability to spy on Kenyan citizens, the Kenyan government's own capacity to directly monitor Kenyans' private online and telecommunications activity is steadily increasing. As with youth policing and the abuses it can entail, see Chapter 8, the overreaching U.S. attitude in this respect has created the conditions for key war on terror allies such as Kenya to enhance their own surveillance and monitoring capacity. The developing capacity of Kenyan and other East African states to monitor their citizens' telecom activities is certainly no less than the capacities we now know the NSA and GCHQ to possess, and in some cases is enshrined in law. Article 31 of the Constitution of Kenya, for instance, enshrines the qualified right to privacy in Kenyan domestic law. However, several acts of parliament provide for these qualifications, in the shape of express provisions for counter-terrorism-related monitoring of communications and other Internet-related activities. Under S. 36, 1, Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012, a Chief Inspector of Police may apply to court for an interception or communications order either requiring a service provider to intercept and retain specified communications, or to enter any premises and install interception devices to access specified communications. Concerns with these provisions of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012 include the lack of definition within the Act, the lack of time limits on surveillance operations, the lack of requirement of a reasonable suspicion that interception will yield evidence in relation to the commission of an offense, and its overall broad and vague definition of the term terrorist act. The National Intelligence Service Act 2012 also includes a wide provision for surveillance of communications and extraction of records. Under Section 43 of this Act, application for such a warrant can be made for any reason that might enable the service to investigate any threat to national security or to perform any of its functions. An S-43 warrant has a time limit of 1 month, but is renewable indefinitely. Cyber Wars. 171. Following the deaths of 67 people in the 2013 attack on the Westgate Shopping Center, attributed to Al-Shabaab, a significant expansion of the Kenyan National Intelligence Service's powers was proposed in the Security Laws Amendment Bill. Privacy International has commented that specifically, the bill weakens the legal safeguards pertaining to the interception of communications by police, increases the purposes for which surveillance may be undertaken, and provides for broad powers for the otherwise undefined national security organs to intercept communications. 10 In January 2015, several clauses in the bill were struck down by the High Court, and a watered-down version has now been passed into Kenyan law. 11 There is, conversely, currently no data protection legislation in Kenya, the draft Data Protection Bill 2012 not having come into force at the time of writing. Alongside any activities conducted under the above powers, the Kenyan government is also reportedly engaged in broader monitoring of email traffic, on an unclear legal basis. In March 2012, the Communications Commission of Kenya, CCK, announced the Network Early Warning System, NEWS, operation to monitor incoming and outgoing email traffic. Since May 2011, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, has been working with mobile providers and security agencies to monitor text messages and social networks, ostensibly to reduce hate speech. In the summer of 2014, Safaricom Ltd 60% government-owned and running mainly on infrastructure provided by Chinese telecommunications company Huawei was awarded a contract to coordinate emergency responses for a national surveillance, communication command and control system. Privacy International has commented on this highly concerning scheme. While the system, set to be completed in 2016, is billed as a secure way for law enforcement to communicate, it will include additional, and 172 potentially worrying, surveillance capabilities such as video surveillance technology that allows for face recognition and a centralized database to perform analytic and cross-referencing on the images captured. Privacy International went on to explain that while the Command and Control Center is not a communications interception project per se, it is highly problematic from a privacy perspective. According to the project specifications, the system is a way for police officers to securely communicate and process their responses to incidents with various technical barriers to prevent the interception of law enforcement's communications. The system will run on an independent 4G network, separate from the normal Safaricom network with 80 base stations, 60 in Nairobi, 20 in Mombasa. According to Safaricom, it will run on a standalone independent IP network, that will deliver high-speed video, voice, and data to a wide-ranging number of secure devices. The surveillance network will consist of various types of cameras that will be networked to a central point from which analytics and other functions can be carried out by the National Police Service. Additional capabilities include geolocation through GPS of personnel in the field, an automatic vehicle location system and SIG IP-based video surveillance system on a proposed network for aiding visual surveillance for law and order, crime control, and special events like public gatherings, processions etc. Police would be able to pick out criminals from the crowd with a simple camera image grab. Without strong safeguards, picking out criminals can quickly turn to politically motivated profiling. Face recognition facilitates religious or ethnic profiling and has in some cases led to the false identification of innocent persons. The temptation to place entire communities and neighborhoods under potentially disproportionate surveillance subtly reverses the presumption of innocence. In light of episodic roundups of Somali Kenyans and other Muslim communities, it is not a remote possibility that even this seemingly benign surveillance technology will be exploited beyond its legal mandate. 12. Cyber Wars. 173. Privacy is a qualified rather than an absolute right. Where a state has a set of powers for surveillance entailing the deprivation of a person's right to privacy, the only way to ensure lawfulness and observation of rights is in the proportionate exercise of the corresponding powers. This is different from, and more complex to implement than, the protection of absolute rights such as the right to freedom from torture, where there is no possible defense that could justify any degree of torture. Questions around what this proportionality assessment should comprise, for example, who ought to make it, politicians, spies, police, judges, or a combination of the above? How secret should the deliberations be, form the core of debates about the proper use of surveillance in societies the world over. In a state like Kenya, and most other East African states, with high levels of corruption and a correspondingly weak rule of law, a further problem lies in how to ensure that such a system, even if it is provided for, could possibly work in the intended way. 13. There is some evidence among cases discussed earlier in this book that surveillance of Internet-related activities may already have triggered targeting and extrajudicial violations on the part of Kenyan security personnel. One example, see Chapter 8, is the disappearance and extrajudicial execution of Samir Hashim Khan in 2012, before the Prevention of Terrorism Act came into force. At the time of his death he was facing several charges, including possession of items suggesting support for an organized criminal group, due to his allegedly having downloaded a terrorism-related document onto his mobile phone. Similarly, the storming of the Masjid Musa Mosque in November 2014, see Chapter 8, offered a rather blunt example of Kenyan police techniques for online surveillance. Individuals arrested during that incident reported to HAKI Africa that during interrogations at police stations they were forced to supply details of their email accounts, including passwords. 174. Concerns over the Kenyan government's powers to compel production of private data from telecom companies can also be linked to the Kampala, Uganda, bombings of July 2010. A third unexploded bomb was found in Kampala, in a bag with a mobile phone found, on investigation, to have been used frequently to call a phone belonging to a young man, Mohammed. Mohammed was arrested in the middle of the night by members of the Kenyan Anti-Terror Police Unit, ATPU, and taken to its headquarters. He was interrogated about the phone, which he maintained he had bought second-hand from a dealer in Eastleigh just a couple of weeks previously. He was then forced to point out the phone dealer to his captors, and the two men were rendered without judicial process to Kampala, where they were abusively interrogated for over a year about mobile phone records for a period that they both maintained to be before either of them had come into contact with the phone in question. This explanation appears eventually to have been accepted, since both men were unconditionally released in September 2012. 14. There are also examples of surveillance powers being used against civil society more widely. Then International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor Luis Moreno Ocampo and key prosecution witnesses in the ICC prosecution of multiple Kenyan politicians claimed that their computers were hacked, resulting in several witnesses being threatened and intimidated into withdrawing their evidence, a significant factor in the eventual collapse of the prosecution's case. 15 other human rights groups have also complained of unlawful surveillance of human rights defenders carrying out their activities. Peace Brigades International stated in 2012 that incidences of surveillance by state and non-state actors have been reported. Offices have been raided or burgled and computers hacked, and several organizations suspected that their phones were being tapped. 16. Regarding practical capabilities, hacking tools manufactured and sold by private European companies are believed by research. Cyber wars. 175. ERS to be in the hands of the Kenyan state. In July 2015, WikiLeaks published documents taken from the networks of the Italian malware company Hacking Team, revealing that Kenyan agents had been liaising with the company in 2014 over possible procurement of its remote control system, a piece of equipment that allows a user to remotely penetrate and control a target's computer or phone, access all their files, and commandeer the microphone and cameras so as to use the device as a bug. In this instance, Kenya did not purchase anything from Hacking Team, but during the negotiations Kenyan officers did, on the off chance, ask Hacking Team to demonstrate their hacking credentials by shutting down Kahawatungu, a blog highlighting corruption and other wrongdoings by the Kenyan government. Hacking Team refused. 17. As it turned out, this may well have been an attempt to get some free aid, with no intention of taking the contract forward. Subsequent investigations by the University of Toronto's Citizen Lab showed that at around this time Kenya did in fact purchase a similar piece of equipment, the powerful surveillance software FinFisher, from Hacking Team's rivals, Gamma International. 18. Gamma International is a corporation with branches in Andover, Britain, and Munich, Germany. It is also a subsidiary of the Gamma Group, a shadowy group of companies that specializes in manufacturing surveillance and monitoring equipment, registered in the British Virgin Islands, and owned by a British man with Lebanese connections called William Loutian Nelson. The group's spokesman is one Martin Muensk, a German former hacker. According to The Guardian, Nelson set up a UK company in 2007 on an Andover industrial estate to make and sell FinFisher, a so-called Trojan which can remotely spy on a victim's computer by pretending to be a routine software update. He set up a parallel, more covert company with a similar name, registered in the BVI, via an agency in Singapore, using his father's address at 176 Winterbourne Earls, near Andover. He also sells to the Middle East via premises in Beirut. He ran into controversy last year when secret police in Egypt and Bahrain were alleged to have obtained Finfisher, which he denies knowingly supplying to them. 19 This has been Gamma's greatest achievement, knowingly or unknowingly, to endow governments, law enforcement agencies and security forces around the world, many with questionable human rights records, with powers normally reserved for the American NSA, and Britain's GCHQ. 177. 13. When I first saw the Finfisher promotional videos, I laughed incredulously and at the same time felt very, very scared. Now all over YouTube following WikiLeaks' publication of brochures from the product's developers, Gamma International, these films are at once terrifying and absolutely ridiculous. 1. Ridiculous because the terrible electronic background music and the strange, geeky graphics appear like some kind of lo-fi bedroom creation of a teenager with a morbid imagination and too much time on his hands. Terrifying because these products actually exist, and are sold to any government or law enforcement agency willing to pay. Gamma's Finfisher suite is one of many similar sets of intrusive surveillance products that have appeared on the open market during the 2010s. According to contemporary definitions, Finfisher is a cyber weapon, meaning it contains computer code that is used, or designed to be used, with the aim of threatening or causing physical, functional, or mental harm to structures, systems, or living beings. 2. What I learned from the Finfisher promotional videos and from subsequent conversations with researchers who 178 have studied the product closely is that this technology acts like a kind of controlled Trojan virus. Once it has gained access to a target's computer or phone, that machine is essentially owned by the person or government who sent it. The microphone and camera are commandeered so that the machine acts like a kind of bugging device carried around willingly, yet unknowingly, by the target. All content on the machine becomes fully accessible, and the product enables those surveilling to monitor live keystrokes, meaning that encryption technologies can be bypassed either through recording the original keystrokes prior to encryption, or by gaining access to passwords. Other technologies similar to Finfisher include a suite of products from the Italian outfit hacking team. Research groups such as the University of Toronto's Citizen Lab and Privacy International have carried out groundbreaking research to help us understand this industry's value and the extent of its global reach. However, the industry is constantly changing, and continues to operate largely in the shadows, so it is impossible fully to know its true reach. The explosion of this shadowy business is a direct result of the increasing securitization of the Internet and of cyberspace. This development of a global cyber-industrial complex has been led in conceptual and strategic terms by the United States, and has strong interlinkages with the development of the global war on terror. Since Finfisher's public exposure in 2011, it has been mired in controversy. Writing in The Verge, Amar Tour and Russell Brandon explained that Finfisher had become a kind of bogeyman in the security community since brochures advertising the software's capabilities popped up in a WikiLeaks drop in December of 2011. As explained in Chapter 12, Finfisher is a powerful tool sold by Gamma International that allows for users to carry out invasive digital intrusion techniques. The company maintains that it only supplies to legitimate governments and law enforcement 179 meant agencies, and does not support human rights abuses. However, Finfisher has been implicated in several high-profile cases of purported misuse by states with weak rule of law and bad human rights records. In 2012, an investigation by researchers from various organizations found Finfisher to have penetrated the computers of Bahrain's top law firms, journalists, and democracy activists based both in Bahrain and the UK between 2010 and 2012. 3. Further research by Citizen Lab has identified Finfisher servers in states around the world including Ethiopia, a case study of which provides perhaps the best evidence for why such technology should not be in the hands of dictatorships and other undemocratic regimes. 4. In 2014, Citizen Lab research revealed the targeting, using Finfisher, of a group of diaspora Ethiopian political dissidents who had been granted asylum in locations around the world following their criminalization under Ethiopia's anti-terrorism proclamation and subsequent persecution. 5. The Electronic Frontier Foundation, who filed a lawsuit for one of the victims, one Mr. Keatain, reported on their website that an American citizen living in Maryland has sued the Ethiopian government for infecting his computer with secret spyware, wiretapping his private Skype calls, and monitoring his entire family's every use of the computer for a period of months. According to the foundation, their client had fled to the US from Ethiopia more than 20 years previously. Mr. Keatain's computer was hacked after he was sent a fake email with an infected Word attachment. When he clicked on the attachment, FinSpy, a component of the FinFisher suite, was surreptitiously downloaded onto his computer from a server located at an Ethiopian IP address. The program then took control of his computer to record everything that happened on it, and sent copies of communications and content, including Skype calls, to a command and control server located in Ethiopia and controlled by the government. 6. 180. Subsequent research has identified at least 2 further Ethiopian dissidents whose devices were infected with FinFisher by the Ethiopian government, in locations around the world. One victim I interviewed in London, Tadez Kurzmo, eloquently described his sense of violation when he learned that the government from which he had fled had commandeered his computer and had been using it to spy on him and his family in his new home in London. However disturbing that sense of intrusion was for Tadez, it did not compare to his sense of fear and guilt that his hacked communications may have been used to target vulnerable activists still in Ethiopia. 7. According to Human Rights Watch, information gleaned from telecom and internet sources is regularly used against Ethiopians arrested for alleged anti-government activities. During interrogations, police show suspects lists of phone calls and are questioned about the identity of callers, particularly foreign callers. They play recorded phone conversations with friends and family members. The information is routinely obtained without judicial warrants. While this electronic evidence appears to be used mostly to compel suspects to confess or to provide information, some recorded emails and phone calls have been submitted as evidence in trials under the repressive Anti-Terrorism Proclamation 8. It is publicly known that FinFisher and hacking teams' remote control suite have been used to attack Ethiopian civil society activists since at least 2013. Despite this negative publicity and analysis of the human rights costs by groups such as Human Rights Watch, these hacking activities have not ceased, and manufacturers appear to be continuing to sell their wares to the Ethiopian government. On March 9, 2015, Citizen Lab published a report suggesting that new attempts had been made by Ethiopia to hack into the computers of employees of the Independent Ethiopian Satellite Television, ESAT, based in the United States. 9. 181. Ethiopia and Kenya are not the only East African states known to have been buying surveillance capabilities on the open market. In October 2015, Privacy International revealed that in December 2011 Gamma Group reportedly trained 4 Ugandan agents to use FinFisher. On 19 and January 20, 2012, the Privacy International report claimed, 2 Gamma officials had met with senior intelligence officials in Kampala and briefed them on FinFisher's capabilities in an IT intrusion seminar. FinFisher was the backbone of a secret operation to spy on leading opposition members, activists, elected officials, intelligence insiders, and journalists following the 2011 election, which President Museveni won following evidence of vote buying and misuse of state funds. The police and military deployed the spyware specifically to crush civil disobedience and crack down on the rising influence of the opposition by blackmailing them, according a secret briefing document prepared for President Museveni. On January 13, 2012, President Museveni launched Operation Fungua Macho, Open Your Eyes, by military radio message, according to the documents. Covert FinFisher access points were installed within Parliament and key government institutions. Actual and suspected government opponents were targeted in their homes. Hotels in Kampala, Entebbe, and Masaka were also compromised to facilitate infection of targets' devices. The CMI solicited state funds to bribe collaborators to facilitate infections and intended to use collected information to blackmail targets. At the same time, the report noted, the Ugandan government had been inviting tenders for the development of its own communications monitoring center. In 2013, the Interagency Joint Security/ICT Technical Committee invited bids for the project from 7 technology companies based in 182. China, Israel, Italy, Poland, and the United Kingdom, in another government briefing document from another source. Some familiar names were on the short list to supply the monitoring center: Huawei and ZTE, NICE and Verint, and some less well-known contenders: Macro System and Razi Group. And, of course, Gamma Group International. Later in 2013, Gamma's representative in Munich, Stefan Olkers, returned to Kampala at least 3 times. Fast forward 2 years. The Ugandan government appears closer to finalizing plans to purchase a monitoring center. According to internal emails of surveillance technology company Hacking Team, NICE Systems was one of the front runners for the project. The Uganda police was also looking to buy Hacking Team's intrusion malware through a trusted contact, a former presidential IT advisor and, worryingly, an important media mogul. 10 Uganda was apparently not the only East African state trying to access Hacking Team's products via local moguls, as evidenced in a series of emails released by WikiLeaks on July 8, 2015. The emails show an exchange in October and November 2012 between Ismail Douali, Chief Technical Officer at Somtel, the main Somali telecom provider. Douali writes that he was given the Hacking Team contact information by Haggai Frankel of NICE Systems, stating, "We have request from our government to check emails in case they suspect any users, and we have advised them we can support them with Trojan horses, therefore we need to add this capability or the network. We are currently testing various solutions and we want to evaluate your solution as well." 11 Hacking Team's email response further illuminates the capabilities of its tools, the mode of cooperation with potential clients, and its policy of selling to government, law enforcement, and security organizations only. Dear Mr. Douali, many thanks for contacting us and for the interest in our technology. 183. RCS is designed to attack, infect, and monitor target PCs and smartphones in a stealth way, including its location. Once a target is infected, RCS allows you to access a variety of information, including Skype traffic, VoIP, chat, keystrokes, all Unicode languages, mails, messages, target positioning, files, screenshots, microphone eavesdrop data, camera snapshots, etc. Supported PC platforms are Windows XP/Vista/7, 32 and 64-bit, and Mac OS. The smartphones platforms are Windows Mobile, iPhone, Symbian, BlackBerry and Android. Would you mind having a look at the 2 RCS videos on our website? http://www.hackingteam.it/index.php/remote-control-system. As you can imagine, our policy allows us to sell the product to government, law enforcement, and security organizations only. Regarding your inquiry, please note that we do not provide geographical representation. Our approach is to work side by side with a local partner, like you, on every specific deal. This means that, if you have a potential business opportunity, we will give you protection on such client for 1 year. Obviously, in order to understand, if we can move on, we need to know which agency we are talking about. If everything is positive, we will proceed with the signature of our non-disclosure agreement and will organize a meeting with the potential client. 12 Ismail Douali's response the following day confirms that we play as security organization for the government. When they need any security, we provide it to them. Therefore I hope we will be able to sign the NDA and have trial of the RCS. 13 There is no publicly known information detailing the operational use of these tools in Somalia. In Ethiopia and Uganda, however, their deployment clearly corresponds at least in part to 184. Wider attempts to limit political dissent, stifle the free media and curtail free speech. In Ethiopia, the technologies have also been used to persecute those who have fled Ethiopia and become refugees elsewhere, and to carry out politically motivated prosecutions of civil society actors under domestic counterterrorism legislation. 14. Both Uganda's and Ethiopia's use of Finfisher, hacking team, and other forms of surveillance and telecoms monitoring evidently go far beyond the terms of the war on terror as it is normally envisaged by its architects and proponents in the United States, and such technology is being used by autocratic governments worldwide to maintain control by directly stifling democratic freedoms and attacking human rights. Dominant U.S. security narratives, known practices relating to global surveillance activities, and extensive counterterrorism funding to these states, all provide a clear carte blanche for partner states to deploy their powers in a discriminatory fashion, within a legislative framework of unfair security and counterterrorism laws. 185. 14. It's a July afternoon in 2016 and I am in Amsterdam, sitting in a cafe by a canal just around the corner from the house where Anne Frank spent her years in hiding from the Nazis and where she wrote her famous diary. A teenage Jewish diarist with aspirations of becoming a journalist, Anne spent 2 years in a tiny hidden apartment on Prinsengracht in central Amsterdam. After Anne and her family were betrayed by an unknown informant, the apartment was raided and they were taken into custody. Anne died in the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp in February or March 1945, just a month or two before its liberation by the Americans in April 1945. Being in Anne Frank's neighborhood in Amsterdam on this glorious day, every detail light glancing off the canal water, bicycle bells, boats chugging through the water and the low buzz of conversation, smoke from my neighbor's cigarette and the taste of my fish soup appears heightened and precious. I imagine how beside herself Anne would have been given the opportunity to be part of such a scene just minutes from her place of hiding. And I imagine what that dark period in Amsterdam's history must have felt like to her. 186. Anne Frank has been on my mind of late because, for over a year, I've been helping another family in hiding, the Momins. This family is not Jewish, they're Somali, and they're in hiding in Nairobi. The Kenyan government is demonstrably not comparable to a Nazi administration, yet as we have seen, see Chapter 11, Nairobi is increasingly a deeply hostile and frightening place for ethnic Somalis, who are liable to be ethnically profiled, arbitrarily arrested, detained, and sometimes flown back to an uncertain fate in Somalia. In addition to this peril facing all Somalis in Kenya, the Momin family faces another imminent danger, Al-Shabaab operatives in Kenya. Abdul Momin is a well-known Somali journalist who regularly worked with international media such as The Wall Street Journal, The Guardian, and Al Jazeera. After he covered a series of stories relating to Al-Shabaab, he received death threats and attempts on his life, forcing him to flee Mogadishu for Nairobi, where he was eventually able to bring his wife and children, ranging in age from a young baby to a 12-year-old daughter, to join him. But Al-Shabaab has a strong presence in Kenya, and the threats eventually caught up with Abdul in Nairobi. The entire family had to go into hiding and have since had to move locations several times due to fears that their cover had been blown. For the past 10 months or so, I've been in touch with Abdul almost every day. A few months ago, he and his wife went out for provisions for the family, and were nearly arrested by Kenyan police in a random sweep of Somalis. They had to run and hide until the police had gone. Whilst in hiding, the family have also had to get to medical assessments and appointments to progress their resettlement application, but don't have anyone they could trust to be a driver. They've had to find funds to pay the rent on their safe house, as well as for food, urgent medical services, and transport to their appointments. They're completely isolated. 187. Because they are caught between two fires, the increasing xenophobia of many Kenyans towards Somalis, and a threat that comes from within the Somali community itself, Al-Shabaab. They are citizens of a state with no ability to protect them. I cannot imagine what this experience is like for Abdal and his family. For me, it is both frustrating and sobering. I am almost completely powerless to protect them from those who wish them harm. I can only help with the day-to-day problems, and try in some way to be there for them. I hope that this support, and the knowledge that someone cares, will help them to endure their situation. As the days pass, a positive resolution that first appeared to be slowly materializing now seems further away than ever. Back in Amsterdam, I've come to Anne Frank's house directly from the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Although it's fairly new, the ICC is emblematic of a decades-long journey involving the creation of a set of international human rights and humanitarian institutions and standards, whose foundations rose from the carnage of the Second World War. The word genocide was coined by a Jewish jurist grappling to find the language, and help sketch a legal framework, to do justice to the magnitude of what had just happened to Anne Frank and approximately 6 million other European Jews. Comparing genocides, especially when one remains only a possibility, is a doomed exercise on many levels. However, it is not an exaggeration to say that the situation for many Somalis in East Africa is increasingly catastrophic. Somalis as an ethnic group, particularly in Kenya, where many of them are citizens and have lived for generations, are now so othered by mainstream politics, the media, and in turn by many other Kenyans that their daily existence is fraught with danger. Somalis are often discriminated against by the police, disappeared, arbitrarily detained and extorted. They are now row 188. Timely coerced into leaving Kenya for an unknown future in Somalia, the broken state from which many of those without Kenyan citizenship originally fled. Meanwhile, those who are Kenyan citizens of Somali ethnicity are, routinely, denied their citizenship papers by the Kenyan authorities, and then de facto denied many of the rights that would otherwise naturally flow from being able to demonstrate that citizenship. The irony of Abdal's situation is that one limb of the danger he faces in Nairobi, the risk of arbitrary arrest, detention, extortion, and possible return to Somalia by Kenyan police and other authorities, comes as a direct result of the Kenyan government's out-of-control counter-terrorism policies, thuggishly turning its attention to Somali refugees and apparently meting out a form of misguided collective punishment against this group in retaliation for a string of terror attacks carried out by Al-Shabaab on Kenyan territory. Yet Abdal only found himself in Kenya because Al-Shabaab wants his head, precisely as a result of his courageous reporting as a member of the free global media, extending his journalism to objectively cover the organization's workings despite the personal risks this entailed. Thus, Abdal and his family are at an intersection of a set of problems that flow directly from the region's increasing state of securitization. The risk to them in Kenya is heightened by their Somali ethnicity, meaning they are more at risk of xenophobic and discriminatory attacks by Kenyan authorities carried out in the name of counterterrorism. But that is by no means the whole story. Securitization and the shrinking space for human rights are long-standing themes of the war on terror. The threats do not wholly emanate from groups like Al-Shabaab, but also from the governments and security forces that ought to be protecting these rights and principles, whose entire rationale for waging the war on terror revolves around protecting such rights and freedoms. Abdal described his own situation as a reporter working in Somalia in a blog post published in May 2015, during his first 189 stint of hiding, entitled Somalia, a Threat by Any Name. He explained how the independent media in Somalia is in an impossible situation, with the Somali government on the one side, and Al-Shabaab on the other. Both sides are attempting to control the media, giving instructions that compromise independent reporting and place journalists in danger. For example, at one point, Abdal reports, Somali authorities issued an edict to media houses ordering that Al-Shabaab be referred to as UGUS, an acronym for a Somali phrase that translates as the group that massacres Somali people. Al-Shabaab then issued a counter-edict ordering journalists to refer to the Somali government as UGUS, an acronym for an adaptation of the original phrase, altered by Al-Shabaab to mean the group that humiliates Somali people too. In Abdal's case, the United States, specifically the State Department, was initially responsive, and he and his family applied for resettlement in the U.S., via the U.S. Embassy, in 2016. By the second half of 2016, they appeared to have been provisionally approved for resettlement, and were undergoing security and other checks. This hope was dashed on January 30, 2017, with President Trump's issuance of the now famous refugee travel ban, an executive order suspending the entry of all refugees into the United States, purportedly for reasons of national security. At the same time, Trump issued another executive order banning entry to the U.S. by citizens of 7 states, including Somalia. With a couple of signatures, President Trump abandoned the US status as the most welcome of all nations to refugees, and adopted an approach akin to that of Kenya, described earlier, which problematizes entire groups, particularly refugees, on spurious national security grounds. Abdal and his family were issued a double whammy, banned because of both their refugee status, and their Somali nationality. Abdal Momen's case is perhaps the counterexample to President Trump's claim that these bans were necessary for U.S. 190. National security. The facts present a painful absurdity. A journalist who had become a refugee as a direct result of his courageous reporting on al-Shabaab in the international media, and who was objectively assessed to be at serious risk of assassination by the terrorist group, has been denied safety as a direct result of U.S. counterterrorism policy. The refugee travel ban was subsequently lifted by a federal court. At the time of writing, there have been several rounds of bans and court orders, leading to continued uncertainty over U.S. policy. In the meantime, no refugees in the U.S. resettlement system are currently being transferred to the U.S. unless their case was fully approved before the first travel ban came into force. Abdal Momen's case has joined the queue of thousands of urgent resettlement cases for which the UNRWA has been trying to find some kind of alternative solution. These developments in U.S. policy mirror the worrying securitization of refugee issues in East Africa, and suggest the formalization of a kind of blunt, collective punishment approach to counterterrorism that has arguably characterized some earlier U.S. tactics but has never before been systematized. As well as the refugee issues, the US's past actions and policies in the wider war on terror have arguably set the scene for both narrowing and making increasingly dangerous the space within which journalists like Abdal are able to operate. The US has helped to create a culture in which representatives of the free press can be attacked and undermined from all sides in the name of security, indeed one in which the securitization of geographic, conceptual and cyberspace increasingly precludes the possibility of a truly free and independent media. An early indicator of this trend came with U.S. attacks on Al Jazeera journalists and infrastructure, apparently in response to the station's coverage of the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, where Al Jazeera was not embedded with the U.S. military. On 191 November 13, 2001, a U.S. missile hit the Al Jazeera office in Kabul, destroying the building, although no staff were injured or killed in the attack. This was swiftly followed by the arrest and detention of Sudanese Al Jazeera journalist Sami al-Hajj. He was eventually represented by Clive Stafford Smith at Reprieve, who characterized his detention as part of a wider strategy to undermine Al Jazeera. The lawyer has stated that in over 100 interrogation sessions, the U.S. military focused not on the allegations against him, but rather on turning him into an informant against Al Jazeera. For by his own account, al-Hajj had been arrested on 15 December whilst crossing the Pakistani-Afghan border at Quetta, en route to cover the Afghanistan conflict for Al Jazeera. He was detained for 23 days at the border before being taken to U.S. prisons at Bagram Air Force Base and Kandahar, where he was interrogated about his work for Al Jazeera and falsely accused of having interviewed Osama bin Laden. Eventually he was transferred to Guantanamo Bay. He was released without charge on May 1, 2008, after spending 480 days on hunger strike. Al Jazeera was publicly attacked by high-level figures in the U.S. administration during the Bush Jr. era, and former British Home Secretary David Blunkett has claimed in memoirs published in 2006 that in late March 2003 he advised then Prime Minister Tony Blair to bomb Al Jazeera's transmitter in Baghdad. In the event, on April 8, 2003, an electricity generator in the Al Jazeera office in Baghdad was struck by a U.S. missile. Reporter Tariq Ayoub was killed and another staff member wounded in the ensuing fire. On the same day, a U.S. tank shelled the Palestine Hotel, which was home and office to more than 100 unembedded international journalists operating in Baghdad at the time. The shell killed two cameramen, Taras Pratsyuk of Reuters and José Cusso of Spain's Telecinco. Al Jazeera noted that in a chilling statement at the end of that bloody day in Iraq, then Pentagon spokesperson Victoria Clark, 192, spelled out the Pentagon's policy on journalists who were not embedded with U.S. troops when she warned them that Baghdad is not a safe place. You should not be there. These words proved prescient. The Al Jazeera report cited research by the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ, suggesting that at least 150 journalists and 54 media support workers were killed in Iraq from the US-led invasion in March 2003 to the declared end of the war in December 2011, making the 9-year US invasion and occupation the deadliest war for journalists in recorded history. 6 in the years since the US occupation ended, the Iraqi government has failed to investigate any deaths of journalists during the war years, meaning that the rate of impunity in Iraq for attacks on journalists stands at 100%. It is against this historical backdrop that Islamic State has carried out its own high-profile assault on the media within its territory. As of June 2017, 29 journalists have reportedly been killed in Iraq since 2013, most of them in the city of Mosul. 7 according to the CPJ, dozens more journalists are missing in areas of Syria and Iraq that are controlled by Islamic State. They are likely held captive by the militants, but their fates are unknown. 8. The U.S. government's attitude to national security journalists closer to home demonstrates a continued belief that purported national security concerns trump journalists' First Amendment rights to protect their sources. The Obama administration, in the words of Jack Schafer in Politico magazine, pursued national security leaks with a vehemence unmatched by any previous administration, using the Espionage Act to prosecute whistleblowers who leaked to journalists more times than all previous administrations combined. He claims to helm the most transparent administration in history while bending government policies and practices towards secrecy. 9. From 2009 to July 2013, 6 U.S. government employees and 2 contractors were charged or convicted under the 1917 Espionage Act following unauthorized leaks or whistleblowing activities. 193. Some of these cases were opened under the Bush administration, but the Obama administration chose to continue all of them. 10. The Obama-era crackdown also targeted journalists. Reporters' phone logs and emails were secretly subpoenaed and seized by the Justice Department in 2 of the investigations, and a Fox News reporter was accused in an affidavit for one of those subpoenas of being an aider, abettor, and/or conspirator of an indicted leak defendant, exposing the reporter to possible prosecution for doing his job as a journalist. 11. Veteran New York Times reporter James Risen was also ordered by a federal appeals court to testify against CIA whistleblower defendant Jeffrey Sterling or face being sent to jail, in lengthy proceedings spanning the Bush and Obama administrations. 12. In June 2013, McClatchy reported on a secretive U.S. government initiative called the Insider Threat Program that equated media leaks with espionage. The program was reportedly launched by the Obama administration in October 2011, after Bradley, now Chelsea, Manning downloaded hundreds of thousands of U.S. government documents from a classified network and sent them to WikiLeaks. The Insider Threat Program, McClatchy reported, was essentially an internal surveillance operation amounting to a government-wide crackdown on security threats that requires federal employees to keep closer tabs on their co-workers and exhorts managers to punish those who fail to report their suspicions. It extended beyond the U.S. national security bureaucracies to most federal departments and agencies nationwide, including the Peace Corps, the Social Security Administration and the Education and Agriculture departments. The program reportedly relies partly on behavior profiles. Employees and contractors are compelled to turn themselves and others in for infractions, and urged to look out for high-risk persons or behaviors among their colleagues. Penalties for failing to report can include criminal charges. 13. 194. Leonard Downey Jr., writing for the Committee to Protect Journalists, cites prominent transparency advocate Stephen Aftergood as stating that the insider threat program has already created internal surveillance, heightened a degree of paranoia in government and made people conscious of contacts with the public, advocates, and the press. He continues, none of these measures is anything like the government controls, censorship, repression, physical danger, and even death that journalists and their sources face daily in many countries throughout the world, but the United States, with its unique constitutional guarantees of free speech and a free press essential to its tradition of government accountability, is not any other country. 14. As we have seen, during its wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, for foreign journalists beyond the reach of its constitution, the United States demonstrably created just these conditions for continuing government controls, censorship, repression, and physical imperilment of journalists. Regarding Somalia, where Abdul Mumin lived and worked, the connection is not quite so direct. Long-standing U.S. policy on Somalia has meant fewer U.S. boots on the ground and more covert operations relying on local partners. There has never been a U.S. occupation of Somalia, and successive Somali governments have therefore been key counterterrorism partners, receiving funding and support for carrying out counterterrorism activities in coordination with various foreign and multilateral forces and agencies. In his blog, Abdul noted that propaganda has been part of the war between al-Shabaab and the Somali government for years, as the two parties vie to control the media. 15. In 2011, I met another Somali journalist, who had been detained in the Mogadishu secret prison documented by The Nation, see Chapter 5. He, too, was a Somali journalist forced, in the quest for journalistic integrity, to navigate between the twin threats of the Somali authorities and al-Shabaab. In May 195, 2016, Human Rights Watch released a 74-page report detailing killings, threats and detentions of journalists in Somalia since 2014. The report states that both the Somali government and the Islamist armed group al-Shabaab are using abusive tactics to sway media coverage, including arrests and forced closures of media outlets, threats, and occasionally, criminal charges. Al-Shabaab has targeted journalists as part of its campaign against the Somali government and for reporting deemed unfavorable. Government authorities have failed to adequately investigate and prosecute those responsible for abuses, leaving journalists to live in fear. Each side has pressured journalists about their reporting, manipulated casualty figures, and obstructed reporting, greatly affecting the media environment. Dozens of journalists have fled into exile over the last decade. 16. It is easy to see that the Somali government's with us or against us attitude to the media in its war on terror resonates strongly with that of successive U.S. administrations. Under Obama's presidency, a June 1, 2012 Defense Department strategy for the Insider Threat Program, obtained by McClatchy, instructed officials to hammer this fact home: smiley face, leaking is tantamount to aiding the enemies of the United States. 17. President Trump's compromised attitude to the idea of a free media has been well covered elsewhere. 18. Though at the time of writing coherent policy to reflect it has yet to emerge. Back on Prinsengracht, evening approaches, and I must leave to catch my plane. My phone pings and it's Abdul, telling me that he just received a call from the U.S. Resettlement Center. His family are to go in person to receive their decision on Tuesday. It seems fitting finally to learn of an almost conclusion to the Mumin's ordeal now, in this street. Once again I think of the Franks, made stateless under Nazi laws, their application for resettlement in the United States turned down because of a U.S. government policy that amounted to a blanket ban on German Jews, refusing resettlement of anyone with 196 close family remaining in Germany on the basis of a perceived risk that they could be blackmailed into spying for the Nazis. At this moment in time, it seems to me that, at least in one respect, U.S. refugee policy has evolved. Several months later, with the Momin's resettlement application apparently permanently stalled, words fail. Anne Frank was a talented writer, and in a way she was already the journalist she confided to her diary that she wanted to become. She reported her experience, for us, from another time. One of her many enduring legacies has involved the renovation of the former Frank family residence on Meerweideplein, Amsterdam, where they lived from December 1933 until they went into hiding in July 1942. Since 2005, the apartment has been rented to the Stichting Amsterdam Veelukstad, part of the network of refugee cities for writers in exile, and each year the Anne Frank House organization invites a foreign writer to live and work in the residence, free from political constraints. The first resident writer was the young Algerian novelist and poet El Mahdi Akardour. 19 for Abdal, both basic safety and security for himself and his family, as well as that freedom to write without political pressure from governments and violent non-state actors, currently remain beyond his reach. I wrote in the introduction that this book's nature as a fractured series of descriptions and the gaps in its explanatory narrative are, unavoidably, a product of the complex system of official secrecy surrounding national security matters, particularly in the United States and the United Kingdom. These restrictions and controls on who is permitted access to facts and the implications for the quality, and reliability, of those facts that may never be exposed to the disinfectant of sunlight goes to the heart of whether there can ever be a full public understanding of torture and other potential human rights violations occurring in the national security context. The peculiarities and challenges for those seeking to use legal systems to access justice in this way cannot be fully explored here. In states such as the US and the UK, well-functioning legal systems, combined with the obvious hurdles for those seeking to gather evidence in order to initiate some form of claim, engender a sophisticated system of secrecy and information controls that skews the power balance from the outset, making it extremely difficult for claimants alleging state abuses in the national SECU. 198. Righty context to succeed in court. In the US, the state secrets doctrine has successfully blocked all civil claims against the state for alleged wrongs committed in U.S. extraterritorial detention. Eventually, Sulaiman Abdullah became the lead claimant in a landmark U.S. federal court case against James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen, the contract psychologists believed to have designed the CIA interrogation program. Won this case, which was settled in favor of the claimants in 2018, was the only legal avenue available to Sulaiman in the U.S. All other cases brought by former CIA prisoners against the CIA directly, or other members of the U.S. administration, have been summarily dismissed, on the basis that even a preliminary examination of the merits would risk the disclosure of state secrets. In the absence of legal avenues in the U.S., Mohammed Saad Iqbal Madni attempted to bring a legal case in the UK, compelling disclosure of evidence relating to his alleged stopover on the British territory of Diego Garcia. The case was struck out after the government took a position that for reasons of national security, despite a legal duty to monitor flights in and out of the territory, it could neither confirm nor deny that Madni's plane had stopped for refueling on British territory too in states with no secrecy regime for civil proceedings but with weak rule of law, such as Kenya and Uganda. Other factors conspire to ensure that in practice, accessing truth, justice, and accountability is often out of reach. For victims of state violence. Some of the Kenyan victims of the 2007 border operation renditions brought a civil claim in Kenya against the Kenyan state, alleging constitutional violations related to their detention and rendition to Ethiopia. In 2011, they were awarded damages by a Kenyan court. The government appealed, and the case now appears to have stalled indefinitely. 3. There have, to date, been no fully human rights compliant, adequate investigations into the growing epidemic of extrajudicial killings of Muslims on the Kenyan coast, nor has there been any real Kenyan government follow-up into the plight of Somali refugees returned to Somalia since 2012. Mohamed al-Assad brought a case against Djibouti at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, for a regional human rights court that is supposed to provide a supranational forum to hold African governments to account. The case took many years and was ruled inadmissible in 2014. This decision was subsequently reversed and the parties were ordered to brief on the merits. There was a hearing on this case in Mauritania in May 2018 and the case remains, at the time of writing, pending. Unfortunately, the content of the 2018 hearing is not public. Before seeing any justice, al-Assad sadly passed away in 2016. In cases of extrajudicial killing by drones, such as those of British citizens Bilal Barja'i and Mohammed Sikra, the extent, if any, of British involvement in their deaths remains unknown. The legal justifications and procedures in the US and the UK for planning, initiating, authorizing and carrying out drone strikes against those believed to represent national security threats remain murky, and are not a matter of public record or debate. Similarly, in the realm of digital surveillance, with its growing implications for East African citizens, the absence of real public debate is perpetuated by the national security justifications made by states. Understanding the mechanisms by which people may have been surveilled, let alone gathering reliable evidence, is a task for experts, well beyond the abilities of average citizens. The issue is also complicated by the proportional nature of the right to privacy. Most people agree that states ought to have some surveillance powers, but these must be used properly, and against the right people. How this should happen is the million-dollar question. Systems for monitoring this and keeping the public informed without creating operational risks are hard to imagine in apparently well-functioning democracies, let alone in regimes that are highly corrupt or have overly centralized power. 200. Tours, like many in East Africa, where the surveillance is being carried out by a foreign government beyond its own borders, as with the US and its global surveillance capacities, or with technology and support provided by foreign, private companies, many further questions arise. All this goes to say that the war on terror in its various iterations raises many more questions than it answers, and that our systems of domestic and global justice and governance, including the level of public debate surrounding them, may not yet be functioning quite as they could be. As a result, important matters of public policy, such as the circumstances in which targeted killings and surveillance are carried out, are not accessible or understood by very many people. It is well accepted that human rights abuses such as systemic torture, unlawful detention, and killings, and disappearances must first be publicly known and understood before affected societies can move on. The national security card often serves to mute this imperative. 201.